Microphone check. Microphone check. Testing 1, 2, 3, sibilance, sibilance. So I can turn off my echo here. Microphone check. Microphone check. 1, 2, 3, sibilance. Turn off my echo.
We have the rolling thermal. I can take the,
Okay, I can hear Elizabeth. Let me turn these speakers on.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I just hadn't said anything yet.
Okay. All right, well, this is on live stream. I suppose we can mute our screens and we'll start admitting people. Elizabeth, can you take care of admitting and just kind of checking off your list as you admit them and make sure they're supposed to be here? Right now, we'll let the V9 team in, the rules rep and all of the comm members.
yes, sorry, we're playing musical children and coordinating everything. So how do I change my background? Oh, I should probably save it. Hold on, I'll be back. Give me a minute.
Okay. Are you ready to start admitting people, Elizabeth?
Yep, I can start doing that.
Testing, testing. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Pretty sure y'all should be able to hear me.
Yep.
Good.
Well, it would help if I don't mute myself. I'm gonna go ahead and make sure the live stream thing is shared with my kingdom. Sorry.
Okay, everybody go ahead and start working on changing your names. There should be your kingdom, a space, a dash, and then whatever, however you would like to be addressed.
Amp guard name or legal name?
Doesn't matter, whatever you want us to call you during the course of this meeting.
All right. Kingdom and then name, right?
Yes, please.
Just doing a mic check. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool, thank you.
All right. Quick mic check here. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Yep.
Yes,
Yes.
And board members, as you join, change your name to AIBOD and then dash, however you want to be addressed during the meeting. Okay. I see a Chris Lane in the waiting room. Is that a V9 team member? Or?
Yeah, she's on the V9 team.
All right, that looks like, so we have all of the V9 team in the waiting room.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, my computer's going nuts with notifications. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Oh.
As you log in, guys, put your kingdom name first. It can, and then however you want to be addressed during the meeting. Kind of follow the examples on the participant list. I had this idea too late last night, but my friend suggested I get a little rack with a bunch of different size hourglasses on it, so I could time you guys when you're talking, flipping over the hourglasses.
Some of us may need that, unfortunately.
Okay. Looks like
Hey,
we're
as
good.
long as we don't end up with like a 14-hour meeting, fine.
That is the goal.
Sure.
The goal is a 14-hour meeting? Don't make me.
No, do not end up with a 14-hour meeting.
Thank God.
How are we looking on our account, Elizabeth? You hit her 22 yet?
Not quite, but we're getting close.
Oh, you want to go ahead and share your screen, James, and put the roll call vote up?
Give me a minute. I'm getting the password out to some stragglers.
Yeah. Looks like I should have made the passcode much bigger on the agenda with big red arrows pointing at it. Why you fuzzy camera? Okay, it looks like it's about that time. We'll start roll call first. This will also serve as our technical test and introduction. So we're going to combine roll call and introduction. When I call your name, say a little something, just so we can ensure that everyone can hear you and that your camera, if you wish, is functioning properly. And we'll begin that when we get the stuff here. Okay, so I'm going to call you guys off by kingdom. And then after that, say a little something, tell us how you'd like to be addressed during the meeting and any other short thing you'd like to add.
Hey, Jason, can we
Yeah.
get them to call out their
Oh, yeah.
Zoom name while we're doing this?
Oh, yeah, this is also important. So during the rules change portion of the meeting, we are going to be using the Zoom polling feature. This will allow us to vote on these items quickly and rapidly. When Zoom prints out the data report that's going to show how each of you individually voted, during the meeting, we will be able to see the winning percentages. But after the meeting, I download a CSV that shows how everybody voted, and we add that to the voting record. I need your actual Zoom account name to be able to reference that. So this would just be whatever Zoom calls you, before you changed your name, that name. And so you'll need to tell James that name. It's your base, your default Zoom account name. Like if you just sign into Zoom, what does it show normally before you renamed it? All right, so Burning Lands.
Here, Ragnarok Knolf, and I'm not sure what Zoom calls me. I will have to check on that.
Yeah, let's see how everyone can do that. What's the fastest way for people? It would be
If you're
what your
using-
display name was.
If you're using the desktop app for Zoom, if you go into the main Zoom app, you should be able to see it under your account.
Mhm. Yes.
Quick question. Are you wanting our pronouns as well?
No, this is purely for looking up your Zoom account name. Is from the Zoom database when we do the polling. So I need to know what Zoom actually calls you.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I should.
And we can collect these as the meeting goes on, but if you have it now, that'd be fine. Yeah, and under your profile, it'll say it, whatever the name is in your Zoom profile.
Hey, before we call roll, the Wetlands Monarch is waiting to be let in. There's a message in chat.
So
Yeah,
interesting on the representative, you have Robert Ganolf, which is an amalgamation of my real name and my AmpGuard name. So it's Ragnarok Ganolf.
And work on that Zoom name if you can for us, Ragnarok. And at the end of roll call, we'll give everybody a chance to restate their Zoom name if they need to.
Yeah, I'm working on it right now.
Black Spire.
Good morning. I think my Zoom name is just my mundane Jaden Hewer. I could be mistaken.
Crystal Groves.
My Zoom name is Alexandra Grace.
Celestial Kingdom.
The Zoom name would be Crix Mercades.
Dragonspine.
The Zoom name should just be Jacob Maley.
Desert Winds. We have Edward here.
I don't know if they can give me talk.
They're in chat.
Is Edward in the waiting room?
No,
he's-
Edward posted in chat they're here, but I don't see anything as far as their name yet.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Emerald Hills.
So my Zoom name, I actually changed it before I got on here to Shroudstar and Work in the actual in the actual Zoom page.
Okay,
But if that doesn't work, then it would be Virginia Burke.
okay,
And Shroud, Star, and Warwick are here together in my house. So if you need to address us, it's all going to be same account.
got it. Golden Plains,
Here, and I believe it's Mariah Castro, but I mean, that's what it was when I logged in, question mark.
yeah. Golden Vale,
I'm present. My Zoom name should just be Elijah Van Epps.
Iron Mountains,
Good morning. My Zoom name should be Sarah Gardner.
Northern Lights,
Good morning. Mine should be marked as Murphy Higgins. So,
Northreach,
Good morning. Mine should be Stephanie Cabanis.
Neverwinter,
Good afternoon. Mine should say T Crowley, just the letter T space Crowley.
Polaris,
It should just be Triton Hager.
Rivermore,
It should just be Aaron Morris.
Rising Winds,
Here, and the name is Matt Loudermilk.
Cal the Gore,
Here, my Zoom name is Charles Di Gregorio.
Can you repeat that, please?
Check one. Can you hear me?
yes,
My Zoom name is Charles Di Gregorio. I'm going to change it to Tana.
I'm not getting your last name.
Di Gregorio.
Thank you.
yeah, and your mic is a little distant sounding. It's not unclear, but you do sound a little distant. Viridian Outlands,
VO posted on the main, I guess, event page that they were running behind.
okay.
Winter's Edge,
Winter's Edge lost the mute button. Winter's Edge is here. My Zoom name is just Lucas Bailey.
Wetlands,
I'm here, and my Zoom name is the Chewy.
West March,
No, it's the THE Chewy Light.
okay, West March, okay, and Nine Blades,
Here, and the name is Nine Blades Monarch.
Can you guys hear me?
who's this speaking?
Edward Blood, that's
Yes,
the wins.
Edward, we can hear you now.
Okay,
your-
sorry, I'm on my mobile device today.
That's
So
okay. What's your on your mobile device, as in on a phone call, or you're on the Zoom app?
I'm on the Zoom app on the phone.
Great. And what's your Zoom account name?
The actual name should be Jesse Gano, but it's Edward Blood.
Yeah, we
it
need
should be
your
Desert
actual
Wind
Zoom
Center.
account name.
I'm
sure it's your
not.
phone.
Yeah, it might be listed under my Jesse Gano.
Okay.
So
What was it? And
Jesse Gano. And West March. Here. And Viridian Outlands. Okay. We'll give them some time to show up. Yeah, Nine Blades, you do look quite imposing there. It's kind of awesome. All right. Well, guys, thank you so much for showing up today. Our goal today is to have a short, clear, effective meeting. We want everyone to make sure that their kingdom's voices are heard. We want everyone who wants to say something to have a chance to say something and to vote their conscience on all of these rules and other items we have up for discussion. We do want to try to contain discussion. You know, we realize that life is difficult and sometimes it's hard to find time to study the agenda, but we did give it out a month in advance. So it is our hope that everyone has read the agenda and understands the nuts and bolts of all of these proposals. You know, today we want to focus our discussion on the merits of each item, not necessarily the background information, which everyone should have read by this point. Our first item up for today, can we go ahead and admit the V9 committee? As well as any AIBOD members that are still in there. All right, guys, so as everyone knows, the version 9 committee has been working rather diligently for a couple of years, gathering data and conducting wide polls of the AmpGuard populace to uncover need, desire, wants, if there were to be a version 9 of the AmpGuard rules of play. To that end, they have released 2 annual reports, one in 2021 and one just recently in 2022, that highlight all of their efforts in this area. So I do hope that everyone has watched those videos and that everyone has prepared some questions that you might have for the team. So,
Jason?
Yeah.
There is a question in the chat on how questions from the floor will be handled. Are we using the raise hand?
Yeah, that's what
function?
we're going over now. So we're gonna, if you want to speak, just raise your hand and I will call you in the order that you have raised your hands. And then ask a question. And then the entire floor can discuss that. In the V9 team, please do try to limit your comments on each question and make them concise. You know, 5 minutes or so we can get a healthy number of questions in. And I'll leave it up to the V9 team how you guys want to disseminate who's going to talk and let y'all take care of how you respond. Do we have any questions going forward? And before our first vote, we will revisit roll call and make sure that we have all 22 kingdoms present and accounted for. Okay, so we'll start with the first question. That's going to be wetlands.
No, I just wanted to say if we're going to, as far as call to order and then, you know, how we were going to do it, you already done it.
Oh yeah, James, you're supposed to remind me to do that. Okay, so yeah, we will call this meeting to order. And we will also start recording the meeting at this point.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah. Let me just record it from this machine, I think. Okay. So the 2022 meeting of the AmpGuard International Circle of Monarchs Committee is hereby convened. Our first item of business is the V9 discussion panel. We just went over the rules for that. If you would like to ask a question, raise your hand. So first I will let the V9 team introduce themselves.
All righty. Hello, can everybody see and hear me? I see some affirmatives. Hi, I'm Winjo. I'm the current lead of the AmpGuard V9 Development Committee. Everyone else want to say hi?
Hello. I'm Gorvan.
Hi, I'm Cord from the Iron Mountains.
I'm Heron. I'm from the Kingdom of Northern Lights.
Manama, I'm from Kingdom of the Rising Winds.
All right, if you guys have questions, just raise your hands and we'll get them asked. Okay, Golden Plains.
So in the video and the documents you provided, you were talking about like a closed alpha testing, which to answer your question, you click that reactions button. Crystal gross. Sorry, but I didn't I don't understand, like, I could understand not wanting to provide it to the populace at large, but you could have provided it to the Circle of Monarchs to ask or to allow us to see the alpha test that you're hoping to pass out. That way we could see some kind of supporting documents of the work that you have done thus far, especially since there is the proposal to cease Y'all's production. I was just
can
curious
answer
as
that.
to why.
So the a couple things. So the first thing is the closed alpha testing is what we're moving towards, not something we're actively doing right now. What has been happening right now is what we've been calling the field research project, which is any park anywhere can opt in, and we give them essentially a scenario that has some different changes where they can try basically kind of some out there ideas that would be fundamental to build around if we went forward with them, but are pretty crazy or maybe a little wilder than anything we'd want to make decisions on just by our own knowledge or the own data. So we put those out there. We say, hey, play around with this. Tell us how you guys feel about it. And then we get feedback from that. So that's what has been happening up to this point. And any park has been able to sign up for that and play around. As far as the actual alpha that is going to be released, we are following the same model as V8 in terms of kind of how we're going to release the alpha. So Cord, did you want to kind of talk about that a little bit, how V8 did it and kind of how we've planned to release the alpha?
Sure. So the way it was done in V8 was kind of an iterative build. So we started with releasing things like weapon construction requirements, and then the combat rules, and then eventually the armor system and militia battle rules. And then we released the melee classes and then eventually the magic classes, and that was kind of the full release of it. So we're planning on doing not necessarily the exact same steps, but a similar iterative release where we release small portions of kind of the more basic stuff and then move on to larger, more expansive items until the entire alpha is released over the course of the next year. So we don't really have an alpha to hand out or show at this point because the build process is still in effect.
I could also, so to relate both to the field research program and also a question in the chat from Milk with the Rising Winds. So the field research program is not playtesting in the sense that these are not ideas that are, let's maybe put this in V9, let's play test it to see how someone likes it. That's not what we're doing. What we're doing right now is something called like limit testing. So we're basically looking at an ecosystem of mechanics and saying, how does this change or how does this break in V8 if a scenario rule does this, so that we can get a better understanding of the limitations of V8, and that can better inform our decisions on how we want to design V9 versus something that is like in the alpha. This is an idea for V9 built within a V9 system. Instead, these are ideas within V8 that we can use to inform our design, because we have not released the alpha yet. We have not started the alpha project.
Does that answer your question?
Okay, we will assume so. All right, Chris, CK, you're next.
Okay, so first I'm going to challenge this assumption or this presentation that your field research projects are not playtesting. That's semantic and not true. Anytime that you make some sort of mechanical design that is outside the scope of the ROP and put it into play, that is by definition a playtest. So I would ask that the V9 committee please not engage in those semantical arguments. The specific questions I have is how many of these playtest / field research projects have been sent to the parks? How many parks out of how many kingdoms were represented in these playtests? How were the parks selected to playtest? And then how was the data collected after the playtest and analyzed?
All right, we can pass that around to a couple of people as we go. So the exact number of parks, I can take a couple seconds to bring up the exact number or the exact list here. Actually, Gorvan, do you want to grab that number while I explain the how part? Cool. So the how people applied for the field research program was there's an application just on the AmpGuard V9 ampguard.com/V9 website. It was freely open to everyone and anyone who asked, hey, I'd like to get involved in V9. We said, hey, here's a way you can get involved using, on field, and here's a way you can get involved by focus groups if you wanted to apply that way or do surveys. The actual form itself, you can go to ampguard.com/V9 to look at it right now. It is apply for focus group. I think now we have it changed to also mention the alpha in anticipation of going forward, if that happens. So the form basically asks, hey, discuss with your entire park to make sure they are interested in participating. It highlights exactly what we're going to be doing. The fact that this is not a play test of V9. This is research scenarios to help us basically explore and answer questions, what I already explained about research experiments. And it required approval from at least 3 of the active officers at the time, as well as a general commitment saying, yes, we have talked to our park and they are all on board with this. They could then assign up to 3 what we called research ambassadors for their park, which was basically the liaisons. Those liaisons, once approved, would be brought onto our V9 server, where they would be the ones getting all the data, all the different experiments, of which there was 6. Milk, if you want a specific example, I can give you a specific example in a moment. And from there, they would be told, hey, these are the 6 different experiments we have. Try them at your leisure, try them in different games, try them however you want. And then we have a form, a kind of comprehensive form for them to respond with, and then an open form for any of their players if they just want to shoot feedback to us that they can respond in regards to those. Most of the feedback was based on open responses. So the observations of the research ambassador describing, what kind of players were there? What kind of games did they play? Were there positive experiences? What positive interactions did people have when testing this? Were there any negative experiences? How did people receive this in a way that may be discouraging? All that kind of stuff. Did people think any part of the experiment was exploitable? Because that lets us rule out things like the V8 ecosystem, because all of what we're doing is just trying to test concepts, right? Not actual rules. So trying to understand where people are mixing, trying to break through the idea of it's a playtest is one of the things that we need to do when disseminating the data. Because obviously a lot of people felt, oh, hey, this is a playtest. But on our side and the way we're actually digesting the data, we were coming at it very differently than if it was a playtest. Gorvan, do you have that number? You are muted if you're talking.
I unmuted in the wrong channel. So we have 53 parks across all 22 kingdoms. Additionally, we have released 6 packets of field research experiments. So they each one kind of tackled a different element of the V8 ecosystem to try and fiddle with the systems in that subsection or subsystem and see how that one subsection would work. To address Milk's question about what's a concrete example of this. So we had one stress test experiment on the armor breaking subsystem. And so this was a scenario where it was any activity that includes armor, preferably full class. And the special rule for that scenario was that Barbarian, Scout, Paladin, and Anti-Paladin receive +1 to their armor maximum. Warrior, Barbarian, Scout, Paladin, Anti-Paladin receive a +1 to all armored locations up to their class limit. Ancestral armor, both worn and magic armor, is changed to a different effect. And the idea and the dev notes that we provided to the field research ambassadors to explain the intent of this experiment was that the goal of the stresses test is to examine the V8 armor breaking in an environment where 4+ armor values are more common, and methods to ignore armor breaking are less common. One of the data points that we identified through our first year, which was our surveying year, was that armor breaking as a mechanic seemed very contentious, but there's very few occurrences where armor breaking actually exists separately from armor destroying within full class battle gaming in V8, because the only class that has access prior to Paladin and Anti-Paladin being less restricted to 4 points of armor is Warrior, who also gets ancestral armor. And so we wanted to see how difficult people actually found the armor breaking mechanic to be to track, so that we could design an armor breaking system that is easier for V9 for people to track. So that was what that +1 was, getting people into that range. That's what the changed armor, ancestral armor was, etc. So making sure that we were keeping the V mechanics, but seeing how that system worked with these tweaks so that we could design a better system for V9.
Does that answer your question?
Partially, however, I have to challenge your 22 kingdoms were involved. I am getting from my monarchy and several parks who applied that they were never responded to, never heard back, and were not included in these field research projects. So at maximum, you have 21 with CK being excluded, unless you can tell me the explicit parks that were a part of these playtests.
While Gorvan's getting the actual names, I can say that we have accepted every single park that applied. The only 2 rejections we handed out was the golden, what's it called? The principality, the meme principality, and Midgard, which is like a subsect of a collection of parks in Rising Winds, applied as a whole. And we told them to apply, each park should apply individually, because we didn't want to sub-authorize, smaller subsections of this research project. We wanted each park to willingly join in and have their own in-park representatives be there one at a time.
Correct, Dusty, that was the Golden City. The one park that applied and was accepted from the CK was Dragon Skull Keep.
We have received no other applications.
To my knowledge, Golden Plains has not had a play test, and ours either. So, I mean, take that with a grain of salt, but I'm pretty sure none of our parks have play tested.
My apologies. Yes, I was looking in the wrong. We do not have a park in Golden Plains. We have a freehold that is within your borders, but it's not actually part of Golden Plains.
We don't have a freehold in our borders.
Then I might have the location for this freehold incorrect, but there's
Name
no
of freehold.
The 3 freeholds are Rocky Crag, Valande, and Wildfell.
None in our borders.
Okay, then apologies for that misstatement. I believed that we had one from Golden Plains, but I see how this isn't incorrect. It goes straight from Emerald Hill to Golden Vale.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Crix, did you have anything to say in response? Oh, you did. Okay, so we're working on our live stream as it needs to be. Crystal Groves, you are next.
Thank you. I was just wondering, if V9 moves forward as a program, the V9 team moves forward as a program with alpha testing, what is your plan on how to receive that data in an organized manner?
That is a good question. So we have several steps. The hardest part is making sure that we are being open to all different methods of information intake. Facebook right now is obviously a method that many AmpGuarders engage with, so there will likely be some form of engagement on Facebook. However, for the majority of the alpha, we are trying to keep that within our Discord server. So like we've been doing with the field research program, parks that apply to be part of the closed alpha will be able to join our server and provide feedback there. All members of parks that join our alpha program will be able to join and participate in conversation. The exact way we're going to be laying out the server is going to be something we feel out, because I guess the best way to say it, for anyone who's in the focus group programs or has been engaged with us, any sort of social interaction at this level, there's a lot of different ways people want to talk, and conversations can easily flow in and out of each other. So how we actually sort the server is going to be another thing, but our intention right now is every member of a park that is involved in the alpha will be able to join and directly interact and connect with us. Plus, we will have a straight up feedback form for people who just want to give back notes about specific topics. And that way
I have a
we'll
follow-up question. In that hypothetical server, is your plan to have your discussion or your open discussion and feedback discussions happen in a more moderated format?
Can you define moderated? I think I know what you're saying, but I just want to make sure I'm addressing it properly.
Essentially, keeping conversations on topic, keeping conversations relevant, keeping conversations, making sure you are getting the right information that you need, whether it be positive or negative feedback.
Yes. So because we have, Cord here who worked through the entire V8 process, he gives us a lot of feedback about how the V8 development went and their struggles and their successes in terms of getting information back. We are obviously trying to iterate on that to make sure that we don't just have, the same 10 people shouting at each other while everyone else sits in silence in the background. The focus group program that we have run has served as a very good primer for us. So we know the types of people, the types of, I don't want to say tactics, but the way people will engage in these sorts of debates. And we are constantly improving our people management skills to make sure that those conversations are being moved forward and it's not getting too into the weeds, or at worst, people are actually starting to have conflicts where someone feels like they can't be there because they're just getting bullied out. Right. I mean, for a lot of the stuff that we've had, a lot of the conversations happening internally and externally about V9, there is a lot of issues with just bullying. Right. And that's, our biggest hurdle to tackle. But that is not just an exclusive, V9 development issue. That's just an AmpGuard cultural issue. And we're doing our best internally to deal with that by providing multiple avenues to get in touch with us. So if you don't feel comfortable in text chat, we can have voice chats, private voice chats. We can have scheduled voice chats. That is one thing we want to make sure we have for anyone who is not good at reading, 300 plus walls of text and then responding to it. And then also just the surveys. So if you just want to click a few multiple choice options, maybe type in some bullet points, that is also going to be an option for people to give our feedback.
Thank you.
We'll go Burning Lands next.
So one of the biggest questions that I've been getting is based off of the video that was released, right? There seems to be a little bit of a disconnect in that if V9, as the video is stated, is not going to be this huge departure from V8, it's a little confusing as to why we're even working on a full overhaul of the rules, because that is essentially what V9 would be, a full overhaul of the rules, as the video also said, but then also says it's not going to be a huge departure from V8. The second thing is, I understand that the V9 team is working to, kind of streamline some rules and things of that nature. Why aren't we able to present those as package rule changes that are up for proposal today and would fundamentally change those rules within the V8 system? I just don't understand why we're trying to work on this big V9 project when V8 is pretty balanced as is?
That is a very good question. We did cover it at the end of our last video. I'm going to throw it to Manama to try to elaborate on that, since that was his segment.
Yeah, so currently, especially currently, the current rules representative process, while I have been trying to make efforts as a rules rep organizer to make things easier for people to make collaborative efforts, still when you're touching systems that at least from the survey data that we have, especially like the armor system and the other things that we mentioned in the video, that people may not want like an entire departure to a completely different system, but they definitely want reworks and overhauls, which even if you look at the original public discussion about rules changes, there were 4 different armor revamps that were proposed by the rules reps and all of them failed, or they all end up not coming. But at the same time, right, you have obviously some want to change like the armor system. Well, if you change the armor system, that's going to ripple to a lot of different things. And even in the rules reps, they were proposing things like they were talking about what the new value for barbarian armor should be and what the new value for paladin anti-paladin armor. That was one of the rules changes for 4-point armor that was proposed. And those types of things will actually take a lot longer than what the rules reps had, right? And I don't know how much time we expect from our rules representatives every week to do development work, but having a dedicated team that can actually commit to that time frame is probably something that we need in the anyways, right? When we're talking about like how you're going to develop a systematic change to like say armor, which seems to be a hot topic right now. And you need someone to be able to examine that, and that takes a lot of time and a lot of development work. And having 22 people work on that is actually going to be like a lot of pain points, because there's a lot of different ways that people want to do it. People are emotionally invested in the way that they would like to see armor done. And you have to have a dedicated team that's committed to compromise and committed to being able to say, well, out of all of the options, even though this is my pet baby and this is the way I really want to do it, I'm okay with us doing it this way because it's better than what we currently have and it works within what I've seen, right? And the rules representatives are, there's a lot of voices in that room. And so you will need like a team that actually is dedicated to at least a vision, not necessarily a team that all agrees the same thing. Because I tell you right now, the V9 team, we do not agree on everything, and armor is one of those things that we do not agree on. And we're trying to come up with solutions that we can see. But the idea here is that we're going to be able to make something that is right the best version that we can get to us. And also then we have to take those changes and then ripple them to other things to make sure that we don't break anything else, that everything else fits in correctly, especially with all the different classes that obviously utilize armor. So that's just one example, right, of just the armor section. But from the survey data that we've collected, right, and the way that people generally feel about classes and the way that people feel about like the archetype systems and everything like that, all those things are huge changes, right? That if you were to try to do some kind of iterative process where you're going to like do it in chunks, all it takes is for one chunk to fail. And then what are you supposed to do about everything else? Just say, okay, well, we got to scrap everything else because since this chunk failed, no one can agree on this part, we're just done. It's better that we actually have here is an entire change with everything that's included. And we've been play testing this and we feel that this is just the best version that we can come up with at the time that allowed it to us. So, and to kind of answer your question about V9 versus V8 versus V8.5 and terms like that, those are all just semantics, right? The reason why we're calling it V9 is because it's setting up expectations, right? We're going to change multiple systems, not everything probably, which is what we've committed to, is not changing everything, but we're going to change multiple systems. And just like we went from V6 to V7, those changes are going to still be significant. And they're going to feel a lot different. So it also primes people's expectations when doing a play test, like, oh, this is really different. And they understand that this is what this is about. So it's kind of like we have to deal with not just the technical aspect of development of the rules itself, but you also have to deal with the emotional aspect of people invested in classes that they play, people invested in the game that they're playing. And these are just things that you have to manage when you're talking about these types of situations. And I think that emotional investment also affected the rules representatives in their votes this time around too. So, but I really can't say to that because I haven't been able to survey. I just the conversations I've had with them, obviously, in the chats that we have. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna say about it.
Does that address your questions, Burning Lands?
I do have a follow-up question to that, and that is, it seems that one of the reasons that the V9 team is taking on this endeavor based off of what you just said is that because there's essentially too many cooks in the kitchen when it comes to the rules reps process. How are we going, like, how is the V9 team prepared to deal with that in the future? It seems like we don't necessarily have a rules problem. It seems that we have a rules development problem, in that if the problem is that there's too many people involved in the process, how is V9 going to fix that problem, I guess, is the question. Because we're going to go right back to where we're at right now, where we have 22 rules reps making these interim changes. And I just don't see how V9 fixes that.
So that is something that I'm addressing in the 3-year plan. I'm not sure if you saw that I posted that in my thing. So part of this is going to be that it's kind of like, okay, we're going to go into the rant that I was going to do later on after the V8 votes. But as an organization, we have to really think about this, right? Normally, when you have a game, you have a development team, right? And say you have like an overall arc of HR and political group that also is in charge of the organization that has this game that's within its organization. Like say we're talking about Blizzard, right? They have their overarching structure about the business in general, and then they have the people that are actually doing the game development, right? Obviously the people overarch have influence on those people that are doing development, but those development people, they're hired for that specific purpose. Now, when we assign people for rules representatives, not every single person assigned by Monarchs is a rules representative because of game development. I don't think that most Monarchs actually went through and interviewed people to say, how do you develop games? How much game development have you done? They're there because they know the rules very well, usually, and they're interested in rules changes because they feel that they have seen broken things and want to change them. And most rules representatives are probably in that position. And not saying that they're not all good rules change. There are typically people that are rule representatives that are really good at helping develop rules, but that's not majority of the time when Monarchs appoint them, right? If we're going to take as a organization as AmpGuard International and say, this is how we're going to develop rules, we need a development team. So right now, obviously, we kind of organized ourselves into the V9 team to try to do the development of the next rules of play. After we are done, we are going to need probably another group or people from that group or whatever we need, or whatever, like if we need to have somebody basically that's the creative lead of AmpGuard. And then they have a team of people, they have tenants, they have people that are in charge of different parts of the thing. They have like number 1 is safety, number 2 is clarity, number 3 is role play, whatever their tenants are going to be, they should have them. And that the Circle of Monarchs should trust that this group has the ability to independently operate themselves. And it's possible that needs to be a paid position. If it's not a paid position, then we need to continue with what we're doing and move to probably what I'm going to try to develop for after V9 if it's approved, or possibly run later on if it's not approved, which is 3-year process where we actually sit down and look at different things and try to do a cooperative effort with the rules representatives that are actually going to kind of like be able to have the time to pay attention to things, because these are all volunteer positions. And you're talking about, if you really wanted to have a group, our rules are really large. It's a lot of different things. And if you really wanted like a group of players over the course of just 3 years to come up with a systematic change, like a large thing like armor, even just armor, I would say that it would take 2 to 3 years of development time every week, them committing to 1 to 2 hours in the meetings. And I don't think that's reasonable of almost all those volunteers. And I don't know, it's a lot of time. That's what we have done as the V9 team, is in at least 2 hours a week of meetings for the last 2 years to try to go through all the survey data and to go through all that stuff. And if we're going to require that for the rules representatives, really, like that's one of the things. It's just, if you're going to want them to be able to do that, that is what we're going to need. Otherwise, we need to have a development team, volunteer or paid, but we're going to have a smaller team that the rules representatives can go to and say, we think these are problems. Can you help us use your time and develop maybe some solutions to this? And here's some ideas we have for solutions. And then we can do that as like a post V9 thing. Basically, this would take place, right, like probably a year or 2 after V9 has been in place. Or this is something that after I get some more development time to actually put up a specific schedule, we can start with something similar to this in a few years. So, but either way, I'm definitely going to be in charge of trying to make sure that we have something in place that's better than we have today for rules changes, and that we can do something that's best for AmpGuard, and that we can make sure to solve problems and issues that come up.
Okay. All right. We'll move on pretty quickly here. Golden Plains.
Sorry, so I didn't get to follow up with the stuff earlier. I asked it in the chat. Saw someone on the YouTube complaining about not being able to see the chat. So I was just voicing it out loud. My follow-up question for it was that you're telling me that in 2 years that you've had to work on this and collect data and information, you have still not managed to do any real playtesting or have even bones to give us for the new potential rule book. And also another question being of like your reasoning for why the V9 was why not V9? And I don't feel like that's a valid enough argument. So just those things.
Yep, I can speak to that. So first part is why we haven't put anything together up until this point. Well, that hasn't been our mandate up until this point. Our original mandate was to investigate the potential for V9. So that was doing all the surveys we've done, and we did a lot of surveys, and it took us 2 years to get all these surveys done, just to bring in the raw data so that as we start looking to make decisions, we can reference things, we can check on things. The field research projects that we did, that little bit of experimentation, that was to try to get a little bit of a head start in anticipation of what we're doing here today, of being able to have some fundamental direction. Because even though we've been doing a lot of surveys, we're also getting we have been nonstop asked, hey, when are you giving us the playtest? Just give us the playtest. Just give us the playtest. Just give us the data. From the first month we've started this, we've been having people asking, hey, just drop the playtest. Don't bother with surveys. Just drop the playtest. And, you know, we understand people are very excited. We have been very, very open that this exists. And that makes people anxious. It makes people excited. It makes people curious. And those feelings are all totally valid, but none of them are justification for us to rush this process beyond the scope of what we were assigned, or beyond what we feel is a comfortable pace to build the game. V8 took, Cord, how long did V8 take to run?
V8 was a 4-year process overall officially. There was also probably about 6 months of prep work to take the idea to the COM. So about 4.5 years total.
So that was V8, and a lot of V8 wasn't as publicly distributed to all of AmpGuard that V9 is. V9 is coming out of the gate being, here we are, look at us, be part of this process. So does that help kind of shine some light on the first part?
Yes, sorry.
And what was the second part? Sorry, I forgot.
Your logic on the V9 video that you put out at the end, your closing statement or Manima's closing statement was why not V9? And I feel like there were definitely a bunch of routes you could have went. So why just like cop out at why not V9?
So I will take the blame for that one. I put in that there mostly because it was a good exclamation point to the video. So blame that on artistic choice. However, everything before that comment is what we strongly believe is the reason why V9 needs to happen. And if people have opposing opinions to what we presented, I mean, that is what it is at that point. We're using our professional experience, our professional opinion, the data we've got to make these decisions. And we feel very strongly that, like we said in the video, the current process is not sufficient to meet the needs of what the players want to see happen. And moving forward with a new edition will prime players for the expectation of change and the scope of change that will be coming. Even if what we end up with is something that feels like a V8.5, even if this change is something like V6 to V7, it at least will say, hey, stuff has changed. Make sure you're aware of what has changed. Is that good enough for
yes,
your
thank
purposes?
you. Yes, thank you.
All right, Nine Blades, you were next up.
All right, thank you. So in the videos that were presented, there was a section that emphasized tackling the overstimulation of mechanics in play and the need to address these issues, which I think is a great idea. But in regards to the speed of combat being too much for some players, can you give us any insight to what you have in mind to solve this issue? And does this solution include keeping our combat's current level of challenge, competition, and distinction that it is maintained in the midst of so many other LARPs? Thank you.
Yeah, I can speak to that. Right now, as we mentioned in the video, we have no intention of slowing down the actual speed of wax. And from our data, tournament fighting, ditching, a lot of that will remain largely unchanged because we are keeping the core mechanics. The keeping track of stuff in combat usually comes down to battle games, giant flurries, armor, hit points, special effects, all that kind of stuff. So what we're trying to do in that regard, or what we're trying to tackle in that regard, is make it more efficient for players' neurons to fire efficiently and quickly. The way I guess I'm trying to say that is, as we play the game, we build up muscle memory, we build up mental muscle memory as well, so that we can quickly make decisions and we can quickly analyze what's going on. In a system where the rules are complex, or there's a lot of hangups where the brain needs to use their active memory to process what's going on, they can quickly become overloaded. And once they get overstimulated, they either stop moving or information gets lost. This is sometimes called analysis paralysis if people are trying to actively think. I've just been calling it lag because it more or less accurately represents what's happening on the computer side. So our goal with trying to reduce the speed and the cognitive processing of combat is just to set up the rules and set up our players for success so that more things are being run by the instinctive memory in their brain, stuff that they've trained, stuff that they know. Just like when you get hit with an ice ball. If you get hit with an ice ball and someone says ice ball, if you've been playing this game for any time, it's very quick to understand what an ice ball does for a lot of people because it's so present, it's so frequent, it's very common. Frozen, ice ball, those things are out there. So we just want to get more ways to streamline effects that can get rooted into our back brain, so our front brain, our active memory, can be used to, you know, communicate with our players, actually register and think about what's going on strategically, take in the moment and actually realize, hey, I'm having fun playing this game. And that will hopefully ripple forward to more positive emotions, more positive experiences, and more people staying in the game, continuing to play the game, because the learning curve would as well be easier. Does that address what you're asking?
Yes, that was perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Tal DeGore, you guys are up.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
I guess my
You hit your mute button.
How did I do that? So I guess my original complaint around V9 was this idea that we maybe had to put a pause on major sweeping changes to V8, which from what I understand ended up being a request, not an actual mandate. Correct me if I'm wrong. But you know, I think that the question of why not V9, getting down to brass tacks, is if it doesn't cost us anything, because no one's in a paid position right now, if it doesn't prevent us from moving forward with fixing the game through V8, then, I mean, it's my opinion that y'all can do whatever you want. You know, just continue developing V9. If we like it, we'll adopt it. It's not costing us anything. It's not holding us back. You know, as long as those things are true, I wouldn't think there's any reason for us to kill this project. If at any point there is a request to slow down V8 development, to pause V8 development, to hold back any changes, if anybody's making an argument during V8 rules changes that no, let's save something like that V9, that's when we start seeing maybe the need to cancel or pause the V9 project because it's affecting us directly. But in summation, my point is like, really, why not V9 if we can all agree, including the V9 team, to not affect V8 development moving forward?
So can I talk to that one. I think the fact that we actually have a lot of this work that's being kind of asked to defer to V9, and to be perfectly blunt, the roles reps and the com can do whatever they want with V8. Okay, there is no prohibition on any of the updates to V8. They could replace V8 today if they really wanted to, if they had the votes. What we're seeing is a number of people basically saying this is a large enough change that we don't know that it is appropriate to do so in the V8 environment. Okay, this is something that has enough ripple effects that just doing so as an isolated change is probably too significant. And so therefore, it's probably a better option to defer that to an overall rules change. Okay, now there is stuff that's making it through to the COM as far as rules changes. So clearly there is stuff that people are saying today, we can update V8, okay? It's just asking the question of whether or not an update to V8 is small enough that it's not going to have those ripple effects, or if there are larger changes, do we need to consider how that impacts the entire system? Does that make sense?
All right, Celestial Kingdom, you're up again.
I'm gonna have to take umbrage with this notion that the V9 committee has not impacted the V8 development and the rules process. It has clearly done so this year.
Who said that it hadn't? I'm sorry. Where did that come
Thanks for the interruption, Cord. As issues as simple as changing Paladin and anti-Paladin, Wonjo has argued that we shouldn't change it because it's a V9 potential change. That's happened. Inside the rules reps processes, V9 committee members acting as rules reps have said push these items to V9, which is a conflict of interest and harming our rules revision process. So we have this scope conflict, which has actively harmed this year's rules revision process, a process that we haven't gotten to use because AmpGuard was on hiatus from COVID, because we had a prohibition, a moratorium, whatever you want to call it. These things happened and were a direct result by committee members and the V9 committee process itself. This has happened.
Hi, so as one of the V9 members who is also a rules rep and the rules representative for the Kingdom of Northern Lights, there were definitely some feedback on some proposals that a change would be too significant for V8, that it should be pushed to a new version. And I will admit, I did actually make that comment on at least a couple of them, but I was definitely not the only one. There were V8 reps who were doing that as well, because of the scale of changes. When we make changes to V8, it's an annual meeting, and anything that is slightly off or doesn't work well with the current system can't really be walked back until the following year. And a lot of people felt that they couldn't commit to a change that large for an entire year.
If it helps, I'm also one of the rules reps, and I think that the proposal, there are definitely proposals that, from my view as a V9 team member, I wish were not going forward in V8 because I do think there are ripple effects. But as a rules rep, it is my job to represent my kingdom's wishes, not my own personal wishes. And so I voted the way my kingdom wanted me to vote. I gave feedback based on a non-V9 perspective. From my experience working with the other rules reps, I can say that I believe all the other rules reps were had a similar philosophy for how they did their jobs. And I think that the impact of the V9 development on the rules revision process, if anything, has been that a lot of the proposals that were brought up this year come from the conversations around V9 and were inspired by those conversations. So if anything, I think that the V9 process has increased the effect of the V8 revision process this year rather than detrimented it. Any of the changes that were blocked or gave negative feedback, because I don't think that there were no proposals denied. Man, correct me if I was wrong. All proposals that were submitted were voted down by the rules reps. None of them were blocked from a V9 mandate or Manima acting as RRO, and they just simply didn't garner enough support among the rules reps. And so anything, I think the overall process from V9 research has been more changes being proposed, not more proposals being blocked, because I don't think any were blocked.
I would also like to follow up by stating that from our initial inception, the entire reason to be open and transparent was that moving towards V9 was going to be a collaborative process with the entire AmpGuard community, and that this should not be a V8 versus V9 issue. This is AmpGuard as a community evolving towards its next evolution. And that, so having rules reps go, hey, this might be better for V9 shouldn't seem as a negative. That should seem as a cognizant, smart choice to be, hey, we know we're moving towards a new edition. A new edition is a place where we can do larger changes. Let's hold off on this big change until we can make sure it fits in the chassis that we're trying to put it in, right? I used the example of a car a lot. It's like V9, we've all agreed, we're all moving towards, we're going to need to buy a new car eventually. If we're driving a Civic now, we can choose to buy a 2022 or a 2024 Civic again, right? And looking at our 2014 Civic and going, oh, hey, I wish this had a better MP3 player or better whatever. Some people are going, well, how about we just, instead of buying this better MP3 player for our old Civic, wait till we get our new car, which will come with all the nav and all the stuff we want, right? So I am personally kind of shocked by how the conversation is turning towards a two-sided ordeal, like that the V8 reps are supposed to blindly support V8, right? They're not the V8 reps. They are the rules revision process rules reps. And all of this is the rules. And we're all working together to move AmpGuard forward. And we understand that there are some individuals who do not appreciate or do not, sorry, appreciate's the wrong word. Let's walk that back. Who do not agree with the direction that it looks like we're moving in. But that's life. And that's why we're having these conversations. We want to make sure that everyone who does have opposing opinions can get them out. We can then course correct. We can then adjust and make sure that at the end of the day, as we move forward together, we come out with a result that is the best for AmpGuard, for the players that haven't joined us yet, for the players that are still in this game, and for all the various, is diaspora the right word? The various groups and regions in AmpGuard that play this game very, very differently. And trust me when I say, the V9 team, with all the research we've been doing, we have probably the greatest knowledge of all the different types of players that are in this game, because we are interacting with you week to week, day by day, getting all that feedback. So we want this to be for everyone, not just the Northeast, not just the Northwest, not just Texas, not just Florida, not just the Midwest, not just the West Coast. I think I named all of them, right? We want this to be for everybody. And V9, V8, all the AmpGuard rules, it's a toolkit, right? It's Lego. Our individual game organizers, Reeves, planners, they're the ones who are going to take these tools and actually use them, right? And we're just trying to make these tools better than they are now, right? V8 took a big step in changing the rules. It's not perfect. It can be optimized. We want to do that, and we want to move together as AmpGuard.
Okay, guys, we have about 15 minutes left. So Rising Winds, you have not spoken yet.
Good afternoon, good morning. First, a lot of appreciation to the V9 team. You guys have been working hard, doing the surveys, doing the data for us. I want to say thank you from the outset. I want my further comments to not reflect that I don't appreciate you, because I do. That said, it seems like right now, at least informally, because there is so much overlap between the V8 teams and V9 teams, there are many members who are on both teams because they're excited for the way the rules grow and the rules change. And that's the way they contribute to our group. And there's, in general, nothing wrong with that. We want everybody to encourage and grow and participate in their own ways. That being said, it seems like, at least informally, there is some discussion about what should go in V8, what should go over V9, what might not go at all. Maybe I'm not saying it's voted on or shot down or given any hard no's or anything like that, but at least informally those decisions are being made on a small group or individual basis. And what goes into V8 and V9 over the course of the year, over the course of the next few years and the past few years, seems like that's being now taken out of the COM and put into the V8 and V9 hands. And that gives me a cause for pause. I don't have a real question for the V9 team, but it is something, so some food for thought. My question, I guess, at the end of it really is, with all the research that you've currently done, all the research, all the data you've collected, is it currently your feeling that we can proceed with V9, that we should proceed with V9 outside of we're pot committed, we have done the thing, we've done the research, we should go forward? Or would it be possible that we've done the research, and thank you for that, you did a great job, I don't want to, I can't say that enough, but we've done the research, we've seen that maybe we're not quite ready to go to a V9 and we should focus our attentions on V8, or we should stop focusing attention on V8 and we should absolutely commit to V9? Where is the committee's feeling on this now that you have gathered this data, at least with the data you have gathered thus far?
And I will add, let's try to start to tidy up the responses, Wunjo, if you can. We have a few more first timers to get through before our time limit.
Straightforward. I'm gonna let Goravan take this, but I just want to say, just blanket, straightforward at the camera. With the data we have collected, we feel that there are significant enough changes on the table and being requested that a version 9 is the best way to implement those changes. Goravan?
Yeah, I was actually going to talk about how we had arrived at that decision, and that was that initially this team was formed from one group looking at trying to make a V9 whole cloth and one group determining whether V9 was needed, and if not, what changes within the V8 system were needed. And so it was not until we started getting data back from our surveys that we were looking at what sort of scope of change would be needed to address the concerns that the AmGuard populace was telling us through those surveys. Initially, we were like, well, maybe we can just do like a V8.5 patch, or maybe we can even just do a collection of rules revision packages to send to the rules reps based on this feedback. But the feedback that we were given from these surveys was extremely clear that the scope of change that was desired by the AmGuard populace required a major version change.
Okay, Rivermore, we'll go with the people who have not yet spoken.
I want to second what the Rising Wind said, and thank you for all of your hard work and dedication pushing forward in this endeavor. I've only played for 10 years, but that entire 10 years, I've only played V8. And I'm excited to see the possibility of a new game on the horizon. It gives me a chance to relearn things and maybe fall in love with the game again for a whole new reasons. But I guess my question to you is, if V9 is shut down today, are you going to independently still look at it and maybe present it to the COM as a whole package later?
So we've obviously discussed this potential internally, and right now our answer is we would have a meeting about it. That's the long and short of it, right? We have been committing, like Manama mentioned, 2 to 3 hours of video voice meetings every single week to this, in addition to all the non-video hours, crunching numbers, while working on stuff. And that's with the support of the rules reps, with the support of our focus groups, and all the infrastructure that we gain by being an official committee. If we suddenly have all that pulled under us, I'm sure we would like to move forward, but at the same time, we are volunteers, and it would be not dishonest. It would not be good of me as the lead of this team to force everyone else to keep working towards something like this unsupported if they did not also want to do that. Because at the end of the day, we are volunteers, and we're only gonna work as much as we feel we are being supported and able to give to that community in a way that we're making something. Right. Sorry, I'm wandering now, so I'll just end it right there.
Thank you.
All right, Polaris.
So something I've been thinking about, hearing all this talk, is the justification for V9 is that it's these large changes that can't fit into V8, right? Well, there's nothing saying we can't make large changes to V8, and I feel like it's better and easier to implement and to vote on these larger changes one by one than it is to just whole cloth bring us a V9 rulebook and say, hey, yes or no, right? I feel like it's easier to just work with the current V8, like you said, as an evolution than it is to refresh with a V9.
We somewhat touched on this earlier, but the current process is not very well suited for reviewing and approving larger scope change due to both the issues with having 22 reps in the conversation and having the selection of those reps be either on a rotating basis or on for different merits based on how the kingdom selects their rep. A lot of what Manama is working on to improve the V8 revision process hopefully will start us on the path to having a healthier revision cycle, but that is a much more long-term plan than V8 would V8 to V9 shift would accommodate.
Does anyone who has not spoken yet have a question?
Do you mind if I follow up to Gorvan real quick?
Yep.
Something else that comes up when we're talking about especially playtesting for V9 is that when we put together an alpha, that'll be our first version. The finished product of V9 isn't going to be that first alpha. We're not going to just come up with our ideas in a vacuum and say, here, Circle of Monarchs, yes or no. What we're going to do is we're going to put that out to all of the parks who want to participate in it during the open beta and get their feedback and say, oh, well, these parts aren't working. We need to tweak this, and say, okay, here's the new version of the beta. And with that system, we're able to make changes so that the final product, which would eventually be voted on by the Circle of Monarchs, is more complete. It's not really going to be a situation where we just come up with stuff in the shadows and show up and like, okay, here it is. It allows for a lot more flexibility. We can change things week to week. We can change things month to month a lot faster than the once annual process for the version 8 development.
I have about 5 minutes left. So Golden Plains, you had a quick follow-up?
Well, so I had a question as it pertains to the possibility of inclusion should y'all be allowed to continue. So I'm not sure about other kingdoms or people in the game, but in my kingdom, we have an astounding amount of actually colorblind people. And they have a super hard time with class identification. We actually have quite a few people that they write their class on their sash in hopes that that assists in that. We've also had a few deaf players. So I was wondering about how y'all would be willing to go about including those people with those types of disabilities.
Yeah, I'm actually very glad you asked that. So one of the large reasons why I feel V9 is something that we need to go forward, and one of those big under the hood changes that I feel needs to happen that cannot happen in V8 is the adoption or the changes that need to be made for accessibility and inclusion. And these include, overhauling our systems to be more accessible for colorblind individuals. Now, how would we go about that? that's another story. But we have numerous options currently being explored, and all of them require changing other bits of the system so that it all lines up, right? Nothing is just slap this on top of V8 and it works. It wouldn't be one proposal. These are all changes that may seem minor from a gameplay perspective. Like if you're a D&D nerd and you're going through the book and you're like, oh, Paladin gets this smite at level 5, that all stuff won't be affected, but it's the components of the game, the ways that we interact with the game that would be affected by these accessibility tweaks. And those are part of the big changes that need to go to V9. So colorblind, 100% we are looking at. Hearing impaired, 100% we are already looking at. Mobility issues, endurance issues, already looking at. Different neurodivergent factors we are looking at. We have a advisory group that is working on double checking everything we're doing in regards to disability and accessibility of the game. So when we come up with ideas, we put that forward and we say, hey, check over this, bring this back to the people because I'm sure you're well aware, not everyone likes to openly step forward and say, hey, I am someone with a disability or an impairment of some kind. So reaching out to them is part of our ongoing process, and another one of the reasons why V9 development and those changes I feel are necessary, and that's what we're doing. Sorry for the wander.
Does anyone who has not spoken yet have a final question? All right. Well, V9 team, thank you very much for showing up and for all of your thoughtful answers. We are going to take a 5-minute break now. We're going to place the V9 team back in the waiting room. And also, we're going to go through the process of beginning to make all of you who are not voting members a co-host of this meeting. Later, we will be using Zoom's automated polling feature, and that is the only way I can ensure that you are locked out of the ability to vote. So you will be a co-host because co-hosts cannot participate in polls. But while you are a co-host, please do not press any red buttons. So that's about the only thing you cannot do as a co-host. Stay away from the red buttons, otherwise your experience will remain unchanged. So that was basically 1 hour. We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll start working on tidying up things, and we're going to begin proceeding through the agenda. All right, thanks again, V19. All right, so we will return at 1:25 my time.
Sorry, Gavin, real quick. You said return to the waiting room. Will you need us back?
No, I don't think so. Let's confirm. I guess we don't, right? We can keep you apprised of stuff. Well, you'll see the live stream, right?
Yeah. All right. Okay. I will be around if you need me.
Oh, and if anyone there is technically savvy with Zoom, we're using Zoom, the platform itself, to conduct our live stream. And I can't seem to find if there's a way to make the chat show in that live stream. Anybody knows if there's such a way to do that? Some people are asking if they can see the chat box, but since we're streaming from within Zoom, not doing a screen share stream, it doesn't seem to be any way to show the chat.
So if I remember right, we've talked about this in previous years, and they actually were not able to find a way to do it. I don't know if with updates that's been viable, but they were transcribing the chat. And
bulk copy pasting it, maybe?
Yep, that's what they were doing with previous years.
All right, well, I want to test that and see what it looks like, Elizabeth. If you just, I know you can select all and select the entire chat and dump it in there.
Yeah, I don't know how they did it last year. I just know that, or the year before that. I just know that that's what they were doing. So
We'll try to copy paste a couple of messages, Elizabeth, and see what it looks like whenever you get back, if you're not here.
I know that Zoom has apps built within the program. I do not know if any of them are geared towards projecting the chat into a different website or available for stream viewers. And there are quite a few apps in there. So perhaps there's one somewhere in there that can assist in that endeavor.
Currently, to my understanding from what we did last year, there was no way to share that chat. And that we just transcribed everything the best that we could, or we ended up screen sharing exactly what was happening from one person's screen, having that chat as part of the video.
Well, we'll export the entire chat log too.
Yeah.
We just copy paste it, one of the two.
All I got out of this meeting so far is now I want lemonade, and I think I need more root beer for these meetings. Thank you, Sapphire. Really appreciate it.
you're welcome.
Hi, did West March happen to show up during the discussion at some point? I have them listed on attendance as not here. So if I need to correct that, please let me know.
For the people not in the chat, they were talking about, new car versus old car. And I merely made a statement of the.
You don't have to explain it to them. Let them try to figure it out. It's like it's a little puzzle piece now. Little
Use
Easter egg
context
form.
clues.
Okay.
That's right. That's right.
Smiley
Dusty,
says you don't get to know.
Tony,
Sorry, you guys.
Elizabeth, can you try to message the West March person directly? See if we can find out what's going on with them.
Who is our West March rep? Do we know?
Jody Van Tyne, according to the forum thread.
Okay.
I just like to take a minute and say I informed Gavin of this already, but I'm actually at my Kingdom summer event right now, just like squared away in a little place with internet. And I set for Crystal Graves, I set my personal hard cutoff time at 7 p.m. And after then, if the meeting is still going on at that time, my Kingdom champion is going to step in for me. So I just wanted to let you all be aware of that.
Welcome to AmpGuard, where we do weird things on the go.
I'm glad I'm not the only one at a Kingdom event right now.
If we're not done by like 7 o'clock, 7:30, my children will be here. Just a note to y'all. It will get loud. I will be muted, regardless of if I have something to say. Sorry.
Just turn them into the new rep for Golden Plains at that point. It'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen?
I mean, my daughter could put Crix to shame.
I'd love to see it. I want to see it. Let's have it happen. Come on.
Her attitude could rival yours, Crix.
Sounds like a winner.
I mean, if we're going to introduce them to AmpGuard, I mean, if you can endure the COM meeting with all of our personalities and arguments, you can endure anything in AmpGuard.
Pardoned by fire, right?
Right.
I'm gonna challenge you on that, Dusty. I don't think you're gonna survive jugging.
Okay.
Oh,
fair,
no.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point.
No, I'm
for the
telling you
first
now.
time, for the first time in a long time, I'm going to say these words. Crix, you are right.
Dusty's
You
wife,
said those
I'm going
words
to say,
last call
Crick, you are wrong. My children will kill at jugging.
That was live
I'm
stream.
just
Everybody heard
saying,
that.
if we
Do
took
not
our
give
children and we took
No.
Dusty's children and we made them a jugging team, they would smash everyone, like Hulk smash. It would be ridiculous.
All right,
They're
guys,
little heathens.
Oh, we're coming back in.
back on it.
Shh, everybody professional.
So before we enter the voting, we definitely want to tidy up our attendance list here. So can I have everyone who is a voting member raise your hand in Zoom? Put your hand up. And we're going to look at the chat here and make sure. And then when we open XCOM guys, when we open the participants screen, you can see, and it'll sort them by hand. You want to look for anyone without a hand icon and make sure that they are a co-host.
Hey, Elanthus, would you be Jody Van Tyne from West March?
I'm Ilanthus from West March. We switched out.
Oh, okay.
I'm currently the queen.
Cool. Is that email address your Zoom name, like your base one?
I don't even know.
Okay, I probably is.
All right. So what we're doing right now is if you were a voting member, please raise your hand. We're gonna ensure that everyone who is not a voting member has been made co-host status. This will lock you out of the poll voting. And then Elizabeth, if you can count when we're done and make sure we have our 22 hands. Or 21 if West March is not here. Neverwinter, looks like you need to raise your hand. Unless Nocturne is not the voting member.
Sorry, yes, I'm here.
And Rivermore. All right, that looks good. I think that's everybody.
I'm showing 21 have raised hands.
Okay, great.
But we're
And so
missing
then
someone.
we're missing West March is our missing kingdom then, right?
West March is here.
Oh,
She
West March is
confirmed.
here. Okay.
Mhm.
Who are we missing anymore? Should have 22 little hands here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 18. Okay, well, it looks like that's good. The first few votes we are going to do in our traditional manner for all of the important large proposals. I will call your name and you will see your vote on the screen. When we arrive at the rules voting section later in the meeting, because there potentially are 50 of them, we will use the polling feature. Basically, a question will pop up on your screen. The secretary will be sharing the actual proposal, and you will see the name of the proposal and a big button to click yes, no, or abstain. You will click that, then immediately it will show us the winning vote percentage, and we will know immediately if it passes. After the meeting, we will release a log that will show how each and every one of you voted on the rules change processes. But during the meeting, you will just see if it passed or if it did not pass. That should allow us, if everyone stays on top of their buttons, to be able to vote on each of these in a matter of seconds. But for now, we're going to use our traditional method here with the roll call. I'll take a look at the live stream real quick, make sure that it's visible how we want it visible. Okay, yep, we can see the voting record. Maybe zoom in a little bit, James, on the live stream. It's only about 1/3 of the image. Okay. All right. I am going to allow 20 minutes of discussion before we vote on the V9. In general, if a proposal is passed, we will vote first. And if a proposal is passed, discussion becomes optional. And you guys can motion to open a discussion setting. But given the gravity of the V9 situation, we'll go ahead and open with 20 minutes of discussion on V9. If anyone has anything they wish to comment on, but please make this confined to either the dissolution of the V9 committee or whether or not you think we should strengthen their mandate, which is the 2 votes we have coming up immediately after this discussion. All right, so everyone can lower their hands now that we've done the count. And if you would like to speak as to V9 and the 2 votes we have before us that are in the agenda, go ahead and raise your hand up. I see Golden Veil. Is that up for question? Or still up from the count? All right, Celestial Kingdom, you are first.
Okay, I'd like to share my screen if possible. I have a short presentation to share with the reps on this. And I think it's pertinent to the termination.
Okay, screen sharing is enabled for you.
Thank you. All right. Are we good? Are you able to see it?
James, make sure you stop screen sharing. I don't know if it did it automatically.
We can see it. I can see what Chris has on the screen.
Yeah, it's showing.
All right, excellent. Given the gravity of this discussion we just had, and in general, the entire notion, I thought it would best to try and at least give a few minute quick, I promise this is quick, consolidated explanation about why we should be doing this, and not just why we should be terminating, but what we should really look to in the future. There were 4 key issues that we took away from the V9 committee. There was an issue of they exceeded their mandate. I know there's some people who think that the playtesting and the alpha test, et cetera, were not past that. The CK maintains that those were very clear-cut exceedings of their mandate. They were only supposed to give possible investigations. Anything more than that was beyond the scope of what they were supposed to give. We maintain that there was a contractual obligation that was violated by the V9 committee in the Kingdom contracts. We kind of touched on it already, so I won't spend a lot of time on it, but the V9 committee negatively impacted our rules reps and then the conflicts of interest. So I don't know how well this is showing up. This is the authorized scope from the Circle of Monarchs drive, which has the list of all of our rulings and then all the minutes, everything. The vote was very clear what they were allowed to do. It was a 20-0 vote for possible investigation of possibilities. A lot of what's been going on with this timeline and the alpha and betas far exceeds what they were told they were allowed to do. Contractual issue stems from the fact that we don't believe that there was equal access to this playtest. As I said, Sir Megiddo did apply to have a park put in. He was rejected. They claim it was for a meme. There should not have been an application process in the first place. That's a violation of equal access to the equal participation in the rules revision process. And then finding out that another group of parks was also disallowed is a little bit troubling. So to us, that's a very large issue. And that invites arbitration between the licensees and AI. And in general, those issues need to be squashed no matter what the outcome of this proposal is. We can't have that as part of one of our committees. So with the rules revision process, this year's revision lacked focus. It was started late. There was not a lot of feedback cycles allowed for. There was not a lot of revisions going on. I worked pretty heavily with my rules rep, both in the capacity as senator, as well as being one of the CK members who put quite a number of proposals forward, primarily trying to solve things like adjudication issues, scope of armor changes, things like that. There were some other kingdoms that put what I thought were fairly well composed proposals forward that didn't get the time they needed to be revised and actually moved forward. And a lot of that stemmed from the V9 committee interfering with the process. Whether it's formal or not doesn't really matter. The fact is it did. And then the large comprehensive changes issue, which the rules revision process needs to be able to handle large comprehensive changes. For a game to evolve, it has to be able to absorb those. So whether the V9 committee continues or not, that also needs to be addressed at the rules revision process level. So here's an example of the scope impact. As you can see, Goravan, Heron, single comment from Goravan, just send to V9. And then from Heron on the second one, archetypes need to go to V9. Inappropriate scope conflict. So a lot of objections were raised when this proposal first came out. One of the first ones was it's disrespectful to the V9 committee for the work that they put in. Well, there's a couple things with that. First, it's a sunk cost fallacy. Because they put all this effort in, we must continue the process. There's nothing that says we do. But in addition, that work that they've done is not wasted. We have the data, we have the work, we can have our rules reps evaluate it and still carry those proposals forward. There's nothing that's stopping that from being implemented in the game as it stands today. We have all this data that they've collected. There's no reason, again, that shouldn't be given to the rules reps, and we work on that process. And as a final point, we need to come up with a better process with the rules revision anyhow. We've identified that during today's discussion. I would hope that part's not controversial whatsoever. So if not, what then? What I am advocating for is that we basically turn the rules revision committee into a version of the Circle of Monarchs. Meaning that they would have the empowerment to create their own subcommittees, much like the way we do. The scope of their authority would be strictly the rules of play, the game mechanics, but that the expectation is that they would function just like us. They would have quarterly meetings. The rules rep organizer would function like our XCOM chair, and that they would be empowered to say, okay, we want to create these archetypes, or we want to do an overhaul of the system to make it more inclusive for hard of hearing or deaf players or people who are colorblind. Both things can happen under the V8 rules revision. We just need to establish the processes by which they can do those things. So functionally, like I said, make it similar to the COM, make subcommittees, formalize the process, make it so that, you know, they're working on a 1-year cycle. They're doing the rules process all year long. You know, a couple hours a week, you know, having a discussion isn't really that much time. It's not that much energy. We do far more when we get into some of our harder topics like the licensing fees. You know, have the business meetings and then make the RRO work like the XCOM chair. And that's pretty much it. I just wanted to give that overview, have everyone in their mind that this isn't just about stopping the V9 project. This is not about stopping progress. This is about recognizing that having a subcommittee work separate from our rules reps, having them work separate from the kingdoms, doing these large iterative changes is not the way to do it. There's a process in tech, if you work in tech, you probably know it, continual integration, continual development. That's much more what we should be doing as a game because of the complexity of what we're doing. It should be constant development, constant play testing, constant evolution. So with that, that's all I've got.
Does anyone have any questions? So that is the proposal author for the first vote that will be coming to Winter's Edge. Any discussions about abolishing V9?
Well, so that was a lot of stuff that I don't think the V9 committee got to see before this meeting or got to respond to. Is there any way I can motion for a member of the V9 committee to come and give response to that?
Yes, you're allowed to bring someone to the floor during the scope of our conversation.
Yeah, I mean, can we bring, I guess one Joe might be the best person, Neverwinter seconds. I would like for them to be able to respond to what's just been shown because that has not been shown up until now.
Is one of the V9 team members still available, or
Yes,
maybe they could
available.
respond via the comments on YouTube? If it
So
would take too
Wunjo
long.
is back in the room. Wunjo, you can have the equal amount of time to address that.
We are still getting caught up with the actual live stream.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the live stream's about 30 to 40 seconds behind. Also, yeah, if we could get a link to that PowerPoint just so we can look through it, because there was a lot of content there. And I would like to read through it again as well.
Okay, I appear to be up to date, or I'm at least at the point where they're talking about bringing us back in. So, sorry, I am in. I'm disconnecting from here. Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for allowing me to come back in to address to that. I really wish that would have been provided ahead of time so that we could properly have a conversation during the 1 hour period. So the couple things that I want to address real quick is the scope of the V9 project and the fact that we went out of scope, or what is being alleged against us in that regard. So the entire process we've been following has been collecting information about whether or not V9 needs to happen. That's all it was. For the entire duration of the V9 server's existence, all the rules reps have been invited. We've been being very diligent to make sure every rules rep was involved in part of the process. They've had full access to all our focus groups, all our survey data, and everything that has been going on with this process. We haven't been making sure to have a full list of all those rules reps and every community and part of AI that has been involved in this process on the website. So you can see everyone that has been involved. We have been touching base with not only the XCOM, but the AIBOD, the award standards group, to make sure any information from them has been coming to us. So all of this has always been in the form of collecting information to make a decision about why V9. I'm trying to remember everything that is there. Has something been shared? The notes anywhere? There was the issue about rejecting one of the parks, the Megitos Park there. That park is not a park. It is, you know, to our knowledge, that park is just it is a meme. If they would have applied from an actual park that had actual players, then we would have approved it. It is what it is there. Dun, dun, dun. Sorry, did we have the slides at all?
Yeah, it's in the chat.
Yeah, they were posted in chat. I can message them to you if you'd like.
I can see them here. That's cool. Thank you. I appreciate giving me a few moments here. I'm not going to go over it slide by slide. Basically, the gist of what I wanted to say is that V9 was always operating, like I mentioned before, in the concept of we are evolving collectively and together. So with that scope in mind, that is how we've been operating. And if it is the idea of the COM to make this V9 versus V8, and it's a head-to-head, and they cannot be collaborative, then I think that needs to be something that is explicitly stated, that they're going to be basically adversarial. If we want to move smoothly from one to the other, I believe that everything we've been doing has been acting in the interests of that, as well as who we bring on, who can see what, and the decisions we've made.
And I will add that I think nearly every point Crix raised was discussed in the discussion panel, almost all of them in some form or the other. Okay, so we're going to continue to proceed for a few minutes with discussion on this topic. We're no longer asking questions directly to the V9 team. We're just speaking amongst ourselves. Wetlands. Okay, Wetlands hand is down. Golden Vale.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just raised, I thought I unmuted myself. No, I mean, I think the presentation should have been known about beforehand. I think it was kind of a, sorry, Crix, I think it was kind of a surprise, but in my opinion, I think that you made a presentation that gave pros on why you think it should be dissolved, but then you also made a motion to do that. So based on that, I mean, I think we should make sure that we table that part of the portion of it, because you did make a motion to continue additional things, like create additional rules processes and stuff like that. If that's not the case, then I apologize, but it's what it seems.
All right, Golden Vale. Okay, while Golden Vale works on unmuting, Rivermore.
Sorry.
Oh, you got it.
Apologies. I didn't know I was muted. Okay. I apologize if this is not as organized as it could be. I was trying to take notes as we went through that presentation originally. So just beginning with where we began regarding scope, I don't feel that you can look into what is possible as it was their scope without throwing out ideas, and they're just being organized about the way their data is collected. Their scope has always been hypothetical, and they put out a timeline because they're asked to. Second point would be equal access. I don't believe that an application process affects equal access. I believe it allows them to see if people are applying out of earnest or out of malice. Everybody can apply. Over 50 parks were approved at various levels. I can't speak any further to the process. I wasn't a part of it, but outside of what either of us have been told, we have no inside knowledge of this process. So we seem to be at a point where we need to either trust the V9 team or not. And I choose to trust that they are doing their part in making strides towards inclusion, as this has been shown to be the case throughout my interactions with them. As far as a conflict of interest goes, I believe that this is a large inflation of what is really happening here. We are all on the same team. I think this is what's being forgotten. We want the game to improve, all of us. We all want it to continue forward. it shouldn't be treated as V8 versus V9. It's not our adversary. They're not wrong in saying that enormous changes to the base of the game should probably be left to a new version. You don't generally see these huge drops of archetypes or innate class changes that change the core of the game in the middle of a version. I think somebody can be both a V8 rules rep and a V9 team member. It just means that they care about our rules. And with that final proposal that you gave, what you're asking for, to me, to my understanding of it, is more volunteer positions that need to be filled with more responsibilities. And I fundamentally disagree that this is the correct way to go about it. You either forget or you neglect to recognize that this is a game. We do this on our free time on weekends after work. It's a hobby. It shouldn't be so heavily polarized and made to be these two separate camps warring for control of the rules. The charges that I think you've brought against the V9 team, charges in large air quotes here, are just, frankly, I mean this respectfully, and I'm not very good at finding out additional words, but I just think they're kind of ridiculous.
All right, great, thank you. Rivermore.
Okay, so I want to just say the same thing Chewy said. That's any kind of change to the rules rep process and everything like that, we shouldn't talk about. It wasn't on our schedule. But I don't see the need for adding and changing, because it just adds more red tape to an already very red tapey process. I think in this case, we don't need to look at V8 and V9 as adversaries. And maybe in the future, we can look at how to meld that a lot better and give them more support. They're volunteers. They're taking time out of their days and out of their lives to do this service for us. Maybe we need to start paying them so we have actually an investment as a organization into this if we need to do things like that. But they're still volunteers. They're still working their butts off, and pulling this away from them is a big slap in the face. It is. And I don't think that's how we should treat our volunteers.
Thank you. Polaris.
This is to the point that they potentially overstepped their scope that they were given by the Circle of Monarchs in 2019. So what they were approved to do is explore and research. Once you start sending things to the park to try, then you start play testing, and they weren't told they could start play testing. Does that mean we kill V9? I don't think so, but it is something to consider going forward with what this process is. We need to more clearly define what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do, because I do feel like they, at the very least, push their scope.
Yes, and the new mandate, I think, is rather clear that we will be voting on later. Neverwinter.
I took some notes during the presentation, so I'll keep this brief. I have a couple of issues that I disagree with and a couple that I actually do agree with. First, I feel that natural progression of the original mandate to explore possibility of V9 moving into a playtest phase and left up to the choice of parks being outside of their scope is a matter of opinion. It is not hard evidence. We play a live game, and research at some point will have to involve a live aspect. The formation and actions of the V9 committee, and I feel like this is probably the most egregious accusation, that it has violated contractual obligations with the licensees. The V9 committee has in no way prevented any kingdom from participating in the rules revision process, and that is evidenced by everyone who is here today in order to vote on the updates which have been submitted through the actual revision process. I want to be clear that I personally am in no way invested in V9, its continuation, or how the data of the collected is utilized, whether it's through V8 changes or an entirely new version. But I will agree on 2 points. First is that V9 should be separate. And as I noted in the chat earlier, there should be collaboration between V8 and V9 revisions, especially around minor updates that can start acclimating players sooner. And I do agree that a better organization around the revision committee and rules rep from each kingdom's utilization of those rules reps should be in the best interest of the COM, as it is a huge aspect of our organization, but it is not something that we can start discussing today. Thank you.
Yes, and I agree. Any proposals on that matter will need to be made and will be part of our next meeting. If anyone does want to see changes to the rules revision process, they are not in the scope of today. Winner's Edge.
Yeah, I mean, aside from Neverwinter stealing most of what I had to say, I feel like, you know, we've said several times, why can't we take the good things V9 is doing and merge them down into V8? And that's largely probably something that we could do. But in the same vein, V9 still is going to have to happen at some point. I feel like we maybe set them up for failure a little bit by not giving them a very clear scope and giving them this kind of nebulous, you know, just exploratory role without any explicit permissions or, you know, anything that they can't do. So I feel like V9 is a valuable contribution to Amtgard, but that we need to make it very clear what they can and can't do going forward.
Thank you. Rising Winds.
Good afternoon again. Again, I'd like to express appreciation for the V9 team, and I'd like to address Crix's points. He does have some good points here, but I want to talk about how the Rising Winds will vote based on those points. Point one, violated mandate from the COM, expanded scope without authorization. To that point, every project has scope creep. Every project ever in the history of any game, any tech development, anything ever has found a new feature that they wanted to add midstream and tried to work on a way to add it. So going through with a little bit of scope creep, while yes, maybe exceeded their mandate in some way, shouldn't be a reason to terminate the project in any way. Created contractual violations with licenses. Point two, maybe perhaps I think there's some misunderstanding about what the Golden City is in terms of that and who could participate. And I think that could have easily been resolved with further discussion. Unfortunately, that discussion didn't happen until now. But again, that discussion can still happen. That in and of itself is not something that I would like to see V9 terminated for. And I say all of these things as the person who seconded the Celestial Kingdoms proposal here. Point three, existence negatively impacted 2022's rules revision process. I don't know that it negatively impacted, but it did impact. We are seeing impacts that we talked about it with the V9 team, that there were impacts that at least informally things got shuffled around. For conflict of interest by committee members serving as rules reps. This one is the one I think we're all in agreement on, but I think we are maybe worried about how to handle that. There clearly is a conflict of interest based on those informal decisions that were made. That being said, I need somebody from the XCOM or somebody who is a parliamentarian official and efficient with our procedures here. The way forward that I would like to see, or it seems like a lot of people would like to see, is something that is more collaborative but separate. But failing to do that, failing to have that option at this meeting today, my vote, yes, will be to terminate the V9 project and have them continue working in terms of assisting V8, sharing their data, working with the teams that go forward, and then as necessary, restarting with the same personnel. Or I understand they put a lot of work and maybe we'll have a feeling one way or another, or taking the wind out of their sails by terminating, that, you know, we have to go in another direction in terms of personnel. But that being said, their work is absolutely invaluable and I would like to see it continue. I don't want to disband the team. But if we can't find a way within this meeting to make it separate and collaborative in some way, then yes, my vote would still be to terminate, so that in future meetings in the next coming months, year, we can form the team as a separate and collaborative entity. Thank you.
Blackspire.
Good afternoon. Just in response to the CEK representative having exceeded their authorized scope, the experiments were not play tests. They were a vehicle to collect the data on certain concepts that they were investigating for the V9. Was well within their scope. As for contractual violations, Four Kingdoms did not participate, but that was a voluntary data collection and was available to all. Their process of organizing those choosing to be involved in the process was very clear. I don't feel their denial of anybody was to deny them access to that data collection, but was more to just make sure that their data was organized and appropriate. Some points that we would like to raise: V9 members serving as rules reps for the V8 on the RRO, with the RRO, excuse me, is something that should be looked at, not so much in the fact of any conflict of interest, but maybe as a division of duties and focus. I would like to see our V9 representatives truly give their 100% to V9 and allow other rules reps to step up and help develop what is currently version 8. But thank you to those volunteers who do decide to take on the double duty of developing both our current rule set and future rule sets. One thing that I think everyone can agree is that communication can always be improved, especially in this case. It definitely feels there may have been some gaps or lapses in communication. So I encourage everyone currently sitting here and on their respective committees to work on their communication for themselves and others. As for a rules rep committee, it's a good idea and should be looked into to be further fleshed out. And that is something that we would like to see in the future. Our endpoint is that Black Spire is in support of the V9 team, and we will be voting to retain their duties and to be looking to expand their scope.
Great, thank you. Burning Lands.
I just want to take the moment to also just tell the V9 team that we appreciate their hard work. I know that it was a huge endeavor, and I know on behalf of the Burning Lands, we do appreciate everything that you all have done. The data collection you have done is very invaluable to our club. I would like to, regardless of what happens to the V9 proposal, I think it's important that if the proposal is voted down today, that this is not a personal attack on their work, and that it's simply something that AmpGuard has said we're just not ready for yet, but not to take it as a personal attack. I think that's just really, really important, because I know with the way that the Burning Lands feels about this particular subject, it is in no way to say that no one did a good job or that we don't appreciate you, but maybe we're just not ready at this time. And that to further, the current V8 structure does allow us to make sweeping changes to our rules, and we simply just don't need V9 for that. We do need a better structure for the rules rep changes, so I'm enthusiastic to see what those would be. And then just to kind of elaborate on something that was brought up earlier in regards to the changes and being put off onto V9, and why that is, why saying we should just put that off into V9 in that if a change is necessary, we need to implement that change now and not wait to put it into V9. And that having, the kind of the main reason why the Burning Lands is based off of our conversation is that if something needs to be implemented, it needs to be implemented right away and not put off onto a V9 structure when V8 allows for it, right? So that's what we have to say.
Thank you. Wetlands.
No, and unfortunately, you kind of stole some of my thunder. I mean, I think that's the biggest point of contention for me and a lot of my populace is that if we're actively pushing stuff onto a new rule revision and we have something that could benefit us now, then we do our club and our kingdoms and our game a disservice by stifling that growth in favor of a newer edition. Newer editions should be something that we use to build our brand and establish a better community. It's not something that should be just say, hey, look, it's a new shining toy. So, I mean, I hope that if we, no matter what happens, the vote is going today, I would like to see that we still use that research. We still use the stuff that people are saying, because the voices of our populace are very important, or at least it should be important to all of us. And it's something we should gauge and hope to enhance so we can gain more members. Because if we're looking at AmpGuard as a whole, not counting just COVID stuff, we can all agree that our membership is down across the board, regardless. There are some kingdoms that are doing better, but nominally most of us are having a hard time collecting and retaining membership. So I think that, whether we lift up this V9, vote it down, we still need to take everything we can to make our rule set better for everybody involved.
Great, thank you. Golden Plains.
So I'm not sure how much this will help with any kind of clarification, but as one of the people who was on the comm last year and did vote on, well, I think we were also there when we voted. I was there when they voted on V9 too. The thing is that like when we voted on them, we voted actually, from my understanding, a lot of the others was with the potential to playtest. So everyone keeps going on about how they weren't given that clarification, but with a lot of us, that was the intention, was for them to give us something playable. And that by this time this year, we would be voting on the option for a playtest, which was a lot of confusion for a number of us. And on a complaint from my kingdom, their biggest concern was a lack of transparency as things came up like across.
And that issue is being addressed this year. Like you said, some people were under the impression that that was the mandate and some people were not. None of the meetings for many minutes confirmed that. So the executive committee, in the interest of fairness, wants the mandate written in hard language, which is what they are getting if they succeed this time. Their mandate very clearly and explicitly spells out what they are to do, and we will not have to rely on anyone's impressions from a meeting. And we think that's really important concerning policy of this nature. Crystal Groves.
Yes, I'd just like to say that I believe the term playtesting in the context of the V9 committee's boundaries is in reference to issuing a draft or close to draft product with AmpGuard as a whole. That's not really what the field research program was, but instead was simply one of the many tools the V9 committee used in order to gather the necessary data that they need in order to create a concrete product in the future. That's all I wanted to say.
And Rivermore.
So I want to say that, you know, if we start implementing lots and lots of changes to V8, how soon is it going to be before we're playing a completely different game than V8 is? Isn't that V9? Like at some point it will become a different game if we continue to do sweeping changes here and use that rule revision process. But having something that's expedited and people doing the research constantly so we don't have to make mistakes and cause ripple effects is invaluable to expediting a process to getting a new game that should work much better than our game is currently right now.
Iron Mountains.
Yeah, I've been largely silent on this, but I just wanted to say my general impression is that we're acting like the V9 committee has been doing things in bad faith. And I don't think that's particularly fair. I think they've been acting in very good faith, and I think that their mandate wasn't clear. The Iron Mountains is fully in support of the V9 committee, and we're intending to vote to keep the V9 committee.
All right, does anyone else from any kingdom wish to issue any response or discussion based upon what we have said here?
There's something about Theseus would like a word in the chat.
Is that a kingdom?
Oh, this is reference to the ship
No
of
idea.
Theseus
Oh.
anecdote.
Okay, and I want to be clear, as we have our discussions, you are allowed to say whatever you want to say. And everyone will be given a chance to speak for their proposal and anything about what they want. Chris had some pictures. You can have pictures, you cannot have pictures. Pictures don't change the nature of what you're going to say, and we are allowing everyone to speak their mind. So before Crit says the final word on his proposal, is there any other kingdom that wishes to make comment at this time? Raise your hand if you do. Okay. All right. Neverwinter.
Yes, sir. So I've been looking at the issue of a park being denied access to V9 and whether Golden City as a principality and the park under it is valid. So I had to confirm, first of all, what kingdom it was under and so forth. It appears that Westmarch says that their principalities must maintain an average monthly unique member attendance of 60 members, and this is a park with 2 members. It violates their own corpora. How is it considered a park?
That seems like a contractual question. I don't know if anyone from the board wants to comment, but.
I'll go ahead and take that one as our beauty precedent. As I've said before, the main thing that we have to understand as our board is when it comes to kingdoms corporas, Our job is not to come in and walk into a kingdom and tell you how to run your kingdom. There are things within the contract that we set up that each kingdom signs with us, that if they're in a violation with that, we want to address that and deal with it. But if West March is still looking at the Golden City as a principality with Dagobah being a park underneath it, and they are still considering them a park, and they themselves as their own organizational entity has not decided within their core bounds to have an all thing or anything else to remove them or remove them as a park, that's literally with that kingdom that would lie within set of West March and their decision-making process to do so or to not do so. And that's something that I've, as our board, have pushed for, or at least as a president of board, has pushed for very hard, that we should allow our kingdoms to govern themselves unless there's a direct contract violation with AmpGuard International, which we are all part of, AICOM and AIBOD. And that's where that would be sitting. So that question, unfortunately, would probably go to West March, and I see they have their hand up. And I don't know if that's what they're going to address or not, but that's coming from the board.
Understood. Thank you.
Gore.
Basically, my thoughts on the subject is that, you know, I spoke to our rules rep, I believe from last year. I can't get a hold of this year's rules rep, but I'm going to read a quote that he gave me. He said our previous rules rep said, something that I've heard many times in the rules rep chat. We don't want to make major changes that people want because V9 exists. All right. I've seen screenshots, you know, and we can say that this doesn't influence things, this doesn't impact things. You know, the evidence is there that this is impacting people to not move forward with major changes because the V9 committee exists. Now, does that mean we dissolve the V9 committee? That's one option. Does that mean that we put in some type of modification or some type of additional mandate that, you know, that it is a separate entity? That's another, you know, that cannot impact our process and that we cannot allow our thinking to be swayed by the V9 committee existing. That's another option. You know, the reality is that it is our choice as, you know, as Circle of Monarchs to have the final say on what the rules changes are going to be. And if the rules revision process is being stifled by the existence of this committee, then we're being robbed of that choice. AmpGuard is not getting the changes that it maybe needs, that people want, because those changes are being deferred in favor of V9. And that's a problem to me.
West March.
You're trying to talk, you're muted.
West March, you're muted if you're trying to talk. Okay, while they figure that out, we'll move on. Golden Plains.
So since they are a committee that we and I believe the XCOM by extension of us are supposed to be overseeing, if they are allowed to exist, would it be possible for us to receive some kind of monthly or at least quarterly update on all of their findings and their rule book as it goes? It doesn't have to be something that's generally released to the public, but at the very least, we should be allowed to know what's going on with the thing that we're supposed to be overseeing.
Thank you. And West March, did you get fixed up?
Hi there. So I'm trying to figure out where the Golden City comes in, because as far as the running of West March, we have never had any contact. They don't participate in our votes. I guess they're in Austin. So while it appears they do have a contract, I'm not sure how that comes into the reality of AmpGuard. If that makes sense. That's all I have right now.
Okay, does anyone else have anything to say on this matter that has not been said before? Any novel or new points? Okay, Chris, you may, Viridian Outlands.
Yep, sorry for the late raise hand. First, I want to thank the V9 committee as well. I think they put a lot of work into it. I just want to support what Golden Plains had to say, and that it would be nice to see a draft and understanding that it is in draft, maybe quarterly, so we can see how the progress is happening with the V9 project.
Thank you. Winner's Edge.
So just a couple of quick points here. One, for as far as monthly updates go, you can actually see under V9 development on amsguard.com exactly what they're doing and when they're doing it. And I don't know if it's exactly monthly, but it's pretty close. Yeah, it's pretty close to monthly. The other thing here about the Golden City not being allowed to play, and I think somebody put this in the chat, but I just want to make sure it gets heard. If the V9 committee made a mistake because they didn't believe it was a real kingdom, let's go ahead and assume that it is. And assuming that it is, they should be allowed to play. I don't think that's something we can't ask them because they're not here, but I can't imagine that they would turn them down now knowing and having that clarified that they are a real kingdom. I can fully understand looking and seeing, hey, there's one player there, maybe not a real thing, maybe it's a meme kingdom, what have you. But with this clarification, they should be allowed to participate. And I don't see that being something that the V9 committee would just completely shut down.
Thank you. Does anyone who has not spoken yet, this is your final call?
Hey, Jason, can I just give a clarification from what Winter's Edge just said? When we're dealing with a valid kingdom, remember, when we're talking about Golden City and the Park Dagobah that's underneath them, we are not talking about a kingdom, but we're talking about a principality and a park that has contracts. So it wasn't that a kingdom was left out, but that a principality or a park, which I've been trying to have some discussions here on the confusion. I think Crix may clear that up here in a minute. Was not allowed to play test. So I just wanted to make sure nobody thought a kingdom was not allowed to play test.
Okay, no additional comments from new speakers. Golden Plains, your last chance.
So just a quick clarification, I'm not asking for the public information that they release. Like, as an oversight committee, we should be able to see all of the information that they have and what they're working on to make sure that they are doing their job and they are doing it to a satisfactory manner, as that is our job as a managerial position over them. So if we're going to be overseeing them, then we should be overseeing them.
Great. And before we vote, last chance to speak on Celestial Kingdom's proposal. CK.
Thanks. So there's one thing I want to touch on that I do not think I did a good job communicating, and it's unfortunate with all these other pieces. A lot of these pieces were being brought up as sort of supporting of the inherent problems of the current process. At its core, what this proposal is about is that these large iterative V8, V9 movements to change and overhaul the rulebook are not sustainable. They're not good processes, and they come up with questionable outcomes. For example, I was around during the V8 transition. We brought up then many issues about the armor system, about armor breaking. We were ignored. What are we dealing with this year? What were a lot of proposals about? Armor breaking and armor, because we're finally able to try and fix that. The point of this proposal ultimately is that we as an organization should be rejecting this methodology. We should be using the rules reps as a whole, in part because that is the contractually guaranteed right that we all have to be as a part of that process, and that it's separate from the Circle of Monarchs vote that we have on rules packages. Those are two separate rights. And we need to bolster the process that they have. One of the great things that Dusty, one of the things I really appreciate about you is that on your tenure on AI, our disagreements aside, you have focused on giving clear-cut processes, making a structured system with checks and balances that will withstand once you are no longer on AI. That is also what we're trying to do with our COM and our XCOM. XCOM has done the same thing. I'm advocating we stop these large iterative processes and go to small procedural iterative processes using the rules reps. And we need to give them the tools for that, but we're not going to be able to do that until we end the V9 committee, the V9 process, and we move to it. So that's my last comment on the overall proposal.
Okay, James will begin screen sharing. So you've all had some time today to hear from the V9 committee, and then you've had some time to hear from the author of this proposal and to discuss this proposal amongst yourself. It's our hope that you have discussed this in the month prior with your kingdoms to vote your kingdom's conscience on this matter. As we look at each of our vote records, right underneath the original proposal length, you see the resolution language, and this is copied directly from the proposal length with the words the AICOM resolves added at the beginning. So every action you make at the COM is considered a resolution, and we maintain records of that. So the motion from the CK was to dissolve the V9 committee in its entirety. Thus, the resolution language for this vote is the AICOM resolves that the V9 committee is dissolved in its entirety. The V9 committee is a subcommittee of the executive committee. So there seemed to be some small confusion in that you, as the Circle of Monarchs, do kind of have oversight by your trust in us, the executive committee. So we are the ones that will communicate with them, and we are the ones who will ensure that they are following the will of the COM according to their mandate, which currently is to investigate possible V9 rules changes. Later today, that could change, and we will review that mandate and how the executive committee will ensure that the V9 committee sticks to that mandate. So our first vote on all the things that you have heard about remains. The AICOM resolves that the V9 committee is dissolved in its entirety. I will add that the executive committee will try to foster this process of data sharing with V8 once this is over, if the committee is dissolved, and work with our volunteers to come to the best resolution possible. So now we'll begin our votes. Indicate yes, no, or abstention. This is a simple majority vote. Is that correct, Secretary?
That's correct.
Any final question about the vote language? Does everyone understand it?
I have a question about the process post-vote, regardless of outcome. Is it possible within the confines of this meeting to update their mandate, or as that was not on the agenda, that is not possible?
It is not possible, but the next vote is the vote to change their mandate. So if they are dissolved, then they would have to be reformed. But
Okay.
our next vote is to update their mandate after this.
But is the next vote to update no, that answers my question. I can motion to amend the next motion. Thank you.
Yep, great. All right, vote number one, to dissolve the V9 committee, Burning Lands.
Yes.
Blackspire,
No.
Crystal Groves,
No.
Celestial Kingdom,
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine,
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds,
Desert Winds votes no.
Emerald Hills,
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains,
Votes yes.
Golden Vale,
No.
Iron Mountains,
No.
Northern Lights,
Northern Lights votes no.
Northreach,
Northreach votes no.
Neverwinter,
Neverwinter votes no.
Polaris,
Polaris votes no.
Rivermore,
The populace of Rivermore vote no.
Rising Winds,
Given that we can update their mandate, the populace of the Rising Winds votes no.
Cal DeGore,
Taligor votes yes.
Viridian Outlands,
Viridian Outlands votes no.
Winter's Edge,
Winter's Edge votes no.
Wetlands,
Wetlands populace votes yes.
West March,
West March votes yes.
Nine Blades,
Nine Blades votes no.
XCOM Secretary, can you confirm the vote?
Yeah, I have 8 yes, 14 no, so the motion, proposal fails.
All right, so the COM has rejected the Celestial Kingdom's proposal that the V9 committee be dissolved in entirety. So at this moment in time, they are operating as a subcommittee of the executive committee, and their mandate is to investigate potential rules changes. All right, that brings us to our next vote. We will do this vote, then we'll have another short break. The next vote, as you can see, was a proposal that the XCOM put together and that was kindly sponsored by the Nine Blades. And the executive committee, listening to your feedback, did feel that the V9 team needed a strong mandate and that mandate needed to be clear and precise. This is detailed in your agenda, and I hope everyone read it. The resolution language will be as follows, and this comes from the proposal text in the original proposal link. The AICOM resolves that the V9 committee, under the direction of the executive committee, to compose a new version of the AmpGuard rules of play based upon prior data gathered by the committee, to be known tentatively as version 9. The COM further authorizes the V9 committee to oversee play testing of this rule set in all kingdoms in order to refine the rule set and present a final version of the rule set to the TCOM for approval and adoption. If a version 9 is approved and adopted, the V9 committee will remain active for a period of 1 year after adoption to assist with the integration of the new rule set. The entire V9 process will adhere within reason to timelines given in the version 9 implementation roadmap. This roadmap is also in your agenda. James, can you display the roadmap? And this is the document that is physically attached to this. So this is part of the resolution because the resolution says they will follow within reason the timeline in this document. Do we have any questions about this resolution language or what this document entails? Okay. All right, we can go back to the vote record. All right, we're going to proceed with a vote on this item. We have thoroughly discussed V9. I think everyone has the information they need. When this vote is over, someone can motion to discuss this further if they so choose. The motion may also be revisited if it fails in this first iteration. So, is there any final questions about the proposal language, the resolution language? All right, to adopt the proposal listed on the screen before you, Burning Lands, how do you vote?
Sorry, I did have one question. I couldn't get there fast enough.
Sorry, go ahead.
So as I understand it, if we want to, we've been talking about trying to put some separation between V8 and V9, trying to mandate that, one does not strangle the other, that kind of thing. Are those kind of modifications to this proposal, are they to this proposal? And do they only come into play if this proposal at first fails?
So those involve interactions with the rules of play, because that's where the V8 process is delineated. So we would have to have new legislation on that because this is a committee mandate, which is a majority level vote, whereas integrating anything with V8 since it's rules of play would constitute a rules change. So the vote currently before us is to implement this mandate, and then y'all are free in our next quarterly meeting to come up with additional proposals, and I'm sure many of you will, to further enhance how the process, the interactions between V8 and V9 will proceed over the coming years. So on this proposal before us, Burning Lands, how do you vote?
Burning Lands votes yes.
Blackspire.
Yes.
Crystal Groves,
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom,
As a point of order, we feel that the vote threshold on this is incorrect as it has to deal with playtesting and rules changes. It needs to be a 75% pass vote. Sorry, I was in text getting that.
let me discuss this with the executive committee momentarily. Pause. These are the kind of things, guys, you should have brought up a month ago. We just saw the proposal.
Sorry, Gavin, it was just brought up to me, like, as you were going over the proposal.
To be fair, I don't think the actual agenda says there's a certain threshold.
And
It's
so-
there. It says vote condition, simple majority.
Yes, and so the executive committee has decided, since the agenda was released a month in advance and that the vote majority is clearly printed in the agenda, we are gonna sort of assume that that was consent by the kingdoms at this time for this vote level. And the secretary, the bylaws really don't have anything particular to say on this, right? I'm pretty sure they don't. The executive committee feels that rules changes. It is unclear that playtesting is a rules change and that the COM still will be involved in approving any rules changes that do result from the V9 process. We will have more updates on that later as we have a chance to discuss more after the meeting. Let's see if I can get my screen back here. I lost my screen. Go back to this.
To be clear, if this fails, we can then potentially amend the mandate, correct?
Sir. I can figure out how to get Zoom back. We'll be in business. Where did you go, Zoom?
Try alt tabbing.
Yeah, good idea. Aha, genius. Oh, that's the live stream. Got it. Well, I said I did, and I don't. The darndest thing. Oh, there it is. It got made real tiny. Aha, you're back. Okay. So we will start over from the top. Burning Lands, how do you vote?
Burning Lands votes yes.
Blackspire,
Blackspire will retain its yes vote.
Crystal Groves,
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom,
Celestial Kingdom votes no.
Dragonspine,
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds,
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills,
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains,
Golden Plains votes yes.
Golden Vale,
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains,
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights,
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach,
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter,
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris,
Polaris votes no.
Rivermore,
The populace of Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds,
No.
Tal'Degor,
Tal'Degor votes no.
Viridian Outlands,
Viridian Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge,
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands,
Wetlands votes yes.
West March,
West March votes yes.
Nine Blades,
Nine Blades votes yes.
Okay, so the COM resolution will be as you see before you on the screen. The executive committee will be in regular communication with the V9 team and ensure that they are following this mandate precisely, and that the timelines that they have promised are being adhered to within all possible reason. And again, no rules changes are being made through this effort. The V8 proposal will be unaffected at this time until the COM directs otherwise. So V8 changes will continue as they are dictated in the rules of play until the COM says otherwise. Does anyone wish to motion for a discussion on this item before we put it behind us? Wetlands.
No, I don't want my hands raised. Sorry.
Very good. Okay, so with no motion for discussion, we will close this item of business. Okay, and that does conclude the V9 section of our rules. So we will take a short 5-minute break. I do want to make one final comment before we go to break. There has been some discussion in various chat groups. Let me check. What's going on? You're free to say whatever you want in the things. I did not know that Crix had slides prepared, but in my opinion, having some slides does not change what you're all allowed to say. If you want to show a picture or make puppet animals, you're free to. And in our discussions, you may say anything you wish regarding any proposal that's available. And in my opinion, at least, that is what Crix did. He spoke to his thoughts on his proposal, and I gave everyone equal time. And then to ensure that fairness of time, I gave a last call several times for anyone to speak additional words. So I think we have satisfied fairness, and that in the discussion, everyone was given at least as many minutes or possible minutes, should they have chose to use them, for discussion on that matter in relation to what the CK had to say. Any final questions before we go to our break about anything that occurred during our V9 section?
I have, sorry, I didn't raise my hand, but you showed a graphic very briefly there of the potential timeline for that play testing. Where can I find that? Because I was looking
in your agenda.
It's in the V9 annual report.
Yeah, and your
It's
agenda
their
as well.
roadmap. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
their
it's-
roadmap.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure I could make that available to the kingdom.
Everything's in the agenda. Okay, guys, 5-minute break, and we will be right back.
Hey, this is Robert, or this is Ragnarok from Burning Lands. Can you guys change my name to either my real name or my game name?
Yeah.
It's so annoying there.
I think they just went off of like Facebook's, but I don't know why yours made that, because it's Ragnarok on your Facebook too.
It
I'll give
is.
you some names you can change it to. Just saying.
No, don't listen to him. And then also, I did find my Zoom name. My Zoom name is Robert Lyons. Lyons is that last name for the Zoom name.
So I know it's too late for proposals,
Thank you.
but is there a means to put up a proposal that we now have to speak with puppets?
I mean, we can make it happen if you want. I'm down for that.
I feel like that would make this meeting way more bearable.
When our entire meeting's gonna become like nothing but Jim Henson all over, that's gonna be great.
I'm down for that, man. I'll be like Rainbow Connection.
Oh, oh God, I knocked something over. Oh God. Oh shit. I hit buttons on my TV and it's all messed up.
I second the motion for Puppet Guard.
No.
Yes.
No.
That's it.
I have an actual thing to bring forward. This is TD. My last name is DEG, not DIG.
So I'll work with our board to get a new financial proposal together. We'll have a line item specifically for puppets. If you're on the COM, AIBOD, or XCOM, you will get a puppet of your likeness for these meetings. We'll propose that, but you guys gotta, agree to fund it. So
I swear to God, if this becomes a capitation request, I swear to God, Dusty.
Black Spire seconds this motion.
there's already a second.
honest, like,
Chris, look at that, man.
depending how
We're on
expensive
board,
it
man.
is,
There was no
like-
motion and you got a second. Well done. Well done.
I can't even motion in this meeting and I got a second. It's amazing.
I would be willing to fund that out of my pocket. Like, I'm going to be honest.
You know how many
Great.
people would run for
All
this?
I'm gonna say is, you know what? I don't like any of you people right now because now my belt line's asking when are we gonna make puppets of ourselves?
Hey, so
Hey,
Chewy,
they've got their goals right.
Chewy, so with me still being your squire, when are you gonna make puppets of my face? It's gonna be great, man.
Oh, I'll make a puppet of your face.
I can make you an amp guard doll like I did Aiden before she left.
Take it.
I will shave part of my beard for the authenticity of having a beard on my puppet.
No.
Hey, I still have my previous mustache that I shaved off. It actually got shadow boxed, oddly enough.
Has Flo not reached out to you about that?
He did. And I told him to tell me where to send it, and I haven't heard back from him yet.
Oh shoot. Okay. I'll make him call you or message you.
Nice.
Look, I love you, but that's creepy. You still keep your mustache in a shadow box.
Hey man, it wasn't my idea. That was somebody else's that asked very specifically. Hey, I have a Dragon Master entry I want to enter. Can I keep your mustache? Because I shaved it when it was all waxed. And as soon as he saw the video of me shaving it, like on the live stream, he went, "Can I have it?" And I was like, sure. And now it's sitting in the shop. Right.
There is a very specific reason it sits at Smiling Foamwork, and that is because I will not allow it in my house because it's creepy.
That's what I'm talking about. The boss put her foot down. I love it.
But I'm just saying you might see it soon on the Whack podcast at some point in time. That's all I'm saying. Shameless plug there.
Oh, I absolutely appreciate it. Yeah. I want it to fall behind us.
So
Hey, remember they had like the little South Park character generators. You could create your own little South Park. We could do those. We'll put them on print them out, and put them on popsicle sticks. That'd be great.
I'm gonna do the Simpson one. That's what I'm gonna do.
Do it.
Now I'm just looking at everybody's feed over here and just seeing how many people look way too serious for this meeting now. That still have like their camera up. Tajima looked way too focused. That's
always focusing, bud.
Robert's got the Dwayne the Rock Johnson look going. That's good. That's good. I think I smell what he's cooking. I'm not sure. It doesn't smell good, but I think I smell it. That just might be the garbage that's right outside our door here at the office. One of the two.
Hey, I'm just eating Indian food right now. It's delicious.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, and I'm kind of jealous. I got Pop-Tarts and root beer. So
Oh no.
Can we just acknowledge that for most of this meeting, Winner's Edge has been eating like for most of this meeting thus far. He's got to get the protein gains.
that's what I'm talking about.
You're What's wrong?
I got a grocery store in walking distance. I'm about to just walk out and go grab a whole bunch of food and come back.
Oh, I brought snacks because I know how long we are.
Black Spire has Uncrustables for this meeting, so we're ready.
Nice.
Also,
Ryushin is going to be bringing me food when he comes home from field. So
Hey, tell him just to take a U-turn. It's like I know the drive over here is not far. Bring it over.
I'll ask him, see what he says.
These are the best chips I've ever had. Like no joke.
The wrap chips.
Wrap snacks. Oh yeah.
Is that Cardi B flavored chips?
Oh yeah.
Tastes just like her.
Barbecue. Hold on.
Oh
wait,
no.
I don't second that motion.
Hey, for those who live in Texas, if you like spicy foods, HEB has a Carolina Reaper corn chip like Fritos.
Oh yeah,
They're
we've tried
amazing.
them. Yeah,
They're
we've tried
amazing.
them. They're pretty good.
Make those with Frito pie.
Yeah, but so I was gonna say the little baby ones. Like one of my children is obsessed with them.
I would simply disintegrate.
The Fetty Wap honey jalapeno is amazing.
Hey, for this meeting, Broden would like his point in Scout.
Hey, all I'm saying, if anybody wants to go find Crimson Basin on Facebook, choice. Part of
Hey,
Burning.
real quick, you guys.
Get signing credit.
Manama is saying he can't get back into the meeting.
Good.
on the
That's right.
YouTube.
He can have his he can have his puppet come on if he wants. Does he have one? That's awkward.
All I'm saying though, while we're at it, before we get back to our meeting, I was here last year and Dusty promised to send like care packages
I know he
for the
lied.
calm with
know.
juice boxes and all of his stuff and like nothing.
I'm disappointed.
All I'm saying is,
Thanks,
that
Dusty.
like, if you guys really want to, all of you can collectively as a CM vote to remove me from my office.
Oh no, we're not.
No, you don't get out of jail free card here.
On the grounds of no juice boxes.
That's right.
Dusty, that's akin to trying to get Fog to ban you.
Okay, that's fair. That's a fair point. Like, see, our discussion for AIBOD chat right now has been we need to enact a required nap time, and so we're gonna have, like, you know, the COM embossed nap pads with some juice boxes and some light Celtic music playing in the background.
You know what? I don't know if I can believe you now, Dusty, because you made promises last year. Now I feel sad.
Hey, weren't you the one?
I mean, he is a president, you guys. He is a president. Like, let's clarify.
I was just grateful that I didn't have to get up. I got to like sleep in and this didn't start until 9 a.m. instead of the usual 6 a.m. So I
Right. Isn't that
appreciate
nice?
that.
Hey, you should thank Gavin for that, because I was an idiot and I was talking to my wife and I was like, when do we start? It's like 11 o'clock over here. I was, why is it so late? She goes, because there's people that live in Alaska, Dusty, that come to our meeting. And I was like, you're right. I'm stupid. I'm just going to walk over here now.
I mean, I rolled on this thing at noon. I'm like, is 11 noon? Oh dang! I forgot to look at whether it's Mountain Time or Central.
That's right.
Ragnarok saved me. Ragnarok saved me because I was like, what time does this start? Because I am incapable of like time conversion and I always show up either late or early for the meetings.
I showed up late because I was getting food.
I showed up early. I'm my clock's on Pacific time, but I'm in Alberta, which is on Mountain time for an event this weekend.
Yep.
But it was good because I was having internet problems anyways.
It's
I will add in the agenda, I did even spell it out by time zone for you guys. It's all in there.
Yeah, you know,
But that's reading. Like,
So,
that's
yeah,
a
but if-
lot.
You know, I've never seen that agenda. I'm not saying that I saw a post about it, but I personally have never picked it up, read it. Just tell me about it again.
It's a very politician
No.
response.
Yeah, it wasn't mailed to me.
Yeah, but
We're
look
gonna-
at Gavin.
we're
Like,
gonna-
I stand in the agenda, Mr. Goody Two Shoes.
Why can't it read?
It's
Hey,
just-
I am possibly maybe illiterate. We don't know. Okay. And that's
Well,
very
In
You're
my
giving
defense, I
way
got
too
dropped into
much.
this. I got dropped into this meeting just a week ago, and I've been scrambling to get speed reading through everything that's been given to me.
oh honey, no.
Yeah.
No, that
For
is
the-
fair.
for
He
the
got
rep- Yeah, we
screwed a bit.
our monarch is just he's feeling burnout, so he's dropped, and I'm the kingdom regent, so I'm kind of slowly
Yo.
transitioning over.
Look, all I'm saying
He
is right
just
now,
didn't
for
want to
this
sit
meeting-
through the 8-hour meeting.
For this meeting, you have been the best COM rep in this entire meeting for Canadian Outlands.
This is this is
Hi, guys.
endorsement for the senator.
Bye.
All right, I'll mute myself.
Oops, sorry. Dusty, bad influence.
Okay, so the next section of our meeting today is the V8 rules revision votes. These votes are going to be conducted via Zoom poll. Once I put the first one up, we will go over it extensively, make sure everyone understands how to use it. If you are on a mobile device, we did test this and it does work, but you need to be on the Zoom app. Is there anyone currently in this meeting who is on a voice call in line? Like old school phone call in? No, very good. Okay. Elizabeth, the XCOM membership officer, is currently going over the list, making sure that everyone, the voting permissions are correct. If you are not a voting member, I have made you a Zoom co-host. You will see the polls, but you will not be able to interact with the polls except to end them. So no touching any red buttons except for me. So a lot of you do have co-host status, but the purpose of that is to lock you out of the ability to vote. So as long as you don't touch any red buttons, things should be fine. Okay, Madam Mama, would you like to make any brief statement before we start the process?
Yeah. So if possible, Gavin, I would like to talk between these first two votes, which is the Paladin, Anti-Paladin, Barbarian changes and the sashes and symbols changes. So I'll talk now about those, and then after that's done, if I can then introduce the 2022 changes from the rules rep process, just so I can briefly talk about each package, just so verbally have it. Is that okay?
Certainly, sure.
Okay. So for these first two votes, so the Paladin, Anti-Paladin, Barbarian changes, these were results of the, obviously last year when we authorized the ability for people who have 6th level in a class to be able to play Paladin, Anti-Paladin. There was definitely a large sentiment among a lot of the rules reps to quickly go through and look at those classes kind of like with a fresh eye again to see how they actually balance within the Amtgard world. A lot of people had ideas about them prior to even that vote about how they should be changed. But of course, there was kind of a sentiment, it seemed that, well, they're kind of restricted classes and not as many people play them. So in this case, the rules reps went through and did kind of an iterative process where they I had them list what things that they thought were problems, things that they thought needed to be improved. And then they went through and wrote proposals based on those things. And what you see here is the kind of the fruit of that labor. Heron, Chris Lane was the one that was the main writer of these, but she definitely changed these proposals as people suggested things and as people debated them. And in the end, these had a large majority of support from your guys' rules representatives. And then for the sash and symbols changes, this was something that was requested from the 2020 Circle of Monarchs. I was directed to try to bring something to you guys about a sash option for Paladin, Anti-Paladin, at least look into it. This specific thing, specifically the gold sash and the silver sash, did not actually meet the requirement, but I felt the need that we needed to still bring what the rules reps thought was the best option. So this is why I brought it here, since I was directed to bring it. The second option for symbols, which is if the first option does not pass, you guys will then vote to change how symbols are defined in the rule book. This was very much supported by a majority of the rules reps. But this is also rolled into the first proposal. So if you vote yes on the first proposal, then the symbols will also change in the same way. So yeah, that's all I have to say about those for now.
Okay, all right. So on all the rules changes, after we vote on any of them, you guys can have discussion if you would like, but we are going to proceed through them. Hopefully everyone has taken the time to read them. And I would like to remind everyone that these rules have already passed by a supermajority of the kingdoms via their appointed rules representatives. I'm going to bring up the poll for this, and we want to take a minute to make sure everybody can see it, everybody understands how it's going to work. So this is
Right quick, while you're doing that, will we be able to see the poll results afterwards? Or will
yes,
you just be
immediately. You
announcing
just
them?
won't be able
Okay.
to see who voted which way. That will be after the meeting. Simple definition. Why? Oh, I can make this window bigger. That's very helpful. Okay. Good. There we go. Okay, so now you guys should see this poll. This is, you can move it around. If it's blocking your proposal, you can use your mouse to move it around on the phone. To move it around on the screen. If you're using a phone, you have to minimize the poll window to be able to read your screen, and then go hit polls again to go back to be able to see it. So everybody, does anybody have a question about the poll they see in front of them? You'll notice, and can you scroll up to, oh, you're changing the title there.
Yeah, can you put the rule that we're voting on exactly? Can you put that?
Yeah, can you scroll back to that, James? There we go. And it's the first page. There we go. It's also in your agenda if everybody can have that open.
And to summarize, this is changing the symbol requirement for non-knights to be a sash instead. And as the note says at the bottom, this affects the monster manual and removes the section from Gold Sash from Reeves.
What's the mechanic for changing the monster manual?
So that is a separate organization and they would have to be able to do that. We should have a larger conversation about the monster manual in V8 if you want. I know that in V9 that there was already talk about making sure that that's actually part of the rule set as opposed to being a separate organization, but that's obviously a separate conversation we should have later.
And we can't discuss these before the vote?
No, we're operating under the assumption that, we had 2 weeks of open discussion and that the rules reps have discussed it to death. If at any time you guys can motion, you are the COM, to have a discussion period on a thing if you choose to, but there are 50 of these, just be forewarned.
Tal DeGore would like to motion to discuss this first one.
Do we have a second?
Rising Winds will second.
Okay, we will open 20 minutes maximum of discussion on this item. Please make them concise and related only to this rules change.
Do I get the floor or do I raise my hand?
Yes, you're the first one, so you get the floor first.
I just like to strongly encourage everyone to vote no on this first one for the two symbols, the front and the back. AmpGuard has, I don't know how many nights across the game. These nights have, I don't know how many thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of dollars invested into garb with a single Phoenix on the front or the back. This makes all of that garb invalid for playing one of these classes. I strongly recommend voting no on this proposal.
Polaris.
I was muted. To that point, can't they just get like a belt favor to add to their garb? I don't see why they would need to get a whole new hundreds of thousands of dollars of garb when you're just adding another symbol.
Perhaps a belt is impractical. Perhaps a belt favor is impractical. And that's the whole point of maybe having this garb commissioned in the first place, was that you wanted to play this class. You have the garb for this class. Now that garb is invalid. It's not, pulling its weight.
I'd argue that sounds like a them problem, and it's better for the game itself to have openly displayed symbols on both sides. I do understand where you're coming from, though, with the investment.
Can somebody test something real quick for me? After you've submitted your vote, are you able to change your vote?
It disappears completely.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Yeah, so since I will relaunch this poll when the discussion period is over.
Motion to end the go ahead.
Is it free reign to discuss? Because I raised my hand and so have a few others.
No, I'm calling you guys. CK.
I'm going to go along with Polaris on this issue. Honestly, it would be very easy to make a 5-inch wide sash to put the symbols on front and back and just wear that if you wanted to. And that way, if your garb is out in the front, you have it in the back. If your garb has it on the back, it has it on the front. If you do not have a belt and can't do a belt favor, there are lots of options to get around this. Alternatively, you can just wear a sash. And I think that this will materially improve the ability to identify opposing classes much quicker than our current system allows.
Crystal Groves.
Yes. I mean, realistically, if you really think about the original purpose of the maintaining the symbols for knights, it was really just out of tradition, more so out of necessity or any sort of mechanical benefit in terms of identifying them. As far as the sunken cost of garb, like there's nothing stopping there's nothing stopping from a knight, and there's nothing stopping a knight from either wearing their paladin or anti-paladin garb with a single phoenix, and then to meet the full requirement, just throw a gold or silver sash on top of it.
Rivermore.
Crystal Groves actually just made what I was going to say.
Right. Wetlands.
No, I think that having the two symbols was just kind of weird. I think if we're going for the sashes, then the symbol requirements is not something we should be jumping really hard and heavy on. I really don't see why we couldn't just honestly do away with that one piece in there and still pass this, because I think the sashes are a good idea, especially if we're going to a universal system.
And Golden Plains?
So actually my question is about the paragons. How would we designate like Paragon Reeve and Paragon Monster after that?
And rules rep represented.
Right, I'll adjust your point right away. Golden Plains, neither one of those are in the rule book as far as like how you're supposed to handle Paragon Reeves or Paragon Monsters. They're not in the word standardization. They're also not in the rule book anywhere. It's generally a cultural thing, or I know some Kingdoms Corpora has specifically mentioned them. So this would affect those kingdoms that have those as obviously as part of it. The other thing I want to point out is this has two sections. So this first vote that you guys see in front of you is the symbol requirement to how big a symbol should be and where they should be at. And the second one is adding sashes to non-knights to play those classes gold and silver. If this fails, the second vote is just the first part, which is the class symbols only. So if you want to have to vote the way you want to vote for class symbols, if you are against having this class symbol requirement of the 5-inch square plus, by the way, just you have to wear two symbols and it has to be on opposite sides of the body. That language and stuff, if you're against that language, then you would vote no on both these proposals. If you're only against sashes being a requirement, but you still want the symbols, then you would vote no for this first one and vote yes for the second one. I just want to make sure everybody's clear on this because it can be confusing if you hadn't really read through this really clearly. And I know there was some people had said some things that were wrong about this proposal. So this does not affect knights. This was a specific request by the rules reps. This actually, but like I said, this was the best option that they could come up with as far as they had.
And 9 blades.
So I just want to be able to voice the opinion of those that had concern in our or in our kingdom, saying that the colors themselves, like the gold and the silver, were very similar to yellow, orange, or gray, which are already in use. They also seem to be taking away from something, from a use that they already have recognition in. So it seems that more effort could have been put into picking a different color that doesn't impose any changes to what has already been in place. I really think that the ability to recognize like a dragon, even just through the symbols is enough. And usually the classes are pretty much explained or understood at the beginning of a game. So like I think that it's a little bit different with more paladins and anti-paladins now. I'm just rambling, but I feel like the sashes was a bit of a rush for these specific colors. Different colors could have been chosen and would have been a better option.
Wetlands.
No, I think that I'll be honest with you. I think the sashes are a great idea. Our Reeves, if we went to the Reeves stick that a lot of kingdoms are doing, such as the SEA did as far as martial staffs and stuff like that, that makes it a little easier. Monsters should be doing things like wearing appropriate garb that can differentiate between the two of them. And when you're going to do a monster encounter, you stop and usually say, hey, what am I looking at? Sashes are probably the easiest way for us to differentiate in the spur of the moment what we're fighting. Monsters are special scenario pieces and we really don't need it. But I think that I think the sashes should have been something we should have done a long, long time ago, but it was a night only thing. But how many times I go on the battlefield and somebody's playing paladin or anti-paladin, you yell at them, what are you playing? because you don't know it at first. When I see a sash, I know exactly what I'm playing against. So I think that, yeah, could we have done a different color set and maybe left Reeve alone and Monster Mode? Possibly, but those two colors are pretty readily available. And metallic colors are very easy to see. So I don't see it being a big deal.
And Rivermore.
In regards to the sashes, I think that they absolutely should stay. But I think a lot of that, seeing what you're coming up against, also equipment plays into that. You know, a silver sash and a gray sash could get confused, but if you're walking up on somebody that's wearing 4 points of armor and carrying a shield, probably not a monk. And the same thing could be said for wizards. The only real time you run into that problem is when you have people not using the full equipment that's allowed to them. And a lot of that can be fixed with just declaring and knowing before the game starts what everyone's playing. Silver and gold we don't have a lot of colors left in our color spectrum unless, you know, Paladin gets to wear pink or something like that. But there really are not many colors left that aren't just shades of other colors. That's it.
And Chewy, is your hand still up from previous?
No.
But okay, guys, you know, in theory, by the bylaws, yes, I'm just reading them now. Yes, we are supposed to vote first on these very high impact items that you guys discuss. This will probably be the last one we do that on. So we have seen this, and we are all aware that there is a follow-up vote to this if this passage fails, where you will accept half of that. And that will be shown after this vote. So now we will relaunch the poll, and everybody, does anyone have any questions now that you've seen how the polls operate about how it functions? Did anyone not see the poll come up earlier? Okay.
I didn't see the results for the poll.
Oh, I did not put results because we are relaunching since there was a discussion period.
Oh, okay.
All right, so now we are relaunching the poll, and this is for the vote you see on your screen before you.
So the previous poll did not count at all.
No, and it will be erased from the results.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Zoom only will show the most recent launching of a poll when it shows the results. Yeah, we clarified that quite thoroughly. So now I will relaunch the poll, and here on my screen it says relaunching the poll will clear existing polling results. Do you want to continue? Yes, I do. So now you see the poll before you again. Okay, and so as everyone can see, I will end the poll and we should all be able to see the results. That is 22 votes registered. We'll share results. And now everyone can see how the 22 representatives voted. Does everyone see these results? 16 out of 22 yes, and 6 out of 22 no.
I see the results, but I don't see it divvied up by kingdom. Can you see it
No, that
divvied up
will
by
only
kingdom?
be in the post report. So immediately after the meeting, there will be a report issued and you will see how every kingdom voted.
Is it not going to be added to your vote spreadsheet in real
Yeah,
time
no,
like
it
other
will,
votes?
no, it will not be in real time. We have 50 rules. It will take a lot. We will be here for many, 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 many hours. As soon as the meeting's over, all of the per kingdom data will be uploaded to the Google Drive and attached to the meeting minutes.
So this one's online. Did it pass or did it fail?
Well, you can see before you. So for rules changed, it is a 2/3 supermajority, which is 75.74%, I think, out of 22 kingdoms. So this failed. I can tell you exactly how much it is. Oh, that's not my computer. So with 22 kingdoms, a winning percentage, if we're close, it is 77.2727%. And the other one, when it's only 16 kingdoms, is 73 point something, something, something. So that's what you're seeing on the screen here now. So this proposal fails. All right, we move on to the second proposal. We scroll down on the list, and this will be, as Manamama said, the same proposal in part. And do you want to clarify that again real quickly for us, Manamama?
Yep. If this Manama, by the way.
Manama. I just like saying Manamama. It's so fun.
That's fine.
Not anymore. Manamama for the rest of your life now.
So this section right here, if it passes, will add a new section called class symbols, and it will define what an actual class symbol is. So this would affect both the phoenixes and the dragons for symbols for paladin and anti-paladin. And as you can see here, it'll must protrude on all edges of a 5-inch square, must be clearly visible from 20 feet away. And notice there's no language of opposing sides. It's just symbols must protrude all edges of a 5-inch square. Symbols must be clearly visible 20 feet away. And the background must be of a contrasting color. That's it. And then add to the garb requirements of paladin, anti-paladin class symbol as a keyword, so people know where, that, hey, go look at class symbols for how they should be defined.
Great. Okay. And just so no one, a day from now tries to hold me over the fire for not following the bylaws, we're going to vote now. So I'm going to launch the poll for this. This is called definition B, paladin symbol definition in sashes, anti-paladin B. I will now launch this poll for you to see. So waiting on 2 kingdoms to log votes. Okay. And I have a comment from my chat that they also cannot see this on the live stream. So we will, when I show the results, so we will announce clearly the results of the meeting. We have 22 votes logged. I will end the poll and I will share the results. And everybody should be able to see.
Jason.
Yeah.
The last one should have passed actually, because we have one person here who's not co-hosted, so the percentages being shown are out of 23.
No. Oh, well, who is that person?
I am not sure.
Manama needs to be made a co-host. I've been trying to say that. He's not. He's the only one who's not.
Would it not log me as an abstain then?
No.
I mean, on my
that percentage
screen, I see 16 of 22, which is 73 point something percent.
But it's counting 23 individuals who can participate.
The percentages wouldn't match then if it was that case.
Yes, they do match.
They do match.
Counting you, yeah, 16. I mean,
It's showing that you have 22 out of 23, which is 95% participated.
Yeah. So the poll results, see, it shows as 73% of respondents. And we fixed the Manamama thing, so that's fixed. Yeah, 16 is our fail window, 17 is our pass window.
Okay.
Elizabeth, can you check and find Manamama and make sure he's been made a co-host?
It's all Manamama's fault.
Yeah. That's your name from now on. Manama, I know that.
Don't worry, Manama. I'll give you Gavin's name. We call him. It'll be fine.
Has that been fixed, Elizabeth? I don't know why I can't find it here.
No, it has not.
Oh, there he is. Okay. There we go.
There you
And I
go.
think that looks like that automatically tweaked it, right? And see,
Yes.
but as you guys can see, it does not change the percentages. So, any questions about that before we move on? So for those watching on the live stream, both of these proposals have failed by a single vote. Okay, all right, next up, we go into the big one, right? The rules package.
Do we have a chance to
Oh, no,
discuss
I'm
the
sorry,
changes and revote?
No, not at this time. Let's get through all of these rules. I mean, unless someone wants to motion for discussion on this item now that the vote has been conducted.
I motioned in chat earlier, but
I'll second it.
Second it.
Okay, we will now open discussion on this. Both votes at this time have failed by a margin of 1 vote. Wetlands.
yeah, so honestly, I'll just amend my motion as well. So my motion is going to be just to remove the number 4 and number 5 or 4 below from this particular SASH's definitions anti-pallet page. I think if we do that, it will alleviate some of the misgivings that we have currently on members of the COM. And I would absolutely be okay with voting on that.
Anyone else?
Just to clarify, Chewy, that would be to get rid of the symbols changes, but still require sashes.
That's correct.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom motions to implement wetlands proposed language change.
Freddie Nolens will second that.
Manama, can you edit that in real time here on this?
I can, but I have a question.
Yep.
So this happened last year as well with the scout change from charge times 5, where it was moved from charge times 10 to charge times 5 after the rules reps did it. Now, these are from the rules representatives. Are we adding for the ability for the COM to essentially change proposals? It's not defined in the rule book for this process.
The COM has had the authority to change the rules directly forever. It's in the COM bylaws.
I understand that can be a separate thing other than this, right? Like this is the rules rep process outlined in the rule book. Now you guys can vote to change the rule book right now to add it, but it's not. It's like a gray area in our rules representative process. So that's my question, is that I can edit this. We did this last year as well, but to me, it's kind of weird, right?
Motion to add a line item veto power for this meeting specifically.
We're actually looking into that right now. It was brought to our attention that the rules of play does have something to say about this. Bring them up quickly. With specific regard to rules changes at the annual meeting. The question is whether it refers to the representatives or to the COM's actions. The line from the rules of play is rules revision process. Absolutely. Only items on the finalized list will be voted upon. Absolutely no rules changes or clarifications will be accepted on site for change. And that is listed in the rules of play. Executive committee, can you chat with me real quick?
Yeah, just give me a second.
Yep, sure.
I'm gonna go off mute and just say this, Gavin. I had my hand up. Last year we voted to amend the rules process specific to certain rules changes to incorporate them immediately instead of having them go through 1 year playtest period, as I recall. If we could confirm that, that would also mean that we have the power to say, yes, we are altering this year to allow us the option to modify these proposals. I believe the threshold to pass such a resolution would require a 75% affirmative vote to do so.
Correct, and that happened last year. There was above a 75% vote to implement it.
Yes, strictly just bringing up the point that we can choose to give ourselves that power to make line item changes this year if we so choose, but it needs to hit that threshold to do so.
Yeah, just give us 2 more minutes to finish our discussions, guys. And that was at the annual COM meeting of 2021.
And 2020,
yes.
and also 2020 when Medrin was still rules representative organizer.
Feel like we're all sitting here listening to elevator music right now.
I wish I had some for you guys.
I'm gonna
Very
play some
boring in
jazz
this
for
elevator.
us.
Hey,
the
don't
the Jeopardy music.
disabuse that.
Hey, so
You
I
get
wanted to
your
come off of, I wanted to come off mute. So I was under the impression we could make changes to these particular ones like we did last year. Hence why I voted no on the whole package. If that's the case, then I'm going to ask that I can please change my vote again because I don't want this to fail. I just didn't like the one item.
No, of course, and we are looking into that now. Just give us 1 more second.
The last time I was on the COM, we did it vote, discuss, vote again. And that was in 2019.
Certainly,
And
I
then
mean, in the
table if it didn't pass.
Right.
We did 2018 too.
Right, we would vote, we would discuss, then we would allow for a motion, or we would just move to a second vote if needed on that item, which is the same we did when I was on the COM NEH.
Sure, but the question is, are we allowed to change these rules changes after they've been submitted to us?
And the only thing the bylaws has to say about that is that the executive committee shall facilitate a vote prior to discussion. And that's it. Yeah.
Right, so we would, okay, so we would have to vote first and then facilitate discussion.
Which we did, and which we're doing now. We're having our discussion. Now, the question at hand is, do we need to make some other motion to have to enact the change power for this meeting?
I'm going to be honest, if it's such a big point of contention, can we not just vote to table it and discuss at a later date? Because there's a lot on the table.
Certainly.
So you can, just a reminder, that is what we also did with a lot of stuff last year. And it took a large chunk of the entire year to finally get through everything that eventually was tabled. Just making that point. And I see hands are raised, so I'm going to be quiet now.
Okay, let me get back to my hands. Iron Mountain.
Well, I was just going to say, if we change, the proposals that the rules reps voted on, we don't give room for any feedback from the populace about what they want us to do.
Okay, I'm going to give my final decision to the XCOM to see if they agree. And we appreciate everybody. That's the bad thing about volunteer organizations. It's always the first time for all of us. So next year, hopefully we'll have this sorted out, but I'm a rookie, so bear with us. Okay, so in the COM bylaws, it clearly states, let me get the actual sentence here for you.
As you cite it, can you also cite the page number or
Yes,
item
certainly.
number?
So it is the bylaws, it is section, the COM bylaws. James, can you throw them up? Section 6.1. All right, section 6.1, proposals and business items. One more down. 6.1A3, proposals that are not seconded before the agenda for meetings in person is shared will be considered killed and will not be added to that agenda. So with that in mind, we are going to withhold any business that is not on the agenda from this meeting to be discussed at future meetings. Additionally, the rules of play stipulates that we are not allowed to change rules that the rules reps have brought forth. And that is item 8 in the rules of play there, or item 7, section 3, item 7. Only the items on the finalized list, which Manama submitted only a few weeks ago, only the items on the finalized list will be voted upon. Absolutely no rules changes or clarifications will be accepted on site. So while you guys are free to discuss after votes and indeed to revote, we cannot actually change these items. Does that make sense? Any questions, Rivermore?
Knowing that, I'd like to move to doing another vote.
Okay. So motion, since we have now clarified, is to relaunch these two polls and to conduct this vote again with the understanding that the bylaws prohibit introduction of new business not on the agenda and that the rules of play prohibit altering the submission of the rules rep organizer during the course of the meeting.
Crystal Grove seconds.
Crystal Grove seconds. Okay, so we will relaunch the polls. James, can we go back to proposal A? Okay. All right, and I am.
So real quick, do I have a chance to actually discuss? We just kind of talked about the validity of amending a proposal, but can actually discuss the proposals as is. We didn't really give time for that.
Yes, and according to the bylaws, I want to go by the letter. We vote first, and then you guys can have discussion and revote. And
This is just revoting the first vote, correct?
Yes, we're revoting the first vote.
Okay.
Will we be revoting the second vote if the first vote fails again?
Yes, I think so, because they are interconnected. And I think just in the sense of fairness, since we have now established these two items as fact and delineated in bylaws and the rules of play, that's what we will do. So I am going to relaunch this poll. My screen says, will clear existing results? Yes, please. Continue. Okay, we have 22 people have voted. The poll is concluded, and now you will see the results. 18 votes in favor, 4 against, no abstentions. Page 1 of the symbol definition for sashes and symbols for paladin and anti-paladin, version A, has passed.
So to clarify, the second one, we're not voting on because the first one passed?
That is correct, and that is indicated in the document submitted by the rules rep organizer.
Thank you.
Rules rep organizer, Manama, up next is.
So next up should be the Paladin, Anti-Paladin, Barbarian changes. This was like I said earlier, a large effort by a lot of the rules reps for what they felt was the best improvements to these classes. These all passed by a very large majority of the rules reps at the time. I submitted this back in February, I believe it was, of this year. And that was what they were working on up until that point. So.
Okay, these are the Paladin changes. Essentially, each page that the rules rep organizer has submitted, or each bold underlined category, is a singular vote item. So we are voting to accept these Paladin changes, which are highlighted here in bold print. So I will now launch this poll. And let's keep the Paladin ones on the screen. Scroll back up to them.
Yeah, please.
Gavin, real quick, point of order. Wasn't this supposed to be a package deal, not individual votes?
The package contains 40.
No, this was also supposed to be a package. The Paladin, Anti-Paladin, Barbarian changes were all changes that were supposed to be off of each other. Specifically the Barbarian and Anti-Paladin especially.
Yeah, I was pretty sure they were a package also.
It was supposed to be a package vote. So I just want to.
Well,
that is also how we understood it.
That's also how you guys understood it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So you may want to end this poll, just real quick, go back.
Well, I can change the title, right?
I don't see that indicated in the proposal here that it's a package deal. I may be missing it. I absolutely.
In the agenda. So the agenda.
I'm sorry. I was looking at the actual proposal on the link, so it might be in the agenda.
It's not really specified in the agenda, Madam Mama.
I understand that now.
Yeah.
I said it in the post originally that I posted on the Circle of Monarchs page, but I did not specify it on the actual document itself.
Yeah, so we will continue with these as single class votes since it's not spelled out explicitly.
Understood.
Okay, so yeah, 17 votes in.
I would actually recommend starting the revote because somebody may have voted with the idea that they are a package deal.
Certainly, I can certainly do that. All right, we are going to relaunch this, and in the agenda that was submitted to you, the rules rep clearly states the first document is the package, period. And the other votes do not contain any language, whether they are related to a package, so we will not treat them as a package. Okay, so we're going to relaunch this poll now. Relaunching. Continue. Three kingdoms remain. Okay, everyone has voted. This item passes unanimously.
Maybe I should have said no.
Next up is anti-paladin changes. This item passes 20 votes of yes, 2 votes of no, 0 abstentions. Barbarian changes. This proposal passes, 19 votes for, 3 against, no abstentions.
I was just hit with a question with these changes that are passing. do they take effect immediately or will it be 30 days after?
These are going to be up for this is for play testing of these abilities. I don't think that there's 30 days was last year, right? There's no, the play testing will basically take place immediately after this meeting, starting with this. And I'm coordinating with the rules representatives to make sure that this time around that the play test is actually like looked at by the rules representatives and feedback is given so that next year we can bring changes to these if they need it, like if there's problems with any of these changes. But it'll be AmpGuard wide playtesting, so everyone should be playing by these rules changes, and these will be posted on ampguard.com as soon as I can. But they will not be in the rule book until next year if it gets passed then as well.
So right quick, would that include for the sashes as well? That's an immediate change?
Correct. And it's play testing with the sashes. So if there's any problems next year, you guys can then, or the Circle of Monarchs can then say no, obviously, or the rules reps can propose changes to them. Like, hey, this worked, but this didn't, all that type of stuff.
Okay, so now we move on to the big package. There was a specific item in here. I would like, Manama, for you to address that, the one that needed a clarification. There was some dissension amongst the monarchs about how that clarification was made, etc.
Yeah, sorry, my dog just fell down. So there were 2 items actually that came up that had wording problems as far as people in the public were trying to say that they didn't maybe think that the wording was clear. It was not the intention of the change at the time, and all the rules reps missed it as well as myself when I actually read through these again to look for problems like that. And so one of the changes was for Barbarian to say, instead of must, because a must keyword for like Magic the Gathering obviously is one of those things that people say, well, you have to do it. So instead of saying must declare after they die, which sounds like that every time you die, you must declare after death, I changed the wording to may only. So that way it's noted that when you use this ability, you could only use it after you've died. And then the other one was the problem with extraordinary enchantments. So this is the one that I had some conversations with people about. Currently, warriors can stack harden twice because it's an extraordinary enchantment if they have golem. Scout, if they get the change that's in here for adaptive protection, they would be able to start stacking their adaptive protections every time they die until they obviously get dispelled. And the 30-day clarification that I'm issuing, regardless of whether or not this vote passes or not, is that you can only have one instance of a specific extraordinary enchantment at a time, because that makes the most amount of sense. So that way that there is anything that changes in the future, extraordinary enchantments don't get somehow abused with a persistent enchantment thing with golem, because it's really only a golem problem, right? And it's not the intention of adaptive protection to be used in that manner by scouts. So as well as it's also not the intention for warriors to harden twice while they're golemed. So regardless, that clarification will be made. 30-day clarification will be issued after this point. Also, any clarifications that I do make will be rolled into the rule book next year when we do make the change.
Okay, and the rules of play with regard to this item, it says the rules rep organizer, section 2, number 5. Issue clarifications based on feedback and discussion by the rules rep. Any clarifications are binding unless vetoed by the comp. Crystal Groves, you have a comment.
Yes, Manama, I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for the clarifications. Second, I just want to be 100% clear that with the extraordinary enchantment restriction, just so everyone is completely clear on what that means, you mean that each individual extraordinary enchantment that someone can has a limit of 1, not that you can only have 1 extraordinary enchantment on you, correct?
Correct. So you can have, like, warriors can have harden and ancestral armor. That's perfectly fine under my clarification. But like I said, if they're golem, they can't have harden and then harden as well. And so hardened shield and also hardened weapons, or in this case for scouts, adaptive protection, subdual, sorcery, flame, death, as they keep going every life.
Thank you very much.
So yeah.
Celestial Kingdom.
Yeah, I mentioned this in discussion with Manama already, but I have some pretty strong objections to issuing immediate clarifications on rules changes. The issue with Warrior, quite frankly, is a non-issue because it doesn't happen currently. You know, Warrior being what it is has its own problems, but the outline scenario just doesn't happen. Or if it does, it's almost non-impactful. This comes up because we're about to make a change to Scout, which means that the underlying issue of Golem needs addressing. So both should just get no voted down, and we should not be doing these 30-day immediate clarifications. We have the option to clarify our language before these are coming to the COM. And if something failed to do so, wait till next year.
And so that is what we're discussing right now, guys. We're not discussing this proposal. We are discussing until we come to a consensus on how the COM interacts in real time with the rules rep organizer's ability delineated in the rules of play to issue clarifications. Rising Winds, do you have a comment?
That's really what I wanted to make sure I understood, because there was a comment, we can't make rules revision process can't be made on site, but we're not talking about the proposal. Manama is talking about if we adopt this proposal, we are then forced, or he is then forced to make a clarification for the next 30 days.
That is correct, which is his power in the rules of play, and it is ostensibly to have that be binding until such time as the COM has the chance to veto it.
Sure. So if he's making that clarification either way, we don't need to pass this then. Got it.
Is that, Manama, is that you intend to basically issue that clarification immediately after this meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so that is my understanding. Executive committee type, if you agree with me, that the rules of play gives him this power. He has stated that he will do this, and that basically we can take those languages out of this document right now, if you think we need to do that. Okay. All right, well, they agree.
We can't take it out of the proposal. We can't make changes.
No, what I'm, oh, well, yeah, in theory, yeah, sure.
No, in practice, we just went over this 2 votes ago.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, but I can't remember when you made that. Did you actually edit them, or did you just highlight?
I did actually edit the language on the Barbarian to may only instead of must.
Okay, well then would you, so we could have him put it back to must, which is what it was as submitted.
No, as I understand it, we factually need him to put it back to must.
Yes.
That's what was submitted, and we just went over that we can't make changes.
You are correct.
Like, I don't want us breaking our own rules now.
Right, yeah, no, of course. Like I said, guys, this is a learning process for all of us, and we're doing exactly the right thing here today. We are
for sure want to talk it out,
discussing it and talking it out.
So just to be clear too, the Barbarian change is not part of the package deal. That is actually part of the individual that is later on.
Yeah, so we will come to this. So the one in, what is the language change that differs from your original submission here in the package?
So under Barbarian it's under the V8 rules proposals individual. There's a 5 for death clause, and I just changed it back to must be used immediately after dying, which was the original wording by the rules rep that proposed this and it was voted on.
And was there another language change?
No.
So only one language change.
I thought there was something in Scout too as a result of this.
No, the Scout is what you see on the screen. That I did not change anything.
Okay, it's just your clarification is going to affect
Yes.
Scout. Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
It specifically was the idea of stacking adaptive protection while you're a golem. Every time you die, you get it back, and then you're able to use it again, right? To stack with itself, because it's extraordinary and does not count as enchantment limit. So that was the concern, that this causes some weird thing that was not obviously intended by the person who wrote this. And but then we also someone brought up to me about Harden for Warrior actually technically can also do the same thing, and I was like, okay, well, but and that is why I decided to go that route.
Okay, is everyone happy with that resolution? If you have a dissent to our reasoning there, now's your time to voice your dissent or your concern. Okay, so this is the big one, right? This is the package. It will determine how long this meeting is going to be. So if you're voting for the package, these are, as it says in the agenda, all rules changes that passed with an 80% or greater margin of rules representatives. So you will now vote to accept this as an entire package. If you do not accept it as a package, then we will run through individual line item votes on said package.
Point of order. I want to make sure I understand. We're going to vote on this package. Then if necessary, there's discussion on the package. Then we'll re-vote on the package.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And then if it still fails, it will be broken down into individual votes, correct?
That's correct. Do you guys see results in real time? No, you just see submit your own vote, right?
Yeah.
No, we'll see results at the end.
Like suspense for me, watching the little blue bars go back and forth and change.
I think for this vote, we should have used the traditional method. For this one vote, we should have used the traditional method.
One kingdom remains. Okay. This proposal will pass by a margin of 1 vote, 17/22. For the rules representative majority, 80% majority package is, and all the rules contained therein are accepted. We will now go to individual rules. Can we throw the first one? I want to say it's Druid, or unless someone wants a motion for discussion on the package. Okay, Druid Corrosive Mist. The poll for Druid Corrosive Mist is on the screen. One kingdom remains. Druid Corrosive Mist passes by 18 of 22 votes. Healer spell frequency updates.
Gavin,
Yes.
didn't the package pass?
Yes, and these are now the rules that did not pass by 80, they passed by 70. So these are the small handful of rules that have a 70 to 80% approval margin by the rules representatives.
Okay, I understand. Thanks.
There's only a couple. Two kingdoms remain.
There's more than a couple.
I was trying to give them hope.
Don't lie to us.
One kingdom remains.
Haha, I wasn't last.
And One Kingdom, maybe you minimized it or you're just.
Yeah, I clicked off of it. It ran away.
Yep, all right, perfect. Healer spell frequency changes passed by 19 of 22 votes. All right, next is changes to fight after death. One Kingdom remains. Somebody out there didn't read ahead of time. That's what you're doing. You're having to read them here in real time.
No, I voted and I didn't hit submit.
Fight after death fails. 16 votes of 22. Our passing window is 17 votes required.
So I do want to speak on this one. This one is because you guys voted to change Paladin to Paladin SAS changes. So this is basically a change to that change. This is a change to the Reeve section specifically. So that's includes things like black and white and things like that for Reeves.
One Kingdom remains. Everybody make sure that you submitted. Okay, thank you. Reeve symbols designation passes 20 of 22 votes. Change to Gambison and its interaction with synthetic armor. One Kingdom remains.
Sorry, I was looking at my rules reps, Doc.
Synthetic armor changes pass 19 of 22 votes. Changes to triggers for wounds and kill. Okay. Changes to wound kill triggers passes 21 of 22 votes. Changes to arrow blunt diameter.
Sorry, I accidentally closed it and now I can't seem to find it again.
I mean, if you see polls in your bottom of your screen, if you tap the polls button, they should come back up.
So far, no.
It's in your control bar.
Yeah, I think that's only for the facilitator. I don't think that's for everybody.
Let's see, didn't we, it's not minimized or anything. Oh, you hit the X to close it?
I might have. Yeah, I accidentally did.
Can you, Iron Mountains, can you tell us how you reopened it? Just speak out. You said this happened to you earlier, Iron Mountains. How did you fix it? In the chat there, it says he had polls in a bar at the bottom next to something, next to reactions. There should be like a bar. You should be able to pass your mouse over and it'll highlight a bunch of options.
I am not finding it. I'm on my phone. I don't know if that makes a difference.
I don't have it on the desktop app either.
Yeah, okay. Okay, in the interest of keeping our result output consistent, I'm going to relaunch this poll, so please re-register your vote and don't hit the X. Okay, this poll is being relaunched. My item says we'll clear the existing polling results. Do you want to continue? Yes, I do. One kingdom remains, and there we go. Okay. This item fails 13 for, 8 against, with 1 abstention. Okay, guys,
I think that's it.
Is the end of our rules sharing thing.
A motion to discuss the last one.
Certainly. Do we have a second?
Blackspire seconds.
Okay. Rising Winds, you may open your discussion.
I guess really my question is, we're building up a bigger blunt to make the game safer. I imagine there are arguments against it, but I don't know what they are. So please share with me.
Golden Plains.
The people in my populace felt that it would make the arrow a little bit too heavy and that it would cause a bigger safety concern based off of that.
Viridian Outlands.
So I was the one to abstain. I'm not trying to publicize that. Abstain because the newer tech seems to be the way to go, and penny tech is frowned upon within the Viridian Outlands based on popular opinion.
And Crystal Groves.
I just want to say for reference that 0.75 inches is the diameter of a penny.
Is that the case? Polaris.
Some of the major things that I heard from my kingdom against this is that, one, you'd be causing essentially every arrow to be torn apart and rebuilt. Also, it's impossible to actually judge. You can't look at a constructed arrow and say what the blunt is. And I think the biggest issue with aero construction safety is more so due to security of the foam and not the blunt around the head.
And I will add that Crystal Groves is correct. A penny is 0.75 inches in diameter. At least according to the coin specifications of the United States Mint.
I will just interject there real quick though. Penny language is removed per the previous package and is replaced with steel washer.
Gotcha.
Just FYI.
Yeah, sure.
It's just this one, the only change is that diameter. The person included the rest of the language, but really, yeah.
No, it seems like we're adding it back in. Let me rephrase. Factually, we're adding it back in.
So
That's
also,
what this is doing.
Pennies are back on the table, boys.
it was a steel disc, not a washer specifically.
But in the proposal, it's specifically highlighted in yellow what's changing. And so the thing that we voted on was what was changing. So, so we didn't add it back. I don't think we effectively added it back in because that's not what we were voting on to change.
Yeah, so right now you're showing me something from the package, correct, James? So this is
the package, yeah.
Item A was the change that was voted on in the package. So this is Aero Blunt Materials as it currently stands, which you see on your screen.
Okay.
All right, moving along. Crystal Groves, are you done?
No, I have one more thing. So in the Aero Blunt Materials, yes, it removes pennies as an example, but it does not specifically say that the change doesn't specifically disallow pennies. In my interpretation, penny tech arrows, as we've called them, would just fall under the other similar methods tab of the clarification and of the rule itself.
Okay.
And thus still be allowed by the even with this change.
Celestial Kingdom.
I'm not sure that's accurate because it's very specific as to the type of materials added, but that's not what I was actually jumping in about. The specific thing that I'm jumping in about is that what do we have as far as evidence is concerned that adding a 1/4 inch diameter to the blunt portion of aero construction is materially different and better in terms of safety? What evidence do we have? What's the actual math on that physics? Because most of what comes out from an arrow being safe is the actual padding methodology.
Viridian Outlands.
I'm just asking if I request to revote based on the package vote that we had done. I'd like to change my vote.
Okay. Motion for revote has been made. We will go through the hands raised for discussion. Does anyone want to second the revote while we're at it? Okay. No second. Continuing with discussion. Neverwinter.
I just wanted to confirm my interpretation of procedurally, because we voted on the package as a whole, and while it does show the first line, A, being highlighted, the second line does include a change, which was not highlighted. However, it is included in the wording, so we did vote on the entire wording. The individual Aero Blunt Material vote that we just took, while it only highlights the size, all of the wording was included. We are voting on the entire proposal. So yes, if we are to revote on it and pass it, it will override the Aero Blunt Materials from the package.
And Crystal Groves again, final.
Yes, this will just be my final word. Based on just for the full interpretation that I'm looking at here, the wording is the tip of shafts must be built up at least 0.5/0.75 inches in diameter in a solid manner, such as, and then it gives lists of examples of materials or ways you can define a solid manner. I wouldn't say that this specifically requires a steel disc or a steel material. I would argue that it simply changes the example given of a solid manner to a steel disc instead of a penny.
Golden Plains.
So actually, it does rule out pennies. I'm looking at it and it says affixing a non-zinc washer, right? So by removing the penny from an option, pennies are made with zinc coated in copper. So it would have to be non-zincs as specified by this rule. So pennies are 100% out of the question, correct? Or am I
Pennies aren't
reading this wrong?
washers.
Well, no, pennies aren't washers, but it says non-zinc. So it's like reeling, it's steel disc and no zinc, right? That's what the rules specify there.
Okay, Burning Lands.
I'm just gonna echo what Golden Plains said, right? That because pennies are made of zinc, it does specifically say that non-zinc material is not allowed.
And Neverwinter, is your hand still up? Or was it before? And
No,
Rising.
I apologize. That was from before.
Rising Winds.
Well, yes, there is one key note highlighted. I would like to also echo the sentiments that it says replace all of these words with all of these other words. Yeah, that's not what's showing on we're still looking at the package on the screen share, but on the actual proposal, we're replacing under this replace current, the tip of shaft shall be built up with the tip of shaft shall be built up, wrapping in duct tape with a penny. We are replacing all of these words. That's what this proposal says. Yes, only part of it's highlighted, but the highlight's not what's going to go into the rule book. All of the words associated with it are going into the rule book.
That's correct. And
I agree. Taldegore withdraws its comment.
And Golden Plains.
Oh, well, they actually addressed it. I was going to say, so we're voting to re-put pennies back in if we do, but they withdrew, so it doesn't matter.
And we are allowing discussion on this topic because, you know, arrows are a serious thing, and we all know this. I mean, they're a very serious, very dangerous thing. And I think you guys should take all the time you need when considering them. Okay, we had a motion for a revote. XCOM, can you tell me if there was a second? I was not looking at the chat. As soon as XCOM confirms if there was a second in chat or not, we will know how to proceed.
I do not see any seconds on this particular proposal.
All right, with no second to the motion to revote, the proposal will stand on the.
Who made the original motion or the new motion to vote? To revote?
That was Viridian Outlands.
Rising Wind seconds.
Okay. All right, any final discussion on this item? To be clear, what is current? Can you place what we just voted on, James, the other document? Okay, moments ago, we accepted the text Arrow Blunt Materials number 4. We are now changing that text to go to the new proposal to the thing under width. This section here is. Everyone understands the change? That's what we're voting on. I will relaunch this poll. Do you wish to clear existing results? Yes, I do. Continue. Two kingdoms remain. One kingdom remains. All right, who's having gnashing and wailing, trying to make up their mind. Big one.
We lost someone from the call because it's showing 21.
Let's see who dropped out. Okay, I'm going to ask you guys a question, Executive Committee. Getting a response from one more. Okay, the one missing vote cannot change the outcome mathematically. The executive committee is going to declare this person in abstention. Can you make sure to note that one member, find out who the member was and put that in the meeting notes, that they were resolved as an abstention in this matter due to being dropped out of the meeting. This motion fails. 8 votes yes, 12 votes no, 2 abstentions. And during the break, we will work on figuring out how to do that. All right, well, guys, so far, so good. Again, I want to thank you for devoting your time to this meeting. I had a goal of 5 hours. I don't know if we're quite going to make it. We're going to be close. Does anyone need longer than a 15-minute break?
I'd call it 20 just to be on the safe side.
20. All right, 20 it is. Anyone need longer than a 20-minute break?
I think we
Black Spire agrees with 20.
I just want lunch, man.
All right.
Man, can I just get some food, please? Oh my
Yeah,
God.
Food is good.
I do too, but I got to go make it myself.
Juice box and crackers.
We will adjourn until 4:30.
Orange slices.
And again, guys, thank you. And like I said, we're all learning here together. And I think we're doing the right thing. We're talking through everything. And if at any time, anything, you are not pleased with how it's going, talk to us. All 3 of the members of the executive committee are here, and we want to do our best to make sure that everyone is executing the will of their kingdoms faithfully here in this meeting. So 20-minute break, guys. When we come back, we'll move on to funding proposals and elections. All right. You bet.
Just remember all those juice boxes and Nat Matt's Cato out of Thorn Mountain. He has those. So if somebody find him on Facebook and tell him you want them.
Literally
That's
about
okay.
to message him right now.
Tato, you're in trouble. Because, Dusty's living on a throne of lies right now.
It is very, very true.
Hey, Dusty, while we're at it, I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
My kingdom asked about it, and I wasn't sure. It's about the y'all's words, bank stuff, money, budget. There it is. Sorry.
Yes. Okay.
So we gave you money last year for the comm stuff in the budget, correct?
Like Golden Plains itself?
No, like the comm.
Okay. So in other words, the com voted to support the budget. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like you had money in there. Like we voted to support the budget,
Right.
and in there was the money for the comm meeting for snacks, notepads, yada 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 yada, juice
Yeah.
boxes and crackers we never got. What
there.
happened to that money?
Well, it's still sitting in the bank account because as soon as we have our first in-person COM meeting again, because we know we love to travel long distances for COM meetings, we'll have those juice boxes ready. Like those funds have not gone anywhere. We are holding them tight, keeping them safe. I can't guarantee the juice boxes are going to last in the small freezer we have, but they're there for all of you.
with 3 years of funds, that means we're getting like prime
So we're
rib.
getting like fancy snacks, right? Like,
Yeah,
I'm
man.
just asking.
Like we're not
Yeah.
we're not gonna do any of those like Sure Fine, Sure Saving knockoff chips. We're gonna do like Pringles. We're gonna do like
No Tampico.
that's it. No, we're not gonna do Dr. Thunder. We'll have Dr. Pepper. It's gonna be like we got this. It's gonna be fine. Like for those of you who are in other places, it will be Mr. Pibb. We will cater to your culture and your kingdom. It's Canada I'm worried about of what we're gonna get, especially for our
Hawkins cheesies for Canada. Hawkins
Ketchup
cheesies.
chips.
So can we just vote, like, because of all that money that's just been compiling there, that like all the comm members get Starbucks? You have the money.
we could probably
Tim Hortons.
But we were thinking that we would take those funds and use that as the starters for everybody to have their own puppets for the COM meeting.
I'm
So
okay with this.
You can't have both, so
See,
you got to choose one.
I was gonna offer to send you Starbucks, but I mean, I'm up for, but it look like a bribe, so I probably shouldn't do that.
Well, I mean, you guys can DoorDash each other and all of us on the comm whatever you want. That's all I'm
That's
saying.
what I'm talking about.
Send Starbucks.
I mean, if you send me my address and you get Starbucks, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, Chewy, I'm going to send everybody in the chat your address. No problem.
I don't think you
Absolutely,
guys,
have fun with that.
I don't think you want to DoorDash me. That'll cost you hundreds of dollars.
Hey,
All
it's
I'm
fine.
saying is Rock
We'll
has
get
my
a drone.
address and he should send me Starbucks because he loves me.
No.
I really
Hey,
hope
but you know what? If we really do well and Gavin's at the next comm meeting in person, he'll make us food. We can con him into it. I mean, convince him to do it.
We could getting a barista for the COM meeting. I think that needs to be like a new XCOM position. XCOM chair, XCOM secretary, XCOM member at large, XCOM barista. I think that needs to be in there.
And then we'll give them
The only
automatic master
paid
room.
position
That's right.
I would be agreeant with, like in the whole
Yeah,
thing.
We have people who deal with all kinds of crap all the time, but the barista, we're going to pay.
We
Everyone
had,
else.
we had a barista set up at one of the wetlands events, and it was amazing.
All I'm saying is you haven't ever had to deal with me without caffeine. Okay, like
That's a fair point. I mean, you have made sure I stayed up until 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. I could leave at 7 o'clock in the morning.
should have been drinking caffeine like the rest of us.
Like normal people, Dusty. Gosh.
My bad.
I need y'all to know y'all are the devil. I was supposed to quit smoking after my birthday, and then I was like, oh no, I have the comm meeting, so I'm not quitting until tomorrow because I
I'm
knew y'all
sorry.
were gonna make me riot.
I'm sorry. No. You're like all into fighting. You're all into that being better, doing better. And so I'm going to tell you the same thing you'd have told me. That's a you problem. You should just get good and get over it.
Yeah, that is true, and I will be getting good tomorrow. Finger guns.
Tomorrow.
Hey, don't feel bad. I quit smoking back in 2015. It was a rough time for about 6 months, and then it was okay after that.
I feel really bad for people. Like, I'm mean already. It's not gonna be much better for
You're
them.
literally like the nicest person I know.
You are a horrible liar.
You're not even aggressive.
Hey, that's just
A
because
horrible
Dusty's
liar.
but that's because Dusty's such an optimistic person, and he loves his fans a lot.
Yeah. So with Chewy being my general manager for all appearances and signings, please contact him first.
Sure, absolutely. I'll get him signed up. Whirlwind tour.
All right. Well, I'm going to take the last few minutes. I have a grocery store like less than a minute away. I'm going to go grab me some food. You guys have fun. I'll be back.
Yep. Oh, that's true. Remember, everybody, the live stream is still going, so mind your P's and Q's. Too late.
It is not a secret that I am a mean person.
You've never been mean around me yet, so quit trying to front. Try to be all mean.
You haven't made me angry yet, which is astoundingly easy.
I try not to make anybody angry, but you're right. I'm usually pretty frustrated.
They're saying they think someone's in the waiting room.
I can't see anything. I'm not a.
It was called a waiting room for a reason.
Rude.
Hey, can we get Chewy singing again? That was amazing.
Can we get me what?
Singing again?
Oh, you want me to sing again? Oh, wait. I'll get it bad.
Can we veto that vote? Like, or that.
That's fine. You won't hurt my one feeling. You're okay. Should be around some of my office or something. I usually always sing in the office. I caught doing it on a Zoom call once. It was really weird.
I have so many messages right now.
Me too. I'm just getting blown up.
Mm-hmm.
And you can hear those of us who are actually on our computers because you're hearing the ding, ding, the ding every time it pops off.
Does it have to be Christmas music?
That wasn't Christmas music.
Sounded like it. What was it?
Just me humming. I didn't realize I was still on. My bad.
I guess cue the smooth jazz elevator music.
We'll go to the girl from Ipanema. I mean, but anybody's, if anybody's got any kind of drinks, I can have a lot of Jimmy Buffett time.
Waste away in Margaritaville.
Absolutely. They have a new one over here in Houston, outside in Conroe, a resort. It was not great.
Like a Margaritaville resort?
Yeah, it's a Margaritaville resort. Yeah, it's pretty.
Wow.
I mean, the margaritas were pretty legit, but the resort was just kind of. It's not the same as a restaurant.
Yeah, the restaurant's funny.
I've enjoyed many of those restaurants.
Yeah, there's one in the Mall of America.
Yep, been to that one.
They have a giant Margaritaville machine in the front.
No. We spent probably 7 hours in Mall of America walking around, just
fun.
checking stuff out.
Yeah, I live about 3 hours away, and even if I visit up in Minneapolis, I'd go because it's fun to walk around, watch people.
Oh, it's kind of amusing. That place is a little. My company had a big store up there. I'm not going to say which one because we're still live streaming, but they did all kinds of cool stuff out there.
Well, because I'll have like 5 different Starbuckses. 'Cause it's so big.
How's Polaris doing?
We're still here.
Outstanding. Tell Q-Bowl I said hi.
Oh, he might be watching right now.
Oh, I sent it over to him in chat too. It's my boy Blue. Great. Now I've got Margaritaville stuck in my head.
I believe it's in either Rock Band 1 or 2. My friends will just play it over and over and over. It's on.
What do we got going here?
Man, it's so great. Once your kids get old enough to drive, you can just be like, go get me some Whataburger.
Oh,
It's amazing.
please. I use mine for taxi cab and Uber Eats for a long time. It's wonderful. Anytime they're like, hey, Dad, can I take the car? I say, yeah, you know what I'm really feeling? I'm feeling a hamburger. Go to a drink or something.
I'm back now. I had to go let my dogs out. They were
Welcome
dying.
back. to the- Man, I knew where we were, Tanith and Broden are, chilling on the couch.
Y'all jealous of my setup?
I mean, a couch is the way to go.
No, I'm absolutely jealous of that, man. I'm like in a chair, my butt hurts. I'm like, come on now.
All my friends are doing a watch party on a private Discord for this, and they all get to be in there like having fun talking mess watching this, and it is unfair.
You're on the TV.
Take a drink every time someone says, I think.
Don't at me.
So like the backstory to this whole setup is Broden got here and took one look at my computer desk with my little uncomfortable chair and looked at me and didn't say anything.
And I was like, should I move this? To the guy, and he's like, yes.
He was
And-
like, your answer is correct, sir.
So we started getting us all set up, and here, let me show you all something. I had my microphone going through this thing so that I could play like sound effects, like cheering or booing, stuff like that. But
Been so good.
we couldn't get it to work. And we literally got the setup working with the audio and the video all kind of coming together like 3 minutes. Yeah, it was like 3 minutes before the meeting started. We were kind of freaking out.
That's
The
probably
proposal
good
has
you couldn't
failed.
get to work. Just
Wah,
saying.
wah, wah.
I'm not going to lie, that was a genius idea, and I'm sad it didn't pan out earlier. It would have been really good with some of the conversation.
No, see, the problem is if he gets it to work, it's just gonna escalate next year. We're gonna have full on like musical productions and stuff. It'll be bad.
Won't we be back in person next year?
Oh, we'll do a musical at the in-person com. I don't care. Have you met me? I have no shame at all.
I still firmly believe it should be moved to online. It would be easier for all the kingdoms to participate that way.
I second this.
Not only should we move it to online, one of the things I wanted to bring up after this meeting, after we got through everything, was getting the comm on a quarterly schedule and getting some of this meeting chunked out throughout the year. So that
Hell
we're not
yeah.
doing an 8-hour meeting anymore.
Hell yeah.
Obviously, with
Yeah.
everything else we're doing today, I wasn't going to bring it up beforehand, but the idea would be this is, the end of quarter 2 for the year. Quarter 1 ends in June. So this would be quarter 2 and then just 3 months iteratives over that. But I think it's going to take a lot of work on the part of XCOM and all of us to figure out what we can parse through the year and what has to stay on the yearly schedule.
We kind of de facto did that last year just by failing to get everything done in the original meeting and then tabling out of it.
Honestly, I think it would be better that way. Also, like that would make I think they call it Gathering of the Crowns now.
Kingdoms.
Or the
Gathering
kingdoms.
of kingdoms.
Okay, I knew it wasn't clan anymore. I couldn't remember what you changed
Just
it
keep
to.
saying Gathering of the Crowns. Just say that all you want every time.
Okay, well,
There's time.
whatever they
Nobody will
changed
care.
it to, it would make it a more fun event because we wouldn't have to. I could go to an event and enjoy an event instead of having to go sit in a stuffy room for 8+ hours in a meeting.
Well, honestly, so we have all of our reps and stuff here. Moving it to an online, I guess, event per se, honestly, is going to be a lot harder than what most people think. For us to move that, we would have to, one, XCOM, AIBOD, AICOM, would all have to agree and want that. And then 2, for Burning Lands, we as a kingdom would have to want that and then go back into our contract that started Amguard International and figure out what that looks like if that's what we want to do. So getting that vote, it's something that we can talk about in our kingdom, and but it may be a little bit harder than what we expect.
Well, even if you don't condense it down to quarterly meetings and it's still one annual meeting held online and still hosted by the Burning Lands, wouldn't that still comply with their contract?
Unfortunately, that would be a legal question that I do not have the expertise to answer, to be honest. I'm not really sure what that would, what or if that would violate anything, but
Is JP still here?
Where's JP? If we did something like that, moving stuff quarterly to where you guys can vote on things quarterly, by how the bylaws and everything structures, obviously there are certain things that would have to happen at the annual meeting, no matter what. As a Circle of Monarchs, as AIs, Circle of Monarchs, you guys could probably vote something like that similar and be able to cover quite a few things throughout a quarter, and then have one quarter that is an annual meeting that's face-to-face that covers a very specific set of rules of play and voting on board of directors, things like that, which would probably make the meeting shorter in person.
So, hey, it's JP. Hi, y'all. I'm actually here.
Hey, there you were. I was floundering, man. I was floundering.
Sorry about that. I should have jumped in sooner. So just clarify for me what we're talking about. Are we talking about making which meeting online permanently?
Annual comm meeting. So instead of holding it at the gathering, because I can't remember whatever name y'all.
Gathering of Kingdoms.
Gathering of the Kingdoms.
I'm just saying that to make Robert mad.
Okay, Gathering
Yeah.
of the Kingdoms, like why couldn't it just be hosted online permanently? So that way we could easier facilitate a lot of our officers.
Well, I mean, that would be ideal, and it would be, and it's not super complex, but it would require a renegotiation of the initial contract between AmpGuard International and the Burning Lands, because the contract that transferred the rights to the AmpGuard intellectual property, so both the trademark and the copyrights to the rule book, all the stuff that makes AmpGuard, right? That we're at least holding in, that AI holds for AmpGuard. The contract that transferred that, AI agreed that they would always do certain things as part of that in-person meeting, right? And so we would have to change that contract. I mean, probably not a huge renegotiation, but it would require some level of renegotiation and just kind of rechanging how things work. I mean, remember, I know it doesn't seem like that long ago, but like we started this 7 years ago, and like Zoom meetings weren't part of your daily life in 2015. They just weren't. We didn't do that often. So I don't think we thought about doing telephone meetings, but we didn't really think about ever doing like video conference meetings. So it's doable if you guys want to investigate that, as part of, it would effectively require AI to approach the Burning Lands and say, hey, can we talk about a way to do this? And I know we have to have some conversation because currently the contract actually says, I think Gathering of the Clans is like when we're supposed to have our annual meeting. When AI is supposed to hold its annual board of directors meeting is at the Gathering of the Clans in-person event. Or immediately following the COM meeting at that event. So we're going to have to, the name is a problem that we'll have to address anyway. So I guess the short answer to your question is it's doable. It's just going to require some tweaking of how things currently exist.
So my understanding of what it would take to make this happen, because what in my mind we would be moving towards as a whole is to do just end of quarter meetings, is that we would have to renegotiate with Burning Lands. AI would have to change some of their bylaws. The COM obviously would have to change some of their bylaws. And then we would also have to change some of the sections in the rules of play. So there's a lot of pieces to make this happen, which is why even bringing it up is simply exploratory.
Yeah, and that's right, Crix. There are a lot of moving pieces because I hadn't even thought about there's the rules revision process, which specifically defines that that it has to be held at the Gathering of Clan and et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of pieces that have to move. They don't have to move far, but they all have to move.
All right, guys, we are 6 minutes over our lunch break. Definitely something you guys want to keep discussing as we move into the ever more digital future.
Yay, please, God, help us.
All right, so up next, we are going to appoint a rules representative organizer for the next 2 years. You're all familiar with Manama. He's been here speaking with you, and our other candidate was nominated by a member of the COM, and he also posted a resume a few days ago for you guys to read, and hopefully you saw that. But he is here now. I'm going to give each of them 5 minutes to kind of tell you some stuff about what they think they're going to do with the position, and then we will nominate one of these two individuals, or you can no confidence both of them. That was written in your agenda as an option. So, Nathan, are you here?
I am here, if you guys can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you. You got 5 minutes. Go for it.
Perfect. Thank you. First, gotta apologize. I'm in a car. Been on the move all day. But good afternoon, everybody. For those who I haven't had the pleasure to meet yet, I'm Nathan Omerdine, otherwise known as Alive from the Kingdom of the Nine Blades. I've already written a full statement that, again, has been posted to the unofficial group as well as the COM group. If you haven't read that already, I would encourage you to do so. I'm not going to repeat everything I said in there, but obviously there is going to be some overlap. Quickly, I just want to say that I feel that I am more than qualified to hold the position of rules rep organizer. Outside of AmGuard, I've held numerous positions of leadership as president of organizations at local chapter levels, as well as provincial or state level, or if you prefer. I've also been on numerous committees as chair, different executive positions, and as standard members. I've got a lot of experience working with groups to accomplish tasks of various complexities. More importantly, guiding groups to accomplish those tasks with it. More importantly, guiding groups to accomplish those tasks. Within AmGuard, I've held multiple offices at the Principality and Kingdom level, as well as I'm a current member of the Awards Evaluation Committee. I'm also one of the ones that was responsible for the Orders of Battle and Battle Master proposal. I've been our Kingdom Rules representative before, and I gave up position earlier this year after becoming a little bit disillusioned with how things were going, and I want to shift my focus onto some more Kingdom-oriented plans. I've maintained heavy involvement in remaining informed and assisting those within my kingdom with understanding rules, as well as providing multiple perspectives and explanations as to why things do or do not work the way they are. Talk about what can be expected of me if I am elected rules rep organizer. I'd like to break down the responsibilities and address them accordingly. So basically, the rules rep organizer has 5 main responsibilities laid out in the rules of play, but really they boil down to 3 things. Number 1 is ensuring that the rules change proposals are appropriate and compiled and submitted to the XCOM and COM according to the appropriate timeline. Number 2 is providing the recommendations to the COM as to whether or not to approve the proposed changes. And third is to issue clarifications on the rules based on the feedback and discussions with the rules reps. The second responsibility is pretty simple. I'm not going to waste time going into it. Giving feedback should be an innate part of providing the proposals. The process of issuing clarifications, as well as getting feedback and discussion from rules reps to do so, will be largely intertwined as a similar method that I'd like to use for creation of rules change proposals. The first responsibility, ensuring that the proposals are submitted are appropriate and compiled and provided according to the appropriate timeline, is definitely the key to success, and there's a few things I think we could do to facilitate this. First is to set quarterly meetings. Pretty self-explanatory, but having mandatory quarterly meetings will allow for us to issue reminders to the representatives, have real-time discussions, improve communication, as opposed to just text only or having to deal with playing catch up with a whole bunch of missed messages. I'd also like to create 4 different categories that proposals would fall into. Things that require imminent fixes, things that are moderate fixes, things that are minor fixes, and things that are just improving the game that aren't actually fixing problems. These categories would be soft guidelines that we can use to prioritize and organize our efforts to ensure that the most important things get addressed first, as opposed to spending excessive amounts of time on topics that are minor inconveniences. Second, to ensure the quality and appropriateness of rules change proposals, setting a standard format that includes the exact wording that will be exacted to the rulebook, the changes made to existing wording, the voting method for it, and the explanation of the reasoning behind it will ensure that every proposal that is brought to the COM will be well thought out and clear in what the proposal will do and why it was written. I'd also like to shift the focus to identifying and addressing the problem that proposals are often written to try and solve. If we can identify the root causes of the problem, we can identify whether or not it's the actual rules issue and needs to be addressed by a rules change, or if there's an alternative solution that can be given to solve the problem. To identify the root cause of the problem, I'd also like to shift towards creating solutions and having discussions based on actual data, as opposed to solely anecdotes or personal experience. I know surveys aren't everyone's favorite, but they are an effective way for us to gather information, to identify patterns and trends that we can use to identify root causes and to actually solve the problem instead of using trial and error of trying different fixes until we find one that works. As some of you may be aware, there have been some issues with accountability and different levels of inactivity or unresponsiveness from rules reps, leading to kingdoms not being informed or not having their voices actively represented in a timely manner. I've taken a page from the Awards Evaluation Committee to address this. So with each kingdom, rules rep being responsible to share a short survey to their kingdom, either monthly or bi-monthly, it makes an effective manner of both gathering the data we need to identify and address issues, as well as tracking the participation and activity of both rules rep and the kingdom. Being able to actively note whether or not a rules rep is doing their job would allow me to send reminders to them and or their monarch in order to ensure that the things get done properly. I thank you all for your time, thank you all for taking the time to listen to me talk, and if you're considering me for the position, and when appropriate, I'm available for any questions, comments, or concerns.
All right. Manama, you'll also have 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm your current rules representative, Manama. I'm coming from the Rising Winds. I wanted to briefly talk about some of the things that I've done the last 2 years, what you can expect in the next 2 years, as well as my long-term goals for the actual position. So for the last 2 years, one of the things, the first thing that I did was formalize the clarification process. There was a lot of Facebook posts, right, that were just there that clarified something that you'd have to search 5 years back in the past. And what I did was I went through every post that I could, and we compiled them all into an FAQ and a clarification document that we then issued a lot of those into the rulebook last year. To make sure that those clarifications are actually in the rulebook as opposed to trying to search through a Facebook post, as well as the fact that the clarifications are listed on amguard.com and the Facebook page for clarifications. One of the things that I did was move the rules reps to Discord. A lot of these conversations for people to have about specific topics really need to be subdivided into ways that people can easily find the post. Facebook is horrible when you have 20 different 20 different topics in a Facebook group. It's actually very hard for you to actually go through those topics and find them and figure out new comments and things like that. So I wanted to move them to Discord. Another thing was I wrote an expectations document for the rules representatives. So what can we expect from them as far as discussion of their time, of their, we also gave them a calendar, this is what we're going to be doing. That's what we used actually for this last rules revision process coming into today. Also, I facilitated collaborative efforts with the Paladin anti-Paladin discussion, where I had them go through, first talk about problem areas that they had with the classes, things that they can do to address those issues, and then have them do extended discussion periods on those topics before they actually propose any changes. So that way that the topic can be discussed and they can have more refined ways of doing it. Now, for the next 2 years, I have a 3-year plan process that I posted with my expectations document that I posted yesterday. You guys can find it in that link. Basically, my goal is to change the rules representative process to something like a 3-year process. And with the inclusion of V9 now, this to be something that would definitely implement the year after V9 has been done. We will start this process. And the idea is the timeline that I used this last year, which was talk about things and then talk about actual things to correct those problems and then try to discuss and refine those problems. I want that to be a 3-year process along with playtesting so that we can actually have a more involved way of iterating changes. Our game needs more direction as far as how the rules should be the way they are. We need to have a team of some sort, possibly, that actually is in charge of our rule book, as in they have the tenets of design. V8 had tenets of design, they wanted a hit to be a hit. They wanted things to be clarity when you're casting a verbal spell at you, right? Those were tenets that were added to V8. But right now, the rules representatives don't have those tenets. They don't necessarily have to abide by those. But if we had a team that actually represents those types of tenets of the game design and rules, that the Circle of Monarchs and we all agree it is a good direction to go, we can trust them to help the rules representatives come up with changes that can come to the com. Those are my extended beyond process for the rules revision thing. And this is something that I will be talking with the rules reps and we will be going over in the near future to try to get something especially nailed down before V9 hits. So that way when V9 does hit, we have this process in place and we can transition to it very smoothly. I'm also going to work with the rules reps, obviously, for the next year, working on the feedback for the changes that just got passed. So we're going to actually have games being specifically recommended to kingdoms to run, here, run this specific capture the flag game, run this with these rules and then etc. And then give us specific feedback on how it played. And with the rules changes in mind, was there any problems that came up? Was there some issues that were confusing, blah, 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 those types of things. And then we can get that feedback back to the rules representatives. And by spring of next year, hopefully we can then, or late spring of next year, they can go through those problems and we can see if there's something that we should change, based on the feedback we got for the playtest we just did. Another thing is I'm going to make sure that the rules representatives are integrated with V9 as much as possible. So as far as like what they're doing, any playtests or alphas they have coming up, so that if they have feedback they need to give to the V9 team from the local metagame, they can also help the ambassadors of different parks and also be a voice in there to help with that, since they are also your guys's. That way the Monarchs don't necessarily have to be fully engaged in the process. Their rules representatives can also help with that burden as well. So in closing, these are like all the plans I have for the future. When I took this position in the first place, I really wanted to make a lot of meaningful changes to the way that the rules representative process operated. I saw it kind of almost as a semi-broke system because we didn't have direction. You didn't have a creative director almost of like deciding kind of like how we should approach rules changes and how we should approach the rules. Like what are the tenets of our design? We don't have any of those things available for the rules representatives. And I think that that's something that going forward that we need to have, and we need to have those conversations in the next couple of years before V9 is fully done, to make sure that we can transition to having a support group that can help fix changes, solve problems, as well as do any systematic changes that need to happen. Thank you guys very much.
So since this year, this is ostensibly more important than it's ever been because of the integration with V9, I will also give you guys 10 minutes to ask these guys questions. Please state the name of the person you want to direct the question to, or state that you are directing it to both of them, and they will have a chance to answer. Viridian Outlands.
Yeah, my question is for the first candidate. And the question is, you mentioned root cause analysis. What process are you looking at for determining root causes? And what training do you have to support root cause investigation?
Thank you for your question. So I've got some experience both. I've got a bachelor's degree in applied linguistics discourse studies. I've taken some qualitative and quantitative study or research methods through there, but I've gotten more practice doing my statistical analysis through the awards evaluation committee. But the goal for the for studying the root causes and analyzing that is by primarily identifying trends and patterns. So if we're finding that one issue has come up more than once, you can identify then, is it coming from a same park? A similar type of park? Is it always, parks with less than 5 players? Is it always parks that are barbarian heavy? Parks that don't have armor? Or those kinds of pattern things. There's things that we can use to help identify what can be a factor, what can be a root cause to a problem. That I can give a whole bunch of examples there, but that's unnecessary time. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, for the most part it did. I'm happy. Thank you for that.
And Rising Winds.
For both. Realistically, we were talking earlier, this com was talking earlier about, I think it was Winter's Edge or Neverwinter. I apologize. I don't know which one it was, but brought up V8 and V9 in terms of keeping them separate but collaborative. If you had to choose one, which would you rather have your focus be on exclusively, V8 or V9, and why?
Manimo, we'll let you go first.
My focus is definitely going to be first on V8. The biggest integration part with the rules rep organizer with going into V9 will be the rules process going into V9, which is going to be the majority of my focus. So when it comes to things with V9, the biggest thing I will be is the corraller of the rules representatives when it comes to feedback or problems that they're having with V9 systems, as well as say like the V9 team needs help with, when we get to the AMPGuard wide playtest of V9, right? You can't rely on individual parks possibly to give all the feedback. So you also need help with voices. So that is my plan with the V9 integration with the rules representatives. But as far as V8 changes go, I'm going to continue the process that we have. And like I said, we're looking at the playtest for the next year into suggesting changes. So, and then continuing on from there.
And Nathan?
So I've had the discussion on this sort of thing with a couple people, one Joe and actually Gorvan earlier in the live stream chat included. My focus is certainly going to be on V8. With that said, it's like I never want to try and screw over the V9 team or make it harder for them than it needs to be. With that said, I don't think that it's. I think the priority is to ensure that people playing the game now have the opportunity and the ability to improve the game so that it's not intentionally keeping rules in a way that is not the best we can do currently, just for the sake of a potential change going forward. So the goal would be to obviously keep the V9 committee, those interested in on the rules rep Discord, make sure they are able to stay informed, able to give input, give questions, etc. if they need to, as well as give feedback if they are noticing that a proposal is coming forward or discussions happening that could lead to a problem for them. Because if we can avoid that, obviously we'd like to try to do so. That said, if there are significant changes that are being looked at that need to be made in V8 or people would really like to see being made, I'm very much open to having those discussions, seeing what can be done, potentially playtesting if it goes that far, however best we could do so that we are able to improve things for players as soon as possible, and in a way that could further be used beneficially for V9 if they were to find that one of those changes is beneficial or not. If that answers your question.
Celestial Kingdom.
I would say this question is for both. One of the core problems that I think we have seen with the rules rep organizer and the rules revision process is that it was written in such a way that it centers around the rules rep organizer. So both of you have presented very strong process-oriented revisions to how you would go about doing that. My question is, would you engage with this body to codify processes, to make the rules revision process more explicit and more built in such a way that if for whatever reason you had to just vanish out of the process entirely, that the process could manage itself and we could still get quality rules revisions out of the rules revision team?
Nathan, why don't you go first this time?
Sure. Absolutely. I have recently made some changes in our kingdom to try and work towards improving our process for similar reasons. But the goal is to make sure that when we make these changes, make the process procedural changes, that things do end up being essentially self-sufficient. I certainly don't want to be required to be in a position in order for it to function. And that means that I'm neither doing the job to make sure that position is functional as what it's supposed to be, and it's just going to be bad overall for the amount of focus that would take. So ideally, if I could have in a perfect world, the procedure changes I would make would get codified into the rulebook, which would include things like the format. I would also, or instead of being directly in the rulebook, maybe have like an appendix or something like that to have like the structure that I would like to see of the rules reps, not just having the rules reps and the rules rep in a group and then just sort it out with the specific timeline, but actually things like this is what's expected in a more tactile and specific sense, so that every month or every other month they're expected to have this information, the survey done, whatever, in a way that so that if I were to manage, regardless of who took the spot, they would still be able to know, okay, this is what they need. This is not like subjective ideals. These are the exact tasks required.
Anima?
Yeah, me and Nathan actually agree on this. So like I said in my document too, is that I want to be able to make it so that anyone can take over the position. I would like to actually have a separate bylaws, essentially. Our rules rep organization is very, very important, right? Because the rules are like our game. It's a majority of our game as far as like how big it is. It's 74-page document that's absolutely massive. And a lot of the players that play our game, that is a super important part of the game to them. And so we really need to have a much more rigorous structure to that organization. And I would like to actually have the rule book have something that the rules reps themselves can actually modify as far as like how they interact with each other, and also have very much specifics about how they're going to go through their processes throughout the year, like timelines ahead of time, like that this needs to be at this point and this point, like kind of like Corpora's spell out 2 weeks prior to the event. You must have your quals. Those types of things really need to be really spelled out. I think for this to be more successful, it also helps make sure that the rules rep organizer, whoever it is, stays on task and doesn't get behind.
We have time for one final question if anybody has one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm gonna throw you guys to the waiting room. Move you to the waiting room.
Can we just tell them we voted no confidence on both of them? No?
Let's see. Oh, it'll be in the report. Everything will be in the report. Are you in the, can you go to the waiting room? Oh, there we go. Put in waiting room. Are you still here, Nathan? Can you put yourself in the waiting room? I think I can do it now. I found your name. Okay. So, you know, Nathan's resume was on the comm for 4 or 5 days, and his nomination was made a few weeks ago, and no one asked him any questions. Same thing with, I'm sorry, with Nathan. And with Manama, you know, he did put some intentions in his proposal. So I think we've heard what these guys have to say, and you are able to rank these guys. I'm going to show you the poll now. There's so many polls. Okay, now here you see this poll. You may no confidence both candidates. Rank 1 as your first choice and 1 as your second choice.
Hey, Gavin, I think it's broken because it's let me do both as first choice or second choice.
Well, I mean,
hit submit with that, it'll yell at you.
I don't know if it's broken. That might be how it functions, but it shouldn't function that way.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
We can certainly use the traditional a ballot for this if that is a functionality issue.
Just don't double vote.
Well, you know, I mean, we'll see it in the report for sure. You know.
Pinky promise.
No poll has popped up for me.
Are you on your mobile device?
No, I am on the computer.
Oh.
Every other poll has popped up completely fine, but no poll has popped up this time.
Were you the one who signed out and signed back in?
No, I've been in the whole time.
Talagore does not have a poll either.
Huh. Very strange. Okay, James, do you have the document prepared for this one? It's kind of weird, but it's guys on here. It says 19. You know, seeing all 22 of you.
I didn't prepare something for this one, but we can just put it in Excel pretty easily. Sorry, in the sheet pretty easily. Here.
Yeah, the results are clear to me here looking at them, but I do see 2 of you have not voted.
I mean, yeah, like from the numbers I'm seeing, we don't really need to make a fuss, but
yeah.
I mean, you could always reset the poll.
Yeah, let me try to relaunch the poll and see if it comes up for everyone. Okay, ready to relaunch poll, clear existing results? Yes, continue. And if you don't see a poll, speak up now.
No poll has popped up for me again.
And you don't have a polls button?
I do not have a polls button, and I have seen it before. Like, this is definitely a new one.
And who's speaking?
This is Shroudstar from the Emerald Hills.
Launch your Zoom, maybe.
Yeah, are you like fully in a, but you saw polls earlier, right?
Yeah, all of the polls have popped up fine. I have not signed out at any point.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Are you in full screen or?
Yes, I'm in full screen and I have been able to kind of look and see the polls.
Unfull screen yourself. It may be hidden, behind something. Move your windows around, or in your taskbar too, you'll see multiple, under the Zoom icon, there might be multiple because when I mouse over my thing, my poll
Nope.
kind of disappears and reappears.
Yeah, and I use Zoom for work all the time, so it's not even showing up for me even a little bit. There's no multiple taskbars. I've looked around for everything. It's not popping up for me at all.
Let me ask the executive committee a question.
I'm sorry for being difficult.
Ma'am, you do not need to apologize. It's technology issues, not your fault.
Tal DeGore, did the poll pop up for you this time?
Yes. I think it actually popped up last time. I just forgot I voted.
Stop. It's not happy hour yet.
I'm dead. This is just how I muddle my way through life.
I do not mind signing out of Zoom and signing back in if that makes it easier for everyone.
Well, I've talked to the executive committee. You can register your vote manually. We're showing all of the other votes. You may state them out loud.
Okay, EH was going to vote for, I only want to say Menomina because it just goes in my head, so that one.
Very good. So Manama first choice, and for Nathan, no confidence, or second choice?
Second choice.
At the current status of the poll, that one vote cannot change the results mathematically. You will see them here. I know it's by color from you guys' point of view, but the light blue here is the first choice for collective zoning. 14 out of 22, well, 15 out of 22 people ranked Craig as their first choice. 3 ranked him as their second choice, and 4 no confidence. And for Nathan, if you mouse over the bar, it will show you the actual votes. Everybody sees if you hover your mouse over the bar, you can see the percentages. And James, in the minutes, please add that we are adding the EH vote in the order that she indicated to the spreadsheet when we prepare it. Okay, so the new rules representative is Manama, otherwise known as Monoma or Manamama or whatever we're feeling today.
Phenomena.
Phenomena.
Jason,
Yes.
we have the Golden Vale reps are switching out now.
Okay.
And the Emerald Hills rep has said that she's going to sign out and sign back in. So can we take a few minutes to give those reps a chance to get in here before we move on?
Additionally, Crystal Groves will be doing the same. I'm switching out for my Kingdom Champion.
Okay.
Right back.
Yeah, so everybody please go ahead and make that. And everybody get your brains around the funding proposal. That's where we're going next after a brief vote on the bylaws, which should go quickly. Okay.
In progress.
All right, so I brought Craig and Nathan back in. Craig, you have been appointed rules rep organizer for the next 2 years. And Nathan, I personally want to say that I read your mission statement, and I think you got a lot of great ideas. And I think you should definitely be in communication with these guys and working with these guys, because it takes more than one of us to make anything good happen in AppGuard. So definitely get with Craig and get with the V9 team and all these ideas you have in this drive. Make sure that you're putting that to good use, and that I think the game would benefit greatly from that. But for the 2022 to 2024 V8 rules rep organizer position, that goes to Manama. All right, I'm going to kick you guys out of the meeting now. And we are done. That officially wraps the rules section in its entirety. And now our final section of the day. I said 5 hours. We're at 5 hours and 7 minutes. Yeah, close enough. As long as
We're not done yet, buddy.
Gavin, I have a really quick discussion though, and a point of order about the rules process. So these were approved for play testing for 1 year, but the rules of play as written has us put this in the rule book during that time period.
I would defer that question to JP.
JP, is that correct?
No.
Okay. So I can make a document that's separate and put it on VA, amcard.com that says this is the current playtest for the year, etc.
Correct. And then at the conclusion of that year, so next year's COM, the vote will be either to adopt those playtest rules or to not adopt them.
Thank you. Just making sure that is absolutely correct. So by the way, that is the plan, Monarchs. So just be aware that your rules representatives will be the ones to get a lot of information about that as it goes along.
All right. Thanks so much.
So I heard the person swapping in for CG is going to be on the same Zoom account, but could I get like their name?
It's a Braxis.
Braxis.
You're still muted, by the way.
Sorry, we had Wi-Fi issues prop up, but we're good now.
All right, so functionally, the proposal made by Winter's Edge at the behest of the executive committee was that anytime we talk about agreements between the AmpGuard International Circle of Monarchs Committee and the AmpGuard International Board of Directors, of which a funding agreement is one, we wanted to just put it in stone that those interactions are governed by a super majority because they were not in the bylaws. So the poll is rather simple and put it up. So this vote.
Gavin, this is JP. Can I ask, I know this is kind of a strange point of order, but I probably should have brought this up earlier, but I just noticed that the way that this text reads, it suggests that the two things are separate entities, and there's not really such a thing as agreements between the two of them. It's agreements that they both have to approve. Does that make sense? Does that distinction make sense?
Yeah, and that's why I gave it to you guys a month ago.
I'm sorry, and I didn't, and I just, that's on me. It's the same intent. It's just, it's the exact same situation. I just want to be clear that what we're agreeing to, if that makes sense.
Sure. And so everyone heard legal's point. So keep that in mind. Okay. So we can see the proposal. There is your, do we want, I made a poll for this if you just want to use the poll, James. Seems like they're working quite well.
Did the One Kingdom get that poll that time?
Yeah, is your voting working now that you're back?
Yes, once I signed out and signed back in, the poll popped up for me.
And are we still missing one?
No, they're all here now.
Okay, I showed 21. The poll's only showing me 21 people.
That would be me. Sorry, bylaws change. This is not the licensing fee, correct? Those are two separate things of a licensing agreement.
Yes.
Yes, just making
In the
sure.
agenda, it's on your screen right now, the AI
Yeah.
bylaws edition vote.
Just making sure what I'm voting on. Sorry.
Gavin, on the poll now, I'm showing that there's only 20.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well. See what's going on. Everybody's computer's getting hot, overheated.
Can we just go to a traditional vote for these and
Yes,
dispense with this?
I don't know what happened. It was working so good there for a while.
It worked when we needed it to.
Okay. And we'll scan the list to make sure. All right, James, you can pull up the vote log again. All right, Burning Lands, how do you vote? The resolution language is printed there. Everybody read that before you cast your vote. That is the resolution you will make. Burning Lands.
Yes. Yes. Burning Lands votes yes.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves. Maybe we did have someone drop. Crystal Groves, okay. Celestial Kingdom.
DQA votes no based on legal's advice. We need to revise the language.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes no.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Golden Plains votes yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Northreach votes no.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris.
Polaris votes no.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes no.
Rising Winds.
Rising Winds votes negatory, good buddy.
Cal DeGore.
Point of clarification, did JP suggest that we vote no on this based on that distinction that he just discovered?
I don't think so. I mean, well, that wasn't my impression. He could clarify when we're done with this vote, but he just wanted us to be aware that it might not be the actual legal word, although the intent is clear. Viridian Outlands.
Viridian Outlands votes yes, as we already operate this way within our own BOD under our NPO.
Did Taldegor actually vote? I didn't.
No,
hear.
Taldegor did not cast a vote.
Okay. Please do so at this time, Cal DeGore.
Taldegor would like to vote no and motion to revisit that discussion as soon as this vote is tallied.
Okay. Outlands voted. Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Wetlands.
I'm sorry, my computer crashed. I literally just got back in. Are we voting on for the contract bylaws? Correct. Ron's going to vote no to revisit, please.
Okay. And Nine Blades.
West March is actually here, I think.
Okay, great.
I am. West March votes yes.
Okay, and Crystal Groves, did we figure out what happened to them? They were supposed to be one of our changeovers, right?
They said they were having some internet issues, so I'm working on figuring that out. Did Nine Blades vote? Okay, I missed it.
It'll fail with or without them though. So.
Okay, guys, and we have a motion on the floor to, was that to revisit this now or to table it to revisit later?
Revisit it now.
Okay.
Schedule second.
Okay, reserve a second. So we will open discussion on this item.
JP, can you clarify your stance on whether you're recommending to vote no on this or to vote yes on it, and just to understand the distinction in our head?
Sure. I think, and I think your bylaws allow a slight modification to this, to the actual language of this proposal, keeping the intent. I understand what you guys want to do, and I understand exactly why you want to do it. I think it makes sense. The only thing I would suggest you change is, instead of saying between the AmpGuard International Circle of Monarchs Committee and the AmpGuard International Board of Directors, make the actual language say approval of contracts and agreements requiring the approval of both the AmpGuard International Circle of Monarchs and the AmpGuard International Board of Directors. And then that's easy. Does that distinction make sense to everybody?
Yes. Because it's not setting a precedent that those are two separate entities, correct?
Correct. And that is something that, you know, I've worked real hard in the language that I talk to everybody about. I want everybody to remember that we're one entity. We're all on the same team. We're all pulling for the same, you know, horse, so to speak. That's a really bad metaphor. Sorry about that. Take that metaphor out and shoot it. But we're not two separate entities. They're two committees of the same entity working together. And in the case of the next vote that we're going to get to, which is this budgetary proposal, what we're saying is both committees are approving this, not that they're coming to an agreement together, but the committees are approving them because of the way our contracts are drafted. And so in order to accomplish certain things within our contractual framework, there are things that require the approval of both the COM and the VOD. And I think it's just better to not set that precedent. You said it much more succinctly than I did, but I'm a lawyer, so I get paid by the word.
And can you clarify on the screen, JP, how you want that language to read before we move on?
Sure. Do you want me to type it in messages or
whatever? James is typing right now.
Yeah, could you take a look at the screen and see if what I have there is right?
Sure. The IA resolves that 4.2 approval of contracts and agreements involving, agreements requiring approval of both instead of involving.
Okay.
And with that language, I think this makes sense to accomplish what the COM wanted to do, which is require a supermajority to bind all of the kingdoms to contractual obligations, right? I think that was the intent of the proposal.
Desert Winds, do you have comment? Your hand is up.
My question is on the clarification earlier, did we specify we could not change wording of the proposal?
That was the rules, because the rules of play contains a clause that specifically says we cannot.
Okay, got it.
Modification, but that does not apply to this piece of business.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to vote on this updated wording.
Seconded.
Okay. We will now vote on the updated wording, which is now the AICOM resolves that the following shall be added to the AICOM bylaws. 4.2.d, approval of contracts and agreements requiring approval of both the AmpGuard International Circle of Monarchs Committee and the International Board of Directors. And section 4 is titled items requiring a super majority. Burning Lands, how do you vote?
Burning Lands votes yes.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves, are you back?
Yes, Crystal Groves is here, and Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills.
Sorry, it was not unmuting. Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Still a yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
North Reach.
North Reach votes yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris.
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds.
The glorious and unrivaled kingdom of the Rising Winds votes yes.
You've been saving that one. Cal de Gore.
Cal de Gore votes hell yeah, brother.
Meridian Outlands.
Our vote stays unchanged. We stick with yes.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge is too sober for this, and also yes.
Wetlands.
Wetlands gonna be a rebel. Since it don't matter, we're gonna vote no. Hell yeah, get it.
West March.
Yes.
Nine Blades. Did we lose Nine Blades? I'm looking for them there. Looks like we might have. Nine Blades. Oh, there he is. No, here's Godwin. You still here? I see you. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Nine Blades votes yes. Sorry, my wouldn't come off.
You were
So
a
sorry.
second late.
That was impressive.
All right, this proposal passes. So now when we do vote on the funding proposal, it will require a supermajority. So I want to speak briefly about this funding proposal as one of its primary authors. I hope that you all read it. I realize it's a complicated document, but the answers are in there. I added, only one clarification was added. That was about active player count. I do want to make a statement. This has been somewhat of a point of contention. This proposal, as the XCOM secretary noted in the chat, has nothing to do with any prior payments. This proposal only references as a term the general revenue, which is defined in the document, and capitation revenue. So any payments that have been made in the past, or any agreements in the past, or any bonded payments in the past have nothing to do with this proposal. If it is the com's wish that they want to do something about these previous payments, that will be a second piece of legislation you guys would have to put forth. There was talk, well, some kingdoms have paid a lot. Should they be rewarded? Some kingdoms have paid it all, not paid at all. Should they be punished? That is totally separate business. This proposal begins in 2023 and has no reference to the past. Previously, the AmpGuard International Board of Directors voted that for their part, they would essentially ignore any previous payments. And so they would basically consider all of that as non-existent, putting it 100% in the hands of the COM should you choose to do anything and not view this as a blank slate. Essentially, this is a blank slate going forward for us, since no previous funding agreement had any teeth or any punishment method to it. If the COM ever wanted to collect any previously agreed to funds, that would require additional legislation, because no legislation in the past had the ability to force collection. Does that kind of make sense? So this is a blank slate from a contractual perspective. It's a blank slate. It begins in 2023, and it's $500 per year per kingdom for 3 years. And then every 3 years, people can decide, hey, that was too much. Hey, we need more. All of those things. So this is a 3-year agreement that the BOD will vote on tonight if you guys ratify it, and then both of them will be considered ratified, and it will initiate in January 1st of 2023. Okay, so that being clarified, like I said, I hope everybody read it. And I think that the licensing fee committee and the executive committee did a pretty good job on this. I think it's pretty solid. I think it covers a lot of the exceptions. And when it comes down to it, $500 is not a lot of money for any large group to participate in an international organization, in my opinion.
Motion to vote.
Motion to vote.
Seconded.
I do have a question as it pertains to the aftermath of this,
Yeah.
but not as it pertains to this specifically.
Let's get the vote out of the way and then we will see. All right, the licensing fee proposal as detailed in the document. Burning Lands, how do you vote? Well, let me read. I just want to make sure that we're sure here on the resolution language. The AmpGuard International Circle of Monarchs resolves that all kingdoms shall execute the AI funding agreement upon its approval by the AmpGuard International Board of Directors as an addendum to their kingdom contract according to the timelines designated in the approved funding agreement. The document may be found at the link above. And that is a statement from the document, and then the document goes on to specify what those timelines are. All right, Burning Lands, how do you vote?
Burning Lands votes yes.
Blackspire,
No with a motion to discuss post vote.
Crystal Groves,
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom,
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine,
Dragonspine votes no.
Desert Winds,
Votes yes.
Emerald Hills,
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains,
Golden Plains votes no, but with a second to discuss afterwards.
Golden Vale,
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains,
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northreach.
You skipped Northern Lights.
I would say you skip.
I'm sorry,
Skip me.
Northern Lights,
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach,
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter,
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris,
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore,
Rivermore votes no.
Rising Winds,
The Imperial Grand Kingdom of the Rising Winds, in our unending benevolence and humility, would like to vote yes.
Taldagore,
The Kingdom of Taldagore, superior to Rising Winds in every way, votes yes.
Except age.
Viridian Outlands,
Viridian Outlands votes yes, but in the discussion, we'd like to define what active will be on the orc.
Winter's Edge,
Winter's Edge votes yeah.
Wetlands,
The magnificent, resplendent king of the wetlands in our benevolence would like to vote yes, and let everybody know that you're okay to be second place.
West March,
Yes.
and Nine Blades.
Nine Blades votes yes.
All right, so this outcome will pass. Once the board of directors has ratified this on January the 1st, essentially it will become active, and everybody will pay their $500 a year dues. You may see in the document the AmpGuard International budget. There was a motion to discuss, and I think this is really important. We're not going to go on at length about this, but if you have some major questions or something you don't understand, we definitely want to put people at ease. And please continue to discuss this in the immediate aftermath online so that all kingdoms, we definitely don't want any discord to breed over something that I feel is very fair. So do we have questions?
I believe there was a question about defining active on order.
Yeah, so that is in the beginning of the proposal. Can we scroll up? That was added as a clarification a few weeks ago, and you can see in yellow. So the definition is active players. The average weekly number of players signed in over the previous 6 months of each kingdom as reported in the online record keeper. In the event of a COM-approved capitation revenue, the active player count will be generated by the org development team to ensure accuracy. Clarification, the active player count will only include a kingdom's own players signing in at parks or events within that kingdom for regular play. That means if you go to Spring War, it doesn't count for or against the CK or for or against your kingdom. Cross-kingdom sign-ins of any kind, in person or virtual, will not affect the kingdom's active player count. So this is literally only people playing in your kingdom. If you allow online sign-ins, then they count. That's your kingdom's prerogative to allow online sign-ins. Now, however, if 20 people from other kingdoms come in and do an online sign-in at your event, that will not count. It's only your players signing in to your parks and events in ways that your kingdom approves. Any additional questions?
There's several hands up.
Oh, am I not seeing hands? Oh, I'm watching the live stream. That's what I'm like, why is everything so behind? Huh, weird. Golden Plains.
So I have a question for JP. There's talk of like backdating payments and stuff like that. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. It's actually illegal for y'all to do that because prior payments were actually a donation since there was no established licensing fee, and you can't impose punishments for that because you can't force a donation, correct?
Oh, well, I'm not going to comment on what's legal or illegal in that context. I can tell you that I would not advise AmpGuard International to take any illegal action, anything I understood to be illegal. Obviously, I would not advise you to approve any action that I would understand to be illegal. But at this point, this document doesn't have anything to do with past payments, right? I mean, it simply, those things are entirely in the hands of the COM. The AmpGuard International Board of Directors has, and I will indicate that I also recommended this and agreed with this course of action, has basically said, we're not touching anything that happened prior to 2023 at this point. That's been their resolution, and that's why this document is drafted the way it is. I mean, we can get into hypotheticals. I don't know that it's necessarily worth it one way or the other. But you know, I wouldn't want to get into a fight over it. I don't think it's worth getting into a fight over it with any kingdom. That would be my advice to the COM and to AIBOD.
All right. Follow-up question. I don't know if I missed it in here, not for JP, but the kingdoms as a whole. There wasn't a limit to the amount of money asked per capitation revenue, right? So per head, there wasn't a limit listed in this one.
No, there is a limit. The capitation revenue cannot exceed the general revenue. Therefore, it would be $500, well, equivalent of $500 per kingdom, but that would be spread. Some kingdoms would pay more, some kingdoms would pay less. So it's not a per, the revenue itself is a limit is 11,000. So the per head limit is 11,000 divided by whatever the number of players happens to be at that time.
Okay, thank you.
And the COM can approve or disapprove any, there may never be a capitation revenue that passes because it's going to require a supermajority of the COM to do so. Blackspire.
Thank you. Blackspire would first like to thank and give some appreciation to the authors of this proposal. It's very well thought out, and I feel it is definitely fair in the nature in which it was written. In my capacity as monarch, there are some concerns from my populace that I need to bring up at this time. Some feedback for this proposal to be considered in future meetings is number one, a kingdom unable to pay the annual fee should be able to make structured payments after the due date of January 31st to avoid arrears over the course of the fiscal year. And that may look like, 6 months prior to January 31st of the next fiscal year, similar to a way of quarterly estimated taxes per se. And then the concern of new kingdoms, being that they're brought in halfway through the fiscal year, should only be responsible for 250 or half of what our annual fee would be. And those are some things that we wish to have discussed and possibly looked at in the future to amend this proposal, as well as a more in-depth discussion of the clean slate. Blackspire would definitely be open to discussion and in approval of that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Rivermore. You're still muted,
bud.
Sorry. I have to bring up some of the issues my populace has with it. Number one, everything has to be in the US dollar, which immediately means that the Canadian kingdoms pay more. Which I have a Canadian park, so they wanted me to make sure I conveyed that out. They also believe that, doing it by player count could be a weird way to do it, and instead would like to see something more along the lines of treasury reports, where we look at the earnings of the kingdoms over the years and then hit them accordingly due to those earnings, because some kingdoms make less throughout the year and have a harder time paying those bills.
Celestial Kingdom.
I'm going to interject with Rivermore's objections. First and foremost, if the Canadian kingdoms are paying the same value, they just pay, a little bit more in their own currency. They're paying the same amount in USD. So they're paying the same value as all the other kingdoms. The second is we have no business going into the licensees counting whatsoever. Capitation by user base was one of the things I had strongly pushed for, and the reason that was strongly pushed for is that it is a equitable way to measure the involvement or activity of a licensee, because ultimately that's what we're trying to account for, is how much of the product are you using, and the product being the rule book, so how many players you have playing. Just because one kingdom is particularly good at fundraising I'm looking at you, Northreach, with your insane treasuries. They should not be hit harder than the CK, who is strong at fundraising, but not as strong. Like CK has a larger player base. We should be fronting a larger piece on the capitation in those instances. So those are just my 2 cents.
And so this is something I would encourage you guys to actively discuss, all in public on the comm page. And that's where we want these things. We want this to be the most open, the most transparent thing possible. And I don't think the meeting's the time to do it per se for answering these. So I will pass all of these questions on to the licensing fee committee, and at least we can give you our thoughts behind why we design certain things certain way and make comment on them. And we will do that as soon as possible. We have 6 months before this goes into effect, and it's our hope that by the time we get there, that everyone in AmpGuard fully understands how this proposal functions, and we'll see the reasons why that we created it. And there was a thing that someone was concerned that I was as moderator. I am moderator because I was also the author of that proposal, which is why, and the lead of the committee that wrote it. So altogether we wrote it. That's why I spoke on its behalf, was not as moderator, but as the person who on the XCOM you guys appointed to construct this proposal. Okay, where are we at now? Election of at-large ABIOD members. Everyone submitted a resume. It's been available to you for a month. We hope that you read through everyone's resume and reached out to them. I know I saw a couple of the candidates post that they would be taking questions. So everyone has had a chance. They've reviewed. We're going to give our poll. Do we need a second? Chris says, do we need a second vote? Do we need a second vote even though it passed after a discussion? Is that the way that works?
I believe the bylaws were written that way at one time.
Okay, James, do you want to prepare the second vote on the licensing proposal? And Blackspire, you have one last hand up?
Yes, so if this does require a vote, would now be the time to move to amend the proposal, or since it passed the first time around, there's no opportunity for amendments?
And these are really things, with JP, with you having the most experience probably with these meetings. I don't know if you have an opinion on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think your bylaws allow you to amend the resolution, which is we're resolving that we approve this proposal. I don't know that they necessarily allow you to go into the guts of the proposal that a committee that you guys asked to put together has put together. I mean, I guess you could, but that seems like a rabbit hole. And I think the resolution before you is that everybody's going to execute this funding agreement, not necessarily what are the guts of the funding agreement. That would be my interpretation. And if you don't like the guts of the funding agreement, I think you vote no and send it back to the committee.
Thank you, Council.
Winner's Edge.
So wait, I'm confused then. The vote passed, but we're voting a second time.
That's what we're asking is since it was not a fail, we did have discussion on it, but.
Oh, did I answer the wrong question, Jason? Did I
No.
answer not a question that you didn't ask? In which case, I'm sorry.
No, that was in part, the question was.
Yeah, historically, what we've done is we voted yes, we voted, and then whether yes or no, if somebody requests discussion, there's discussion, and then there's always a second vote after discussion in case it changed somebody's mind.
That's only for in person, but I don't know how we are handling this since we're not in person, but also this is representative of in person.
We're treating this as, we want this to operate as previous in-person comm meetings have operated. We're not considering this telecom business as denoted in the bylaws. We are considering this the annual meeting.
Then yes, we need to revote.
Okay. Executive Committee, can you type your agreements in our chat real quick with that?
Can we scroll back down to the voting processes? Because it said if there is a call for a second and for a discussion, and then the first vote is discarded, specifically spelled out. A little further.
Six point 3 B2 2.
Bottom of the top page showing on the screen. The vote shall stand unless a motion for discussion is heard and seconded, in which case the vote shall be discarded and a second vote held after discussion is complete.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, James, if you'll prepare the second vote document.
We're ready. This is the new one.
And I would like to clarify that the mandate for the licensing committee still stands. So if this is voted down, it will essentially go right back to the committee, because the committee was mandated to bring forth a successful licensing fee proposal to the COM, which we will continue to do in case this does not pass. Okay, all right. Revote after discussion. Last call for anyone to have a discussion item. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, Burning Lands, how do you vote?
The First Kingdom votes yes.
Blackspire, how do you vote?
No, with the hopes the committee will take our feedback.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Kingdom of CK Rules votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine still votes no.
Desert Winds.
Still yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Golden Plains, who feels no need to flex, votes no still.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Northreach, who rules down above all of you because we are furthest north, still votes yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris.
Yes.
Rivermore.
The Vast Empire of Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds.
Once again, I, Senator Milk of the Rising Winds, would like to formally announce the Imperial Grand Kingdom of Rising Winds, the largest kingdom of Amcard, in our unending benevolence and humility, would like to vote yes.
Tal-Dagor.
Tal-Dagor is brought to you by Monster Energy Drink votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
VO votes yes.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge, the kingdom of, it's nice, come visit sometime, also votes yes.
Wetlands.
Wetlands, the only kingdom that actually has a park in a different continent, would like to vote yes. You're welcome. Antarctica.
West March.
Yes.
And Nine Blades.
Nine Blades votes yes.
Okay, so this proposal will pass via supermajority. And please do have these discussions right away on the COM, and let's make sure that they're all sorted out. And I will clarify earlier, I was speaking as a proposal author, supporting the proposal that we wrote for you guys. And if I couldn't support it, well, that would probably shouldn't have turned it into you.
The Burning Lands would also like to bust the bubble of the wetlands because we now have a park in Japan. So sorry, brah.
All right, up next, election of AIBOD at-large members. Like we said earlier, hopefully you read these guys' resumes. I'm going to throw up, we're going to try the poll because we're going to have to call out 110 names. Hopefully we're all signed in and we're all working now. Okay, you might have to expand your poll left to right to be able to see. You should have first choice, second choice, third choice, fourth choice, and no confidence. Our candidates are Douglas Chambers, a current incumbent, Drew Skinner, also a current incumbent, and then Kenneth Smith and Sol Houston.
Our poll doesn't exist again.
What? Why are you doing this to us?
You're doing.
Strange.
It showed up and then it immediately disappeared for us.
It's got to be
Without-
hiding behind something on your screen.
I promise you it's not. I can type out our kingdom's choices though, if that would help in the chat, or I can verbally tell it to you.
Semaphores or nothing.
And who is the 21st kingdom? I have one kingdom except for you that has not voted. Okay. Everyone has voted. This is going to take us a second to do a quick calculation because we have to assign the points. James, so if you just mouse over the line, we can start a spreadsheet and you can multiply the, by their point total, or I can make a spreadsheet real quick. Let's do it.
Do you
This
need
is
the
not the
email?
way I expected to do it.
Yeah.
How do you want us to send our vote?
Just one second. Let us get the table set up and we can input it right in there. One of those things that slip through the cracks. Four, three, two, one, zero.
Yes, I got it. Don't worry.
Okay, I'll just do a backup that will have redundancies. Okay, almost there.
Why?
So how's everybody doing?
Oh, no.
I'm on my last beer.
Okay.
Oh, wow, that was
Chris,
closer than
you
I
are
thought.
ready to register your vote? Or I'm sorry, the person who was not able to complete the poll, we're ready for you. First choice.
First choice was Cal.
Okay.
Drew Skinner.
Yep.
Second choice was Smith. Third choice was Chambers, and fourth choice was Houston.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So I have Chewy and Calthrax. We have the difference between Calthrax and Kenneth Smith being 2 points, but Cal at 53, Kenneth Smith at 51.
My confirmation. Okay, and I have confirmed the same numbers as you, 70 points for Douglas, 53 points for Cal, 51 points for Kenneth, and 29 points for Sol. Okay, so those are our point totals, the rankings as it was described in the agenda. Thus our 2 incumbent board members are now confirmed.
And can I get those totals just one more time, please?
Yeah, on the points table, that is 70 points for Douglas Chambers, 53 points for, I hear a lot of messages going on. Hold on. 53 points for Drew Skinner, 51 points for Kenneth Smith, and 29 points for Sol Houston. All right, and the last one is myself. Some of you have gotten to know me a little bit. This is definitely a learning process. I've been in this position about 6 months. This is my first comm meeting. Definitely learning a lot every step of the way. I mean, you know, this is a little bit out of my wheelhouse per se, so I'm learning as much as possible, as quickly as possible, with how to relate to all you guys in a manner that is fair and equitable and make sure everyone has a chance to participate. I'm looking forward to doing it for 2 more years, looking forward to using everything I've learned to continue to improve. And I would be the first person to invite criticism constantly. You know, if you want to criticize me, please do, because otherwise, how could I possibly do a better job, and how could I possibly do a better job for AmpGuard? We've got a lot of great things going on. We were able to write and push through this licensing fee proposal, of which I wrote a good majority, along with the license fee committee. I'm very proud of that work. I'm very proud of their work. And hopefully this solves a lot of problems going forward in AmpGuard. Worked with the executive committee. We've got a lot of progress done on reorganizing the data structure of AmpGuard International. Worked with the board of directors to significantly cut costs, finding free platforms for us to conduct our business, something I hope to continue to do, because, you know, if we're going to spend money, the more we can spend on stuff that directly improves the game, the better, and the less we can spend on services that can be found free for nonprofits is a good thing. And I've been working towards that, and hopefully I will continue to work towards that. So we'll just throw it up there, and you'll have a chance to either confirm or no confidence me. If I do get no confidence, then there are procedures in the bylaws for you guys to appoint a pro tem member.
Motion to vote.
Seconded.
I just now realized we went back to the Zoom voting because of my long-winded approaches.
It's your fault. It's fine.
You were really milking it.
And are you still having trouble with your polls? I mean, the one person, because we're still lacking one.
This one popped up for me. I voted.
All right. So one kingdom remains. Last chance, anyone not see the poll?
I didn't see a poll for yours, Jason.
How would you like to vote?
Oh, let me know. I'll wait till the end.
The poll is over. You're the last one.
Oh, I guess I'll vote in favor for you.
Very good. Okay, well, that will pass unanimously, and I do look forward to working with you guys for 2 more years. And what you guys want to do is what I want to do. My job is to work with the rest of the executive committee and give you the tools that you guys need to be able to accomplish what you want to accomplish. So that is our goal. And all 3 of us, myself, James Neal, your secretary, and Elizabeth Marshall, your membership officer, we're all here to assist you in any way we possibly can. Just reach out to us. And we want to make sure that you guys have all the tools you need and all the understanding you need to effectively administer your duty here in the game of Vanguard. Again, I just want to say thank you to everybody. And we will be here afterwards for questions that you may have. We're going to get started on publishing those per person vote records, so you will be able to see how everyone voted. We're going to be stopping the live stream here in a second and stopping the recording. And then this room will remain open for you guys just want to hang out. I can leave the Zoom meeting running all night. Does anybody have? Yes, sir.
Don't forget, we have our BOD meeting right after
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought we were gonna do the AI BOD in here.
Yeah, we
have
can.
to-
Well,
we have to have that after this meeting per.
but it can't be done in here, correct? It is public, right?
I mean, yeah, as long as there's nothing we're covering under NDA, which we can make sure to avoid that. And I think if there's no opposition from anybody else on the board, I don't have a problem with us doing our board meeting open like this.
Yeah, and we should keep the live stream going too, right? Why not? You want to be about transparency? Here you go. There's some transparency. But first, we will need a motion to end the comm meeting.
This content brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends, the Rising Winds, the largest kingdom of Amtgard, and our unending benevolence and humility. We'd like to motion to adjourn. Raid Shadow Legends, second only to keep on the boarding list.
Seconded.
The
Wait.
Celestial Kingdom,
Stop.
home
Wait,
of
wait,
the
wait, wait,
holiest of
wait.
Meccas, next unto the mountain, wherein the Lord our God of Wax descended and gave mankind the holiest of wax, the most sacred of shots. The blessed
See what you
blow
did?
will seconded the motion from Rising Winds.
Okay, hold on a second, you guys. I have a question. We
The
didn't
sire to all kingdoms blesses them.
we didn't vote on the budget, and since like the capitation and all of that is now based on the budget, shouldn't that be voted on by us?
Capitation is not based on the budget. And legally, the comm cannot, in theory, vote on the budget. So currently, the general revenue is $11,000. And AI's budget for 2023 is right under that at $10,599 or something like that. So the budget is less. The proposal does state that the budget cannot include anything that must be funded by capitation. So if they wanted money they have to make their budget inside the general revenue, which they did. Capitation is only unexpected or special requests, just stuff that comes out of the blue that the comm has to approve. They can't use it to pay their bookkeeper. We can't use it to pay for websites, can't use it to do for anything like that because those are budgeted items. And the budget must be funded by the general revenue or AI. They're free to go. The board of directors can fundraise 20 grand if they want and spend that 20 grand, but they got to fundraise it. And it cannot come from the kingdoms. That's why that section is called special revenue not collected from kingdoms.
Thank
So
you.
for
My
us-
populace was concerned. That's why I
Yeah,
was like,
so for us as AIBOD, that's what happened is once the vote passed for that agreement, then essentially that's the COM, or not essentially, that is the COM voting to fund said budget. Now, if it would have failed, we would have had to brought that before the COM, asking all of you, will you vote to fund this budget as we've done in past? But again, as Jason's pointed out, legally, you cannot vote to approve the budget that is specifically for the board of directors itself and all legal purposes, but you could vote to fund it. And with that passing, you guys voted to fund that. And long story short, which I think there is some confusion, literally passing everything the way you guys have passed it has prevented the board of directors, which this is a good thing, from us being able to continuously over and over again, any day of the week, any day of the month, requesting more and more and more funds for whatever we may want. So I think we've solved some problems that we've had in the past, that we've talked about in the past by doing so.
Hey, this is Tal DeGore. Sorry to jump in on this.
You don't seem so excited this time.
No, this has nothing to do with money. I just 13 Roads reminded me that everybody had asked for their letter of recommendation. Am I supposed to present that at this meeting?
I am confused, Jason.
I
I'm
am.
muting myself. Have fun.
Letter of recommendation for who?
For 13 Roads, and there's to become kingdom. It's being brought to my attention that that 13 Roads was asked to provide a letter of recommendation from the Tal DeGore monarch for their ascent to kingdom. I would, that's what I was told. I don't really have a lot of information on this.
Is this their pre-bid? Like, were they, it wasn't on the agenda, so I
know that's I'm being asked if
Yeah, I believe that's business that came in after the cutoff for getting on the agenda. I do remember seeing something like that, so I'm going to check on Facebook and see if I can find it.
All right, I have the letter, but if it's, I want to follow the rules, so just let me know.
All right, so we do have a motion and a second to adjourn. We will do this by verbal count. Everybody who's ready to go and have a beer, say yay or
Yay.
Yay.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Does
I got
anyone
nothing else
wish to
going on.
continue?
Thank you. I hope to never do this again. Goodbye.
Have fun, guys.
Say
Thanks for
that
all being a
now.
part of it.
Everybody else for AIBOD, stick around. Anyone else who's not AIBOD, again, we have decided we're going to do it here. So stick around. This actually won't take too long. This is literally our shortest meeting every time.
if
Thanks
we're
for all your
covered by
hard
the
work,
NDA, can we stick around?
We will not be covering anything that would be concerning an NDA for this meeting.
So it can be fully public?
Yeah, so at this point, if somebody does bring something as NDA, we will have to then ask people to leave the meeting. But I don't plan on doing that. Usually, just letting everybody know who hasn't participated or been part of AIBOD in the past. For this meeting itself, we usually go over our officers and usually take a point to re-elect our officers of the board and also welcome new members of the board. This time, we don't have to do that as the two individuals that were elected were already incumbents, so they're already here. So that's usually how all we do. And then from there, we close the meeting and all of us are really happy because we usually sit in like a 10-hour meeting before that. So that's it. Now, let me see here. Cal, with you being our official secretary, is everyone here for our board to give us quorum?
Chewy's here.
And Genocide, why are you upside down? And you're muted. You guys are weird. Kato, you're silly.
I don't know how that happened.
That's awesome.
I just made my video.
Half close the
Let's see.
laptop, like maybe
What?
the orientation, like
Ooh,
forward. Like,
let's
you're
see.
gonna shut it.
Let me
Okay.
see.
Well, in any case,
First Zardoz.
I did it.
That was impressive. Hey, Kato, I need my juice box, buddy.
Yeah, what? We had this discussion, me and Sapphire. Pandemic messed that up. I don't like this weird thing you got.
He doesn't like my background.
Hey, if I got offended, I would be offended by this.
fair. Okay, so everybody, we have quorum for our board meeting, correct?
I'm out of
Can
here.
you guys hear me now?
Yep, Shannon, we can hear you.
It looks
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you, Cal. All right, I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. And so we can congratulate Cal and Chewy for staying on the board. Congratulations. Glad you guys are still here. The first order of business that I did last year was asking our board if they wanted to keep me as the president or if somebody else on our board wanted to be nominated by our board to be president or step up to that role. So I will leave that in y'all's hands. Does anybody from our board have anything to say?
I nominate Dusty to be the board president.
Thanks, Cal.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thanks. All right, we have a nomination in a second. So moving on, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Awesome. I get to stay your president. Yay. All right, and then we also have for our treasurer, which is Jennifer Stewart over there. She's been doing an amazing job. For those of you who haven't been part of our board meetings before, trust me, she has done stuff that most individuals probably would have never been able to figure out in the amount of time that she was able to figure it out. So I would hope that she wants to continue as our treasurer.
Yeah, I'm happy to stay treasurer. If everybody is okay with that.
I nominate Jennifer Stewart to continue as treasurer.
Awesome.
second.
All right, we have a nomination and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Hey, should I go ahead and let Cord into the meeting? He's in the waiting room.
He wants in.
Does he want in? That's fine.
It says he entered the waiting room, so it popped up on my screen. I'll let Jason take care of that because this is his Zoom stuff. All right, so it's treasurer secretary right now, still Cal, with the wonderful, amazing assistance of our executive director, Jennifer Palmer. And so she's the one who usually puts our meeting minutes out being published on.
Yeah, I don't know if she's here, so I'm taking really bad ones.
I'd like to throw my name in the hat for that.
For secretary, awesome.
Yes.
Cal, do you want to continue to serve as our secretary?
I'm okay if someone actually wants to step into that role.
Awesome. So, would anybody like to nominate Shannon or Cal or anyone else?
I'll nominate Shannon.
All right, we got a nomination from Doug.
I'll second it.
I got a second from Jennifer Stewart. All in favor? Well, is there any other nominations? Hold on. No? All right. All in favor of Shannon being our new secretary, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Awesome. Piece of cake. Okay. Is there anything else I'm forgetting that we need to cover for this meeting?
We now need to vote on the funding agreement.
That is correct. We need to now vote.
Correct.
So please tell me, as a board, we don't have any discussion on this. We're good. We've heard everything. We've read it. We know it, right?
I literally have no idea what we're talking about.
Yeah, me either. What are we talking about?
Drive to your house and hurt you.
Look, I've got some concerns.
Doug, they better be serious concerns, man.
Whoa. All my concerns are serious, but no, this is not serious. It's fine.
Okay, cool. All right. Keeping it as it is. So we do need to vote on the funding proposal on our end as well. So if there is no discussion, do we have a motion to vote on that?
I motion that we accept the funding proposal as presented and ratified by the Circle of Monarchs.
Awesome. Drew, was that you seconding?
Yeah.
All right.
And for this one, can we do a call out of names?
No, absolutely not. Well, I mean, let me put it this way. If there are no nays, then it's unanimous. So that would be all the names would be affirmative. So watch this. It's amazing. It's an amazing piece of Robert's rules. All right. Since there's a motion and a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Also, if there are any opposed with the like sign of saying nay. Look at that. It passes unanimously. So all the names included are all the members of AmpGuard Board of Directors, of AI's Board of Directors. There you go. Unless somebody really wants me to push for a roll call vote. Anyone?
It'll be posted in roll call format in the minutes.
That is true.
That's generally how Jennifer types them out. So.
All right. So we've now also approved the licensing finance agreement. So it definitely enters us into a new era, a new spot for AmpGuard. So, well, other than that, that's the only things we have on the agenda today.
I got a quick question though. Who seconded for Dusty to be president?
That was Doug.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
So we're all good there. Is there anything else on our agenda I need to cover before I open our floor for discussion of any new business? All right. Is there any new business or any questions for the board of directors?
We had discussed Cal taking over treasury duties at some point between now and January the 1st. Do we want to speak of that anymore? I mean,
it wasn't treasury, it was bookkeeping.
Yeah, bookkeeping.
Yeah, I'm okay to do that.
So in the context, are we looking at that of you becoming just what you kind of some of the things you've been doing, or being our new bookkeeper, as we've been paying somebody as a bookkeeper?
Yes, to eliminate this charge, which currently.
I will do it for free as long as I'm on this board.
Okay. Well, that at least gives us 2 years, unless you rage quit. So
I mean, stranger things have happened.
that's fair.
And that would save $3,600.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, if it's getting paid $3,600, then yeah, I'll take that.
No, I mean that we have discussed that, and so is that something our board wishes that we move forward with? Any other discussion on that? That Cal would take over the bookkeeping responsibilities?
Can Cal do math?
Not well.
Oh.
As
I
by
don't
my
know then.
spreadsheet issues, you can see I'm not very good at math.
Oh, then I vote yes.
Well, in that aspect too, is are we okay with this? How soon do we want this to take action? Do we want to get through the end of the year and then Cal takes over bookkeeping?
I think to keep it clean, I should start January 1st when all the new stuff goes in. That also gives us time to tell the bookkeeper, hey, here's your finite date. And then, if there's any issues, I can work through it. So
I'm okay with that.
That's a solid 6-month transition period. So
no, this is July, so like 4
5
months.
months.
Oh, he can do math. Look at that.
They told you I'm bad at math.
All right. Is there any other discussion on this topic? All right. Is there any motions to accept Drew becoming our new bookkeeper starting January 1st, 2023?
I make the motion.
I'll second it.
Yeah, we have a second from Doug. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Vote passes unanimously. Cal, good luck. Have fun with that.
Yeah, I got apparently 9 months, so I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, you're good. All right. Is there any other new business we need to bring before the floor? No. All right. Do we have any questions or discussion that any of our visitors have for us as a board? Man, this is great. You guys are awesome. Rising Winds is all of a sudden toned down. That's good. That's good.
I'm meeting and I ain't trying to be that extra in y'all's meeting.
Thanks. Appreciate it. All right, guys, that's all the business I have. I can't think of anything else new unless I'm missing something.
We
So-
will need to discuss dates for next month's meeting because we are unavailable the beginning of the month.
Would anybody, we are available the second week of the month, correct? Third week?
The first and second, not for sure, but the rest of the month is debatable.
The whole week or just Friday?
Well, just those Fridays.
Okay, so we can push to a Thursday or Saturday, right? Does anybody have opposition to that? All right, I'll look at the schedule when I finally get to the house out of my office, and I'll in our chat and everything, I'll shoot over what a couple of dates that sound good, and we can all decide which one's best for us to meet at. Is that okay for everybody? Awesome.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Yep.
Okay. Any other points we need to bring up before I ask for a motion to close? No. Awesome. Do we have a motion to close the meeting?
I move to close the meeting.
Yay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Have a second from Jennifer Stewart. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Again, Doug, Drew, congratulations on getting appointed back to the board. I hope you guys have a fun time while you're here. I'm only here for another year, so good luck for the year after that. So, all right, well, then this meeting is officially adjourned. Gavin, I guess you can keep this open as long as you want. So,
And you guys' meetings are so easy.
well, usually
This one,
this one is.
We're a good crew.
Are we still streaming on YouTube?
Yeah.
No.
No.
No. Oh, it's finally over.
Should be.
Well-oiled machine in here.
I don't think.
Hey, we've been doing it a while.
In the top corner, it does say live YouTube on my screen.
Yeah, I need to stop. Hold on. Let me see how we get it. How do I make it stop?
I don't know.
YouTube.
I'm still watching it, man.
It was the recording that stopped.
And it's like Spaceballs.
Hey, y'all, I'm heading out to dinner. Y'all have a good night. Much love. We'll see you later.
Have a good
Have a
night.
good dinner, man. Good night.
Night,
Bye.
June.
All right.
Not quite sure how to stop it.
We may just
Trapped
have to
in the
do
time
a
loop.
completely
Oh.
new